drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to wax 고질러 넘쳐보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고질병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 댄스 플로우 위를 뚫고 닦길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 맘이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려 무대에서는 zero 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밝은 울음처럼 나의 groove Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 마저 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끈이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소린 더 높였어 You know what 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 맘이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려본 무대에서는 hero 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밝은 울음처럼 나의 groove
With a big vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Get true with a big vibe and sound. Good times to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer.
With a big vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon.
Traders! Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! Perhaps it will as the Arcade Storm doing so much work in Gen 2! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
and welcome to the 2026 Mid-Season Invitational. A warm welcome to all of you, especially if you are still competing in the World Cup. My name is Shax, and I'm joined by Emily, Dracos, and
I guess
Jan
I gotta
here
go.
on the
I gotta
desk.
leave. I need to leave.
I didn't mean you.
Do I get to
Canada,
stay?
USA,
I was gonna say, are we
both of
all
my
out?
countries.
We can leave. We'll just. Do you want us to come back later?
No, Canada's fine.
So,
I'm kidding.
Solo desk.
Yeah, but we are. Nice start. We are. Of course, this is our last double best of 5 day at MSI, meaning it is elimination day on the line for this whole thing as we take a look at the bracket. And I have to say, after we got all those sweeps in the playing stage, I was a little bit afraid. It's gotten slightly better, Dracos.
Yeah, look, we finally got some 5-game series. Maybe, you know, for EU fans, we would have wanted a 4th or 5th game in some of those series. Maybe. But overall, a crazy tournament thus far. A lot of unexpected results.
All right. I want to hear your takes from the bracket stage. What was your main takeaway, Emily?
All right, we talked about this going into the tournament, and I think it's absolutely held true. You need to have a strong jungle support duo. It is very, very important. If you look at the top teams, more specifically HLE and BLG in the way that they set the map with Shun and On working together, and Kanavi and Delight. Also T1, obviously, with Owner and Kerio, who's the best performing support in the world. I think that it's so important to be able to set the map with this duo, especially if you are playing around your solo laners like HLE and BLG.
Why is it more important here than usual? Because it's always very important, right?
It is always very important. I think it's really important that they communicate around teamfight setups, especially with supports taking slightly less ranged supports and more engaged, right? So you have sometimes 2 engagers, and you really need them to communicate because every one of these team fights from these top teams is happening so quickly.
I think it's such a great point too, just because there's flexibility there between ranged and melee supports. But I'm kind of in the same vein as you, but a little different because you included T1. I'm not including T1 in my take. My take is that HLE and BLG are uncontestable as top dogs. I don't think anyone can take them down, not just because of strong jungle support, but I think the rate at which they're playing the game, the pace they play the game at, how comfortable they are adapting on the fly, just means that even T1, I don't think can take a best of 5.
But they were so close to taking down BLG. How can you say that?
Bro, look at that last game. Owner's feeding. They're throwing at Baron. That was a diabolical series. The drafts are questionable. And they're clutch. I will give you their clutch, but on paper, I will never favor them against BLG
I will say,
or HLE.
if anyone can close the gap, it's them. Yeah. It's the only team I actually think out of anyone else that could close the gap.
Is it because they've won 3 world championships in a row?
Maybe.
Also
Yeah,
because
perhaps.
they have had the power to like warp the meta to their will, essentially.
We're just shills.
My take, I'm a little interested in your guys' take on this because I know in play-in, NA was better than EU. And in lieu of another NA versus EU matchup, which, I mean, we could get. If Lion wins and G2 wins, we're going to get another one. But if we don't get that and only one team shows up, I think it's safe to say that that team did better at MSI, no?
At MSI,
So if Lion makes it through and G2 does not, Lion, I mean, they actually will have done better than G2.
Dracos, I got you.
I mean, the biggest win you have was against TES, and if we beat the team that beat TES, then it's kind of like...
Yeah, listen,
would have
I've
done it,
sold
no?
this to Raz before. This is the reason you don't do better against LPL and LCK, because you are so zoned into how can we technically be better than EU if we just get one round further, and that's exactly the reason.
It's not our fault we didn't get to play TES.
That's true.
Right?
I'm glad you said something because I was about to come in and do the exact same thing, like a technicality. Like I see you picked a very good cherry, Jad. It might be the most correct cherry possible.
I have left.
Are we going to get rage baited the whole day by Jad?
Yes.
Yeah, completely.
I'm just vibing.
Just final point, I think you're right, and I hate that you're right.
Oh, nice.
Because the sad thing is, as much as there's so much about top esports and us taking them down that feels good, if it was any other LPL team, I would feel better about riding on that high, but I don't, and I think Jad's right, and I hate it so much.
Stop reminding me of
Berserker
top
said
esports.
that he was beating top esports every single scrim as well. So it's as if we had...
I've heard, well, I can't say what I heard, so okay, never mind. Anyways, TSW, Lion, G2 versus T1. Later we'll get to dive into all of that, but let's start by talking about Team Secret Whales and how historic, Jad, their performance was. The fact that they were able to beat the LPL in a best of 5.
I mean, this is the thing. I do not want to discount what Team Secret Whales has done so far.
Oh,
we
but
don't
you
get
would discount
to see...
G2 beating Taz?
Yeah, for sure. That's just how I'm rolling. There's only ever happened twice that NA versus Vietnam in a best of 5. The most memorable one was actually 2017 MSI play, and I remember that series vividly because Gigabyte Marines was up 2-0 against TSM, and TSM actually had to have the reverse sweep. And it was so rare that we even get Vietnam versus the LPL. They were able to take them down, which was incredible.
Yeah, and overall, I think incredible performance against the LPO. You see the history there against the LCS, but it feels like the winds are changing, right? It feels like we might be able to look back at some of those series and go, that was a different era. This is a new Vietnamese team that is ready to take down the NA #1 seed.
Exactly so. And what is it about them? I think we need to talk about Pun a
We
little bit.
absolutely do.
He is becoming a superstar in front of our eyes. And I want to give a shout out to Raida on Reddit because they summarized the story, right? He got caught up in everything that happened in VCS and was actually said to be... He couldn't play anymore, let's say. He was absolved from everything. He hadn't done anything wrong. He joined a team then in the second league. He came back. He actually wasn't the starter for this team. He is the starter now in 2026. They went 0-6 at first stand, and now he's here, drawing all the attention to him with his fantastic performances. I just think that's a crazy story.
Well, and they play so well around his picks, right? So I want to look at a team fight that was from the game where they saved that 5th pick for the set specifically, because if you look at this map, okay, what's going on here? We know that TES are doing Drake, but we don't really know what's happening. However, I want to call out how they set this up. Again, Set has pushed in this wave. He's already backing, and he's going to prepare to TP from base. The Silas D-Ray has already taken down tier 1 here. He's pushed this wave all the way in, and then we have the bot lane and jungler approaching from here. So it's going to almost pin top esports in a position that's prime for this quick snap engage from the set. So as we play this out, we see both TPs coming in. The setup for this is going to be Pun immediately going in onto Jueon, right? Pause it here. D-Ray is going to get a really good steal from Feng Yue, have an encore that locks up Jackie Love. Meanwhile, I want people to watch Eddie and BA throughout this fight because they remain almost untouched throughout this entire thing. As we play this out, again, there's the charm right on to Jackie, so he kind of has to back off and Pun immediately goes onto him. Eddie and BA the entire time are completely safe. His toe gets onto Cream. I just thought this was such a great engage, and their setup for it was so thoughtful. This is, even when they were losing games, these kind of mid-game team fights were exactly their strength that we were talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, in the past we used to say that Vietnam, of course, they have an aggressive play style, right? But I feel like that doesn't really, for me, say everything about how Team Chick Whales have been playing. I think that's a bit reductive even to what they've been bringing to the Rift, thanks to what Pun can bring, thanks to the way they're approaching these games.
Look, I like the One Punch Man. I like focusing on him, but it is such a big team game. And the thing that you highlighted so well, Emily, is they're reading the play. They have no vision, but they have just enough setup to make that play possible. It's not a coin flip. It's a clean read on an opposing team that was the favorite coming into the series. And just across the board, it feels like compared to initial tournament expectations, this team has really leveled up in individual positions as well as overall map play.
Yeah, and I think the player who's improved the most from his previous performance was D-Ray. That guy was like 0-7 in all the other losses they had, and he was a level up going into that fight. So that's a big difference. If you're going to have strong side lanes, you're going to do fine. But moving on to Lion.
Yes, I know, you're chomping at the
just
bit.
like, when do I get to talk about my
They
team?
did lose all 3 games to BLG.
Yes.
And I am very tired of saying we got swept, but it was close, because that seems to happen too much.
Devil's advocate, at least you could say it was close. Let's remember your cloud has silver lining. That's my only point here.
But why is it close? Okay. Berserker and Inspired, I think, have been the consistent players for Lion. Berserker as a player as well really had a down year when he was in the LCK, came back to North America and started performing at a high level. And him and Isles have really evolved as a 2v2, where they're really good at generating 2v2 kills on their own. And they did this against Viper and On. I really did like Berserker's Tristana. He got very fed in this game. It gave them one of their windows that made it feel like it was going to be winnable. 33 minutes into this game, they were up in gold and up 2 Drakes to 1. So I do think Berserker and Inspired have been the stable parts of this team.
Yeah, the absolute beating heart of this team. Sometimes the sole players that feel like they're the ones carrying the entire load for this Lion lineup, because you highlighted it so well, right? The dominance in laning, the consistency, even when they're not flexing new counter picks or playing against top bot lanes, they are always performing. But it's the other 3 members that we're worried about. Because Inspired, you see the numbers. You see Inspired is good, but the other 3 members, we've seen ups, we've seen downs, we've seen solo deaths, we've seen fumbles and fights, we've seen the absolute worst Pyke game I have ever seen in my entire life from Isles. It was diabolical. But then we saw the Shen game. So you know they can do well, but why? Why, my NA friends, is it so inconsistent?
Emily.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see out of Isles because he had kind of steadily improved, and I know he's his own harshest critic, but I do want to call out a little fun banter we had between these two AD carries, right? So both TSW Eddie and Lion Berserker had some words for each other, and I want everyone to give a listen to that.
Anh có một đồ anh muốn nói qua cái ADC của Lion. Anh muốn nói gì?
Berserker hãy đợi đấy, tại vì tụi mình đang tiến tới và chuẩn bị đánh bại.
So I saw that was Eddie? Eddie interviewed that just waiting Berserker, I'm like coming to defend you or something. But I don't even know like who you are, so yeah, I mean just try your best, bro.
Ouch, to quote Kiki Palmer, I don't know who that man is.
My favorite is the whole, like, I don't know, Eddie? I can't tell whether he's, like, being serious or not in that, but yeah.
Intentional or unintentional, flawless comedic timing.
Yeah,
but the question is, what is the joke going to be? Because depending on how this series go, this is going to age incredibly well or incredibly, incredibly poorly.
I know everyone's already ripped the clip to get it ready. Yeah, in case something happens.
It's the NA way. You say things that'll set you up to get flamed later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Better than saying nothing.
I like
it.
Absolutely true. Yeah. Shall we go into predictions? Because I feel like we'll have a couple of things to say about them, if we can pull them up. I'll start. Don't be mad at me. I did 3-2 for TSW. Listen, you gotta kind of believe in all the setup that I did about Pun. It would be disingenuous for me to then say that they were going to lose. Do I think this is a clear win? Obviously not. It's a 3-2, but I do think it has the capability to become very, very contested. I think at sometimes Lion, you know, maybe the morale drops a little bit after a game loss, so who knows?
I feel like you should have, if you're going to go against Lion, you should have gone more against Lion.
No.
Because
wow.
So listen, we're saying that Inspired and Berserker are the steady members of this team. Saint is the biggest wild card.
It's true.
Check back with me after game 1 and you'll know if Saint is Faker today or if Saint is Palafox. Like it's a wide range.
He caught a stray
today.
again.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
He's gonna be mad.
I didn't rehearse this. I needed to figure it. He's 20. Okay.
Let it go. We don't need to talk about Palafox. We don't. We can apologize to him later.
Palafox or 2023 Palafox. We don't know which one he's going to be today.
I'm going to get my prediction in before you two rage bait each other. Where I just think Lion are better on the map. That's it. Like that is why I have it so close, because I do think Team Secret Whales, as I already pointed out, can definitely contest them, especially in mid-game team fights. However, I do think Lion is slightly better on the map, and that is why I'm giving them the edge.
Yeah, and
now go. Fight.
Well, you have a 3-0.
I have a 3-0, and the thing that I will say is that I'm sorry to Team Secret Whales because I think that their win over Top Esports is historic, but I'm willing to concede credit, take away the credit from G2 for the reverse sweep, but also take it away from Team Secret Whales because I don't think that that was a top-level performance from TES. I actually think if they can beat Lion today, it means much more to me in terms of actual gameplay quality, but Lion, as you highlighted, good on the map, and the fact that against BLG, the games went so long and were so close in so many instances is just something that I haven't even seen from G2 yet this tournament.
Yeah, well, I want to see the approach that Lion takes. Yeah. Because when you see Isles Pyke, they're trying to, or Isles Camille, they're trying to play the fast style that the top teams are playing. But I feel like if Lion's going to have the highest chance of winning this series, it's by slowing the game down. It's what they did to every team in the LCS. They slow it down, they take the right fights, they wait until the item power spikes, because Lion did have the best team fight setups and the best team fighting by far of any team in the LCS. And you see that from Berserker and Saint and Inspired and their mechanics within the team fight. So that's why I am predicting Lion. But I have to say, it is not a sure thing. I need to make that very clear.
Your opinion is definitely better built up with the examples from LCS.
Yeah.
I just thought Team Secret Rails beat TES, and I got, I'm fine high.
Look, it's fair, and I think that if you look at how do they win this series, top lane is a big one. Dokla has been inconsistent, and while generally I have faith that he can bring it back, if Pun starts to take over the map, you don't get to play that slow game. You don't get to take that step back.
You don't. What an important day here at MSI. We're going to say goodbye to 2 more teams, but in the first one, where it'll be Team Secret Rails continuing the miracle run, or will Lion sweep them and get a W for the LCS?
캡스와 페이커, 서구권 최고의 미드라이너와 역대 최고의 선수의 맞대결. 탈락이 걸린 단두대 매치. 여기서 패배하는 순간 빈손으로 돌아가게 됩니다.
Now that we're in the lower bracket, it means the pressure is fully on. A single mistake can snowball in series like this, and if we don't find a way to reset, we'll be out of the tournament.
더 부족한 팀이 탈락하는 건 당연하다고 생각해서 앞으로 있을 경기에서 최선을 다하는 게 목표입니다.
올해 MSI에서 이 두 팀이 이렇게 이른 시점에 벼랑 끝에 서게 될 줄은 몰랐습니다.
캡스 선수의 장점은 예전이나 지금이나 게임을 전체적으로 보고 영향력을 많이 터뜨리려고 하는 플레이들을 많이 보여주는데, 특히 요즘 같은 경우에는 탑과 바텀에 그런 영향을 좀 뿌려주는 것도 굉장히 잘하는 것 같고.
G2 well and truly unleashed on the international stage.
I think in many ways Vega has kept the same kind of playstyle. When I think back to even 2019 when we were playing against him, he was also the one looking for the hero plays, the big outplays, and he will always have some form for plan. It's just important that we manage to shut that one down.
Yeah, okay, Faker. Okay, you just every now and again Faker has to remind us.
결승전이라 해도 손색 없을 매치업이 패자조 2라운드에서 펼쳐집니다.
Faker, we meet again. I hope we will have an epic battle.
캡스 선수 2019년도의 경기는 점점 더 옛날 일이 되고 있습니다. 이번에 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
7년 전 인스파이어드는 2019 LEC 서머 스플릿에서 데뷔했습니다.
The flash forward, the burst, blood for inspired. We said keep your eyes on that Rek'Sai.
그 후로 인스파이어드는 LEC와 LCS에서 7번의 우승과 3번의 MVP를 차지했습니다.
I don't really think about the trophies that I got. Before I won anything, I still thought that I'm really good and I'm better than the players I'm facing. I know my skill level, I know how good of a player I am.
그리고 그 당시 히즈토는 11살이었습니다.
Bản thân em vào đội thì luôn luôn coi giải đấu LEC và LCS rất là nhiều, và đặc biệt là bản thân em luôn luôn coi những chơi đi rừng hàng đầu trên thế giới, đặc biệt là Inspire.
같은 시간 동안 히즈토는 프로 선수로 데뷔해 꾸준히 성장해 왔습니다. 그리고 이제 그 노력이 결실을 맺었습니다.
For the first time in history, a Vietnamese team has beaten the LPL in a best of 5. It is the Secret Whales that do it.
Đối với bản thân em, việc giành chiến thắng với đội LPL trong cặp B5 lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất lớn đối với bản thân em, tại vì chưa ai như em giành được chiến thắng với LPL cả.
I think he's just aggressive. He plays the game, he's not scared, and if you give him an opening, he will take it. I just need to play smart and play well if I want to beat him.
두 선수 모두 커리어의 고점을 향해 나아갑니다. 자존심을 걸고 승부수를 던질 시간입니다.
Inspire sẽ được chứng kiến những gì tuyển thủ trẻ làm được.
Histo, I can show you what experience can bring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. The first phase of the bracket stage is over, and now, today, we eliminate 2 more teams as phase 2 begins. Later on today, G2 and T1 will square off, but first, it's the #1 seed from NA, Lion, going up against the #1 seed from the LCP in Team Secret Wales, and only one gets to continue their MSI run after this best of 5. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe, and I am hoping for an exciting one here.
I love the lower bracket, Flowers. Elimination matches have more excitement, more tension, more nervousness, bigger plays, big stakes. Excited to see them put everything out on that line right now.
The pressure is on for both teams. Win and you make it into the top 4 here at MSI. Lose and you go home thinking nothing of what could have been, what should have been, what might have been. And now we get to see what it comes down to. Both of these teams, we heard in the opening, the junglers looking at the game, looking at each other, how they're going to have to play head to head and be able to respond to the moves, because both of them are so important for these teams.
Yeah, the junglers definitely are such big components. Obviously inspired, a lot has been talked about his shot calling, as well as his individual performance with this team. And throughout the year, we have gotten so many comms listen-ins of that in action, and the team really growing together and finding that synergy. Meanwhile, Histo is the youngest player at the tournament and a star for this team. He creates so much action, especially early on. We'll see what he can get done here for Team Secret Wales. I thought that, especially in their upset over TES, they did a much better job of executing some things that they did a lot better regionally. You know, the synergy between Histo and D-Ray was really on display, and so D-Ray was able to get a lot more kills in skirmishes, you know, move around the map, especially his Rise game. But of course, the big story, and the one who stole the spotlight was Pun Flowers. We're gonna look at top lane counter picks.
Pun in the top lane, going up against Big Dokes from Lion. Dokla, domestically in North America, has been a player who's been one of our more creative top laners as well. But Pun has just showcased his ability to not care what the meta says, not care what everybody else is picking, and lock in his own secret sauce here so far with MSI.
Oh, already respect from Lion for that Rise that we were just talking about, that D-Ray had a much better game on. Got a lot of, you know, kills in these skirmishes and was able to play sides on the map. Definitely good, you know, ban here. Here's my theory, though, on the top lane and the top lane counter picks.
Okay, what do you got?
Because Pun does use a lot of very powerful counter picks. However, in North America, Dokla played a lot against Whippo, who used some very similar counter picks. Not all, but some of them. And Inspired as well, obviously playing with Whippo, and always is thinking about those matchups. So the hope and the theory for Lion is that they don't get super caught off guard here, and they are able to handle it. Themselves, as you mentioned, with Dokla, they also try to index a lot into counter picks themselves.
We'll have to see if that hyperbolic Whippo time chamber ends up paying dividends for Dokla. The bans are already done here in the first half with Rise, Poppy, and Vi banned out by Lion. Team Secret Wales removing the Cassiopeia, the Rumble, and the Ziggs, as it is Lion with first pick here in this first draft.
All right, so much up and available. Priority for bottom lane, actually, with both Karma and Ezreal available. The heavy poke lane, not easy to answer. This is a good blind, leaves you, you know, very, very defensive, especially like when Jarvan, all those types of things are still up really early on in Fearless. Your AD carry has a lot of options.
Yep. Response immediately coming out from Team Secret Wales, though. They want to lock in the
Pike nerfs were announced, by the way. Everybody's cheating here for Solo Q. Solo Q, he's getting some nerfs already.
Well, we do have the Nautilus locked in for that point and click to lock down the Ezreal, even if he does try to Arcane Shift away. Meanwhile, Histo going to pick up the Lee Sin nice and early for that flashy playmaking potential, that ability to take over the game early on.
Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous already. Lee Sin, okay, well, I wonder if they go like Lee Sin, Ahri, or Lee Sin, you know, some type of good kill mage for D-Ray so they can try and play on that synergy and play through some skirmishes. Interesting. They decided to go with the Alistar here into the Nautilus, having seen the Nautilus lock in for BA pretty early on here in response to Ezreal, so they want, you know, the better melee matchup here instead of going for the Karma poke lane. They want Isles on some primary engage. and something that's going to be able to survive, some of these scraps. We saw Isles on some more fragile champions, and he was not surviving.
No, he was definitely on the fragile side
Yes.
in that one. So him having that tankiness from the Unbreakable Will going to help a lot. Meanwhile, in the jungle, we're going to see Trundle locked in here for Inspired.
Ooh.
Trundle so strong as a duelist against champs like Lee Sin, but anytime you see Alistar locked in, Silas rises in
That's a
priority
good
so
ult.
much. Most people consider Alistar Silas's best ultimate to steal in the game. So if they lock that one in on Secret Whales, I wouldn't be surprised. But we still have a little bit of time left on the clock before they make their final selection. They're going to run it all the way down to 0. And yes, sir, it's going to be Silas locked in for the Whales.
So I was looking at, mid lane champs for D-Ray. They're going to pair well with Lee Sin. Well, Lee Sin Silas definitely can look for kill angles, Flowers. Both of them with so much mobility. So Saint is definitely going to have his work cut out for him in the mid lane. I will say, though, Saint's lane phase has been really good. Even being able to solo kill Knight. Just ignore the fact that his recall got interrupted and then, they ended up making him stay for the wave and killed him after.
Yeah.
But he's got a solo kill and has been, his mechanics has definitely been on point. So see what they put him, the trust in him on. Akali is still available. So they banned the LeBlanc, but he could go for the Akali matchup into the Silas.
And not just the Unbreakable Will on Alistar for the Silas to steal away. Trundle's Subjugate, remember, has an AP ratio on it. You will be deceptively tanky and do a lot more damage than the target might think with that stolen away too. So a couple of really solid options here for D-Ray to steal away. LeBlanc banned out. What's going to be the response here from Lion, the Yorick? Okay, it's time to play the pun game.
Yeah, pun game. Okay. I mean, you could throw some bans at him, but the champion pool goes very, very deep. Yorick ban, though, makes you immediately kind of think of like Jace and stuff like that for Dokul on the top side. I know people after his previous Jace performance, maybe not super excited by that, but we'll see if, what direction they end up going. Yorick ban here, just taking away some side lane options. And there's the Jace. Okay, so even with a little bit lackluster performance previously, they're not going to hold that against Big Dokes, and they're going to respect it and go for the ban. I like it.
All right. Remember, because Lion opted for first pick, it does mean that Secret Whales will be able to save Pun's pick for the very last choice of the entire draft. I do not expect them to save Red 5 for an 80 carry. That doesn't seem like the best way to a victory here.
Yeah. Usually you're like, there's 0.01% chance. Nah, that's actually 0.
Yeah, okay. We'll just turn it straight into a big old donut there as Gnar is the last ban here in the second half. So 3 out of 4 of those bans focused on the top lane with that LeBlanc being the one outlier. Let's see what Secret Whales wants to lock in beside their Nautilus. They know they're up against Ezreal and Alistar. They were hovering this Kai'Sa for a while earlier, and okay, they're going to lock that in for Eddie.
Yeah, they've got the dive comp set up here. Nautilus, Kai'Sa, the classic, and very good into Ezreal. I mean, we've seen it so many times throughout the history of League. Late game Kai'Sa, you can dive onto the Ezreal, look for the duel in the late game. You have so much mobility there to be able to answer. Plus, just fitting the comp perfectly as they already have Mega Dive. As you're expecting Silas to have the Alistar ult, that plus Nautilus getting in there. I have to say, the draft and the opener, Flowers, I feel like have been really good responses from Team Secret Whales. I am fairly nervous here for Lion. We do have the Trundle to try and melt Nautilus thus far, and then maybe answer whatever Pun is going to go into the top lane, but I doubt that Pun is going to pick a tank.
Well, earlier on in North America this year, we actually posed the question and got the answer from the stats team. Nautilus is the dyingest champion in pro play. In terms of deaths per game, this champion has the most, and it's not really close. Or total deaths, I believe it was. So we'll see how well they can respond to that. But Talia will be the final pick of this first draft here for Lions. Saint will pilot that.
All right, this is going to be a Pun classic. My old one trick to Volibear. Oh, and he locks it, baby! Okay, so the thing with Volibear is that Volibear gets a lot of value from shields and heals. So Trundle isn't as good against Volibear, even when Volibear goes full tank. Yeah. It's not like, it completely devastates him or something. So we'll see, because a lot of the survivability can be through that, effective health through the heals and shields instead, especially going with the Fimble Winter build, which we have been seeing from Pun. But man, he just looked like an absolute juggernaut. making me think maybe I should bring him back out, pick him back up in the jungle. So let's get into it. Team Secret Wales, honestly, Flowers, I gotta say, in the first game here, I feel like they have a lot of options. Lion, though, they do have some protection. You know, the Talia rocks as well as Ezreal being very mobile. Maybe they can keep their carries safe. Maybe.
Maybe, but I think that Team Secret Wales, they want long, scrappy, messy fights. When you have Silas being able to use the Kingslayer to constantly heal himself, when you have Pun, like you said, you're constantly getting shields, you're constantly getting heals. The longer the fight goes, the messier it is, the better off the solo laners on Team Secret Wales are going to be. So for Lion, if they want to win this one, I'm looking for clean picks, I'm looking for fast disengages, and for the Wales, I'm looking for the exact opposite.
All right, game number 1, elimination. Your life at MSI is on the line.
I'm ready for this, man. I'm so excited. Game number 1, we're out onto the Rift. Let's see if we get anything exciting, anything out of the ordinary. Speaking of out of the ordinary, immediately one thing I'm noticing, Berserker taking exhaust on the Ezreal. Most often we see Ezreals go for the teleport, but this time around he wants to make sure that whoever's diving on him can't one-shot him.
Yeah, it's probably for those duels versus Kai'Sa later, and then as you mentioned, everybody else is going to be diving towards him too, so you could possibly throw that on a Sylas as well. Or even Lee Sin as far as see how fed his toe gets. But yeah, definitely going to have multiple good options to be able to use that exhaust on with a lot of this dive from TSW. And D-Ray does get his first trade there with the chains going through.
Okay, D-Ray, also one of the players on Team Secret Wales that has come under the most criticism from fans watching the team. He's the one that I think everybody's looking to really step up and improve his performances the most. You talked about Saint having a good series when they played against BLG, able to find things like the solo kill on tonight. Even though Lion did get swept in that series, it was a much better look than what we saw from them in their win against Furia, which were really messy types of games. And I feel like Saint is also a player that can have high highs and low lows. So I feel like mid lane is a really volatile head-to-head here in this one. And you can see right now on the left side of your screen, this is NA versus Vietnam all-time head-to-head, significantly favoring North America, but some of the most critical matches. First ever match between regions, it was Dignitas losing that one in a best-of-1 at Worlds 2012. Then at MSI 2017, TSM had to come back in a full best-of-5 against GAM, and then last time at Worlds 23, GAM knocked Team Liquid out of the Swiss stage. So punches traded back and forth between the two regions over a very long history.
Yeah, and his toe is also a good Nocturne, so we'll keep that Vietnamese Nocturne in mind. All those old matches just reminded me of so many key moments, but we'll keep track in this long series. Starting out, Pun doing a good job with the Volley Bear into his matchup up there versus Big Dokes. Did get the push, but bottom side, Isles and Berserker getting a little push of their own and some harassment under tower. Meanwhile, both junglers are going to end up down on this side, so we'll see how Inspired is able to use that. And Histo probably just, cross over. Actually, they've got Sylas moving in, so Histo and Deer are going to be able to get that bottom side Scuttle Crab because of the mid lane priority as Saint now teleports back. So Inspired could just recall and go for the cross map up top side.
Exactly. You could see that's what Inspired is thinking. As soon as he finished the Krug, he didn't even bother moving towards that bottom side river. He immediately channels his recall, thinking they're going to be going for the bot side crab. Instead of contesting it, he finds the faster purchase. He makes his way into the top side, makes sure it's a 1-for-1 crab trade. And since both junglers started top, clearing towards bottom, he'll be right there when his Grand Prix spawns.
Meanwhile, BA's gotten a recall off. So BA with the Nautilus did, get his recall off as they were getting harassed pretty heavily. And so he comes back with a Ruby Crystal, but the lane control and the build up there for Berserker and Isles is going to afford them some extra safety as they push in and they wait for Inspired's second re-clear back down to that bottom side. With both junglers starting up on the top sides, could be a while before they get here. The exhaust used.
A lot of damage there onto Eddie as he does get stunned up. Pops the barrier here with the last second. Gonna need one more auto attack. First blood of the Berserker, 2v2.
Let's see the beginning of that. I want to see the beginning of it because we're going to have another one, Flowers.
Yep, hold on. Saint's now in some danger, trying to flash away nice and early, but the Abduct has already found the target. Saint's still trying to escape, but there's no way home. His toe ties the game up 1-1.
And there's that synergy between his toe and Dire. We were talking about. The setup from a Silas, it's so easy, Flowers. They jump on him in lane. Saint tries to flash early, but his toe saves everything and they can easily follow. Here's the beginning of the 2v2 on bottom side though. So BA comes back, BA comes back, he does have the extra Ruby Crystal, but they see the perfect angle onto Eddie there. Alice just goes in with the full combo and they drop the exhaust, it's enough. Berserker stacks up his lethal tempo and they have enough damage to finish him through the barrier. Nice slow from the exhaust, kept him in range for Alistar, be able to get off the auto for the stun too, by the way. And there you go, even with Saint being able to get the flip back. The extra mobility with Lee Sin and Silas, nicely done.
So, it didn't cost D-Ray his flash in the mid lane, because it did cost Saint, but it also was his toe using his flash to follow. Pun low HP up here in the top side. Doka looking for a little bit more damage, but Pun critically hitting level 6 right when he needed it. Make sure that he's not under any lethal threat. The last thing I want to point out about that previous 2v2, Isles didn't use flash. He was able to catch up to Eddie for the trample stun with just the heal move speed increase, so there's still playmaking potential in the bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely options there. Meanwhile, Dokes is going to have ultimate advantage. Yes, Pun pushing is going to be able to hit his ult and be able to not die up there, but now Dokla will have the ult advantage for the all-in for Renekton versus Volibear, and he definitely could be in a position to try and punish. We'll see, though, after the next recall, what he's going to be able to go back to lane with, and it is going to be junglers back to that top side of the map for their next re-clears as well, so they could get into the mix, and those junglers are very close to level 6. His toe just needs the crab, but Inspired's bottom lane is here, so they can secure it for him. And it should look at a play towards Dragon too. His toe still sticking around, but Inspired's got that crab guaranteed, so he gets his ult.
Yep, level 6 available on the Trundle. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, the same story so far continues being told as Berserker and Isles have control over the push. It's Eddie and BA having to respect them as more waves crash into the turret. First plate already taken now by Berserker, who's up to about a 900 individual gold lead.
Yeah, Berserker by himself until, buy some time for Alistar to get some roams off. Maybe they can protect Saint a little bit in the mid lane while he's waiting for his flash to come back up. Because while you don't have flash and the enemy Lee Sin has ultimate, and like you said, D-Ray still has his flash on Silas, there's a lot of playmaking for Team Secret Wells. So Saint, for the next little while, he knows he has to play fairly cautiously in the mid lane. Respect it while he does not have his own flash.
All right, Pun heading back up towards his own lane here, and he's got his toe right behind him. They know they have the control ward and the pixel brush. Dokla's going to walk right in. His toe waiting, hits him with the Sonic Wave, resonating strike, ready to follow up. Dokla takes a chunk of damage, but not under any immediate threat. Doesn't pop the Dominus, doesn't use the flash, he's fine.
I thought they were actually going to go for a bigger play because Silas was roaming up Flowers as well. You could see on the minimap there, D-Ray had taken a moment to roam from mid lane. But Dokla was playing it fairly safe. He saw Pun moving a little bit towards him, so he had an inkling of idea. They could be in the brush, and it's just going to be a little bit of damage exchange. They don't fully commit to the roam up to the top side, and Dragon is still on the map, so with them showing their Lee Sin for a little bit.
Ooh, flash out from Isles there. I like what Team Secret Wales is doing, looking for these opportunities to maybe find a pick, and they get a free flash out of the enemy support.
Okay, so Inspire's going to cross map. He's going for grubs up here. Does not want to far. Oh.
Ooh, okay, now hold on. Dokla's already popped the Dominus. Trying to trade aggressively into Pun, who hits him right back with a Stormbringer, and Pun takes a big old bite out of Dokla there. Winning out in the trade, flashing forward for the stun. Dokla solo killed up here on the top side. Now Inspired and Saint looking to get something back. Pun hanging on for now. He should fall here, about to get another heal, but no, Saint takes him down. Dokla thought he was baiting for his team, but he underestimated Pun on the volley bear.
You gotta have a little bit more respect for the bear. The timing difference there. Even though Pun goes down, still got his kill before doing so, and the trade is complete. Dragon for the grubs on the other side of the map. Talia wall also kind of used here, so here we go, ult for ult, as Pun's ult does come back up off cooldown before Dokla had an opportunity to try and win that window, but he has to flash the E damage, he knows, but even with flashing the E damage from Dokla, still enough with the W mark already on him. Pun could finish it with just that base damage there, so nicely done from Pun to get the kill. However, the assisted kill for the side of Lion, worth a little bit more gold because you get that extra 50% for your team. And moving up, they did put the money into Saint's pockets here, the Talia. So we'll see if that is going to be meaningful for him. Fortunately, he didn't have his Dark Seal at the time, so didn't have the stack.
Yeah, you always wish you could get the extra little bit of bonus out of that one, but we also did have the even neutral objective trade. Chemtech Drake going over to Team Secret Whales since his toe saw the enemy team up on the top side of the map. Inspired after the play, immediately goes and picks up all 3 grubs for Lion. And honestly, the gold difference this game is pretty much just the bottom lane.
Which now,
now hold on. Eddie and BA might be able to catch up as Dokla once again could get punished here. Down to 100 HP. Killer Instinct coming in from Eddie. And Team Secret Whales punish Dokla, who's once again off to a rough start.
Yeah, Dokla trying to slice early, and BA just predicts it. Nicely done from the Nautilus there. To lock up a kill for your Kai'Sa Flowers is critical for this comp. We were just about to touch on, Berserker being able to nurse his lead, but that cuts it down a decent amount, getting Kai'Sa into a very good spot and critically denying a lot of extra minions to Dokla. So he's going to drop a lot of minions into the dirt at that tower, and the Kai'Sa going to be funded here a little bit extra.
And, looking back at the previous 2 series that Lion has played, Dokla has had a bit of a struggle, and it's because of some plays like this, just not fully respecting his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it is in a bit bad spot for him, but still, it was eventually going to push towards him anyway, and not respecting the Nautilus roam. Really nice hook here from BA. Expecting it, and they know that he has no flash because they just traded their flashes in that top lane skirmish that we saw. So nicely done there from TSW.
Ooh, and now they're looking to run it back again. Eddie on Kai'Sa in 2026, undefeated with a 10 KDA. As
no help is coming for Dokla.
Those numbers might go a little bit higher here. Dokla's trying to clear out the wave so that at least he can try to seek the protection of the turret, but no, sir, there's no way home. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane, they're looking to do the same thing to Pun on the Lion side. Berserker grabs the kill, so both top laners going to be the punching bags for the other team.
Yeah, and both AD carries being able to get these kills as well. Ezreal is at the training force spike here for Berserker, so is quite nice, and they are going to be able to use the extra damage. They'll get first tower bonus in addition to trading the kills here for Lion. So again, trading up still for Lion, even though Dokla has just been in a world of pain. Berserker is going to benefit again, and they're going to increase that lead further.
And this is something that we saw a lot in the series versus BLG. The Tristana game, it was Berserker who was very far ahead individually, right? The third game, it's also Berserker very far ahead individually. He's able to build these leads for himself, but he's got to be able to step up and carry once he's got the resources.
Yeah, and he's going to have to, find Kai'Sa with the exhaust, I think. The on-hit Kai'Sa here, getting a lot of money on the other side too, is going to be a question mark. So we'll see about the next move as the tower, unanswered on bottom side, does leave Lion with some more options for their setup for this dragon. It's a minute and 10 ahead of time, and Isles is trying to get that first line of vision to set up for it, to see the enemy approach, and they can push out. Lion definitely are going to be in a decent spot here for this Drake because they have their Trinity forces for both him and Inspired, and they should be able to set up. Let's see about TSW, though. They're so good at their snap engages, and Talia hovering for a roam on bottom side at the moment. More of a cover play, though, as they decide to swap the lanes.
Isles is going towards the top side right now. He also just completed his Locket of the Iron Solar. You can see BA now completing that purchase for himself, so both the supports remaining at parity here. You can see at the top part of the screen right now, quests completed for everybody except the supports and Dokla, so a little bit behind for the Crocodile here on the Lion side, as the Dragon is about 15 seconds away from spawning, and Team Secret Whales are trying to clear out the mid lane. His toe first in the bottom side river.
I don't know, with Berserker not having his exhaust cooldown, it's fairly short left on the cooldown.
Ooh, his toe trying to go in and maybe find an angle here onto Isles, but Isles immediately responds with a pulverize and a headbutt back away.
Yeah, I think they just keep Dokla top lane. I mean, he's not moving at all, so yeah, without a couple more seconds on the exhaust cooldown and Dokla not being in a good spot, just give this one up. Lion, they never want to fight anything that they feel like is remotely disadvantageous to them as far as a fight, especially for an early dragon. So going to give up number 2 here. just allows Dokla to push out one more lane topside, and we could see if any of those minions on topside end up going into the turret if there was a cannon up there, but the dragon given up, and it is a cannon, so it's actually only a couple of melees going to go down there. Still allows Dokla to get those Black Cleaver flowers, and Lion going to look to fight Dragon number 3. I mean, generally, this is the big one, the turning point that most of the teams, even when they're investing in cross-map plays early on and are looking for the extra gold and giving up the first 2 dragons, number 3 is the turning point.
Yep, and Lion, you already said it, domestically, this is a team that is fine playing very slowly. They do not want to take a fight if they feel like they don't really have a shot until they kind of have that pressure on them where they have to. Dokla still working towards that quest. Isles still working towards the quest while Team Secret Whales already has all 5 locked in. The Rift Herald's going to be started now by the Whales, and they have everybody up here. Dokla's on the bottom side of the map just trying to catch up further in terms of gold. And it looks like once more, Kobe, the call from Lion is going to be, okay, surrender the objective, play for gold, take waves, play in side lanes instead. And that's the call, as Berserker also going to continue using the extra pushing power of the Grubs to take some plates here in mid.
Yeah, I mean, the value there is actually good for Lion. They got a lot of turret plate money. They got some off of mid as well as bottom. I think that was 3 at least. And so that's kind of the value of when Rift Herald does hit a turret as well. So fairly close there. Of course, the extra value of Rift Herald is also with Combat Rift Herald, the favorite Rift Herald. So we'll see if the Rift Herald does get used in Dragon fight number 3, because the value of a Combat Rift Herald can just have so many crazy plays with being able to save somebody or being able to use it as an initiation tool.
The battle Uber. You're driving straight into the thick of it.
You call the Uber and you get a tank. D-Ray, though.
D-Ray's trying to get away. Stopped by the pillar. Has to flash away to survive. And that means that Lion can now continue overloading this topside tier 2 turret, using the Void Grubs to force this one down. True Shot Barrage fired into the mid lane to clear out the wave, try to prevent Team Secret Whales from getting anything in return. But here's that Herald summoned up, just going to be used to take the tier 1 turret, recognizing they can't allow Lion to get these structures for free.
They're actually coming in trap too. Look at the roam down from Lion. They're going to see if anyone from TSW was going to stick around for the end of the turret. But good call from TSW. They don't tunnel vision. They're not going to stick around. Most of the value of taking turrets now, I still see so many people yet to adapt to the fact that a lot of the gold is in the turret plates already. Yeah. You don't have to stick around for the very end of a turret as much as you used to do before this season, and so they don't allow themselves to get caught in a bad position there, any sort of greed, because everything is for this next dragon. And that's why I like the play from Lion. Even though they gave up 2 lanes to be able to make that overload play on top side, send everybody up to 1 lane, they got a flash out of the Silas flowers, and this Silas could be terrifying as BA.
Yeah, BA exhausted now. Isles trying to catch up, gets the stun, but BA has already buffered through it. Saint coming in here with the Weaver's Wall. Histo with a beautiful Dragon's Rage, hits 3, but it's not enough just yet. Saint's about to die, and BA's already been killed. Pun into the middle of everybody, but it's 4 from Lion, looking to burn him down. Pun will fall, Histo's gonna follow. Lion just murdered 3 for 1, and Isles might be looking for a little bit more. D-Ray gets away with the abscond abduct, but Lion won the fight.
Lion, no hesitation. They see this Nautilus flowers, as you said, the most dying champion of all time in professional League of Legends. They see him and they don't hesitate. They even use an exhaust on him. They don't want to save it for the fight. They need the pick, the value of starting that fight when TSW are not ready for it. And you could tell TSW trying to react. They were desynced. Histo jumps out as Pun jumps in, and Lion are rewarded for not hesitating, jumping on this opportunity, because in comes Saint. He gets the flip back. They force it, and then Histo, he jumps out. Look at Pun. He's going to jump in, so now Histo's kind of watching from the other side as his bottom lane there just gets absolutely wrecked. Eddie got knocked up with a double knockup there for Miles as well, and Dokla is there in time. So the preparation flowers, a lot of the time, it's the best laid plan, the preparation going into it, looking for the play before the actual objective is even on the map, well before it's even on the map, and Lion heavily rewarded for that. You will say, okay, now there's no, exhaust for this team fight, but look at the flashes all on the side of TSW. They're all down.
but it is now a 3,500 gold lead for Lion. Although this could be a big problem if Isles gets caught and killed here, trying to turn something around with enough time. The Unbreakable Will keeps him alive. Lion's coming in. Saint has already arrived. Histo looking to go into the back line, finds the pressure on a Berserker, wants to take him out. Histo goes over the wall, but Inspired's ready to follow him. Joker looking to hold everybody off. He dies. BA barely survives. Now Saint's got a flashback over the wall, trying to stay alive himself. They're ready to follow with a killer instinct. It's a double kill back over to Eddie. Team Secret Wales are bloodthirsty. Eddie's still fighting. Inspired falls. Berserker and Isles are on the run, and Team Secret Wales 3 for 1.
And they fight their way out of it, Flowers. No flashes, don't care. They just see Isles and they do the same thing. They jump on the Lion support. Full send from TSW is going to get them to Dragon Soul point. Oh my goodness. So Isles there is trying to do the vision setup. Look at the rest of the team from Lion. This time they were the ones that were too far away. TSW pumping all 4 members into Isles, even with the Alistar ultimate. Histo's like, you know what, I'm full sending. Look at the other side of the fight though. As they're trying to kite back and kill Histo, Dokla gets murdered, and then Saint was still there, positioning against the wall, and here comes the full send. Even with Eddie dive bombing in and getting shoved after his ulti, they're not able to take him down. Inspired by himself, not enough damage there, as the rest of Lion had already been pushed out. Every time on Dragon, it's just not even a full second. It's like half of a second lead time on starting these fights out, with 4 members pumping damage while the rest of the enemy team is still coming over to the objective or to the ward. It's just a story of 2 supports a little bit ahead of their teams, and the second time around the rewards are much bigger because TSW got the Drake.
Yep, that's the big difference. Both times it's a 3 for 1. Both times it starts with the support, but the prize goes to Team Secret Wales. And now with Soul Point, that is a demand of Lion. Every single Dragon going forward, they have to be able to answer.
Yeah, because, you know, gold is one thing, but Dragon Soul is much, much more than 2,000 gold. And TSW set up very nicely. I mean, they've got the Rage Blade already had on Kaisa. Lots of, 2-item power spikes coming through on the table. And so now we're all just going to be looking for this Dragon Soul fight, Flowers.
Oh, yeah, it is so close. Yeah, you've got your 2,000 gold lead for Lion, but the 3 Drakes on Team Secret Wales are going to give you enough stats to make that feel, even if not slightly favored, towards Team Secret Wales. So this is just going to come down to execution. It's going to come down to coordination. It's going to come down to who plans it better, to who can get the drop on the other side, because these last 2 fights have showed me both teams are capable of doing just that. You can see here in your Coinbase gold grind, yeah, it's a 200 gold lead for Dokla, but pun on that volley bear, you've got to keep track of him. You've got to manage him, because if you let him have those long extended fights, especially with Fimbulwinter and Unending Despair, that's not what you want to have to deal with. It's more shields and more heals.
Yeah, and if we go back to Champion Select, and we were talking about how worried we are about this Sylas with a possible Alistar ultimate to steal, which he did steal in the previous one. Now they're actually just going to start up Baron. Dokla's recalling right now. He does have teleport, but they're so late. It's at 6K and dropping very quickly.
Saint rides the Weaver's wall in. BA and Pun on the front line. It's stolen away by Saint. He steals Baron, and Pun has to try to get away defensively. BA's going to be killed at the very start. Lion looking for more now. BA down, Pun low, his toe low. How in the hell did Saint take that away? Rocks!
Saint is able to steal it. Are you kidding me? This game is madness. How does he actually thread the volley and get this Baron? I gotta see that again, Flowers. Maybe it was a seismic shove or something, but he rides the wall. He gets in there. I was like, well, there's no way Inspired gets there in time, but it didn't matter because Saint did. He rides it in. What's he gonna be able to? Even Nautilus they're all keeping him out. Yeah, and he puts down the E combo there from Saint. It's enough to get it. This game is actual madness, Flowers.
Yeah, this is craziness. And Pun even barely surviving there. And you can see Saint's got to be happy with that one.
Holy.
Okay, so now we've got less than 90 seconds until the Drake spawns, and we've got about 2 minutes here on the Red Bull Baron power play that's already over plus 2,000 gold. So Lion have the tools in their kit, have the buffs on their champions to run the rift all the way until that dragon spawns. For Team Secret Whales, I feel like what you're looking for, try to find a pick on somebody, make it a 5v4 game. That's how you can get back out onto the map. Otherwise, Lion just have so much control right now.
Yeah, and it's only 54 seconds ahead of the Drake. So the key thing here is pushing bottom as well as mid lane, full vision coverage leading up to the Dragon Soul fight so that you can have a better chance of responding to the dive from TSW. This very dive-heavy composition that they've drafted for themselves, they're going to have to be face-checking, and it's so much better for Lion when you're running Trundle, Alistar, Talia. These champions are so much better at kind of receiving fights than they are at starting out the fights themselves. So the change of approach in this battlefield is going to be critical. And TSW, they look like they're not even going to take that risky approach. We'll just go cross-map, we'll just play up here. And Lion actually doing a similar thing and defending it.
Yep, Lion trying to protect that top side turret. And you say Lion's comp is better at playing when someone has to engage into them. I fully agree. And even more so when Saint now has his Seeker's arm guard. If they try to make a move on this hero Talia in this game, tied with Inspired there for the highest individual gold lead right now. Nearly a 4,000 team gold lead for Lion, and they will take that Drake. Like you said, no contest. It's no Infernal Soul at 25 minutes here for Team Secret Whales. Pun should be able to get this tier 1 turret on the top side finally, but D-Ray forced to run again from the pillar. His toe wants to finish his Wolves, but it may have been a fatal mistake. He has to flash over the wall to stay alive.
Ooh, Doklo wanted the flash combo here with Saint, so he flashes for the stun, but they didn't quite have the full distance there necessary for the seismic shove immediately after the stun. And so he does have time to flash out. His toe will live this one.
Flash for Flash, top laner for the jungler. Honestly, both of those flashes pretty critical for these two champions to perform in the team fights, right? Lee Sin and Renekton both need those flashes later on as the game approaches the late game state to make big impacts in the team fights. So with both those down on the same timer, we'll see how much the teams want to fight. Baron not on the map for another 2.5 minutes. Dragon still 4 minutes away, so there's nothing demanding attention from either side just yet.
Yeah, and Dokla, I mean, you kind of have backup as Renekton. You can try and play Peel since the enemy team is so heavy dive. But his toe, flash with a Lee Sin, that is the biggest playmaking tool available to you as well. So still think, even though it is a close trade, and we're going to see an attempt on the side lane.
Yep. Inspired Isles and Saint coming in. His toe's your target yet again. Tries to get away to the unraveled earth. His toe finally falls. Saint throws another rock as Plun tries to make his way into the fight now with the Sky Splitter jumps onto Saint. But there's that Seeker's arm guard I was talking about. D-Ray with the stolen Unbreakable Will staying alive here in the middle for now. Saint finally dies, but Team Secret Whales is on the run. BA's going to be your next target. Massive engage coming out from Isles. 3-man knockoff, and Inspired isn't done. He chases after Eddie and takes a big old bite of the Secret Whales AD carry. D-Ray barely gets away, but Eddie's going to be buried under the Infernal Shards that explode from his corpse. Lion have found their way into the enemy base with a 4v1 push. D-Ray stands alone, and he has to try to make a miracle defense here. He steals away the Trundle ulti, but the first Nexus turret has already been killed. Dokla charges forward. He wants the Ruthless Predator, and he's found it. D-Ray staying alive with a Kingslayer, and Lion will still continue trying to force down these Nexus turrets. His toe is respawned, but he is the only one. BA now back alive. Lion very low in the health bar. Isles jumps in for the headbutt pulverized combo here into his toe. Saint ready to rejoin the fight now with the teleports. Everybody on Team Secret Whales trying to respawn. Hey, trying to get this going. They're going after the Nexus. Lion take game 1.
Woo! Well done, Flowers! The marathon end call there for Lion's first victory. What a performance!
Lion showing us how it's done here in the first one. Desk, break it all down for us.
They're not letting NA down today. Also, Captain Flowers, wow, you had to go for a long time on that final fight.
He has insane long.
It's crazy. Amazing to listen to, and I'm assuming amazing to watch from my LCS representatives here on the desk. Withstanding even that middle game fight, and just overall a sovereign win for Lion.
I mean, a very familiar looking game for Lion. they give a lot of Drakes in the LCS, and there's a lot of games where it's pretty even, and they win the majority of those games. Now, the fact that this is the LCS representative at an international event made me very nervous, but it's good that they seem to not be affected by that pressure. That's a couple of wins they've had now in games like this against Furia, and now against the Whales.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, and I mean, it did get scary for that one mid-game team fight, right? Because that is where I was like, okay, this is Wales' strength, and it's something that Lion are going to have to watch out for going forward, not getting caught up in that kind of stuff and continuing to play the map and use that pressure instead.
But luckily, because Lion won,
yes,
we can go to right before that team fight and pretend that that team fight never happened. And every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Saint walls off TSW and secures the triple. Look, when we look at this play, when we talk about kind of the synergy and the execution here, this is why you don't have to be nervous around these third Drakes. Because if we bring the clip up now, you can see the setup is there for Lion. 1, 2, they'll give it away for free. This third one, they know that they have to fight for. So again, keep your eyes on BA. I want you to watch how this initially looks like it might be just a quick pick, but as we roll out the clip, you can see some panning. And it starts to play. Nice.
There you go.
So as BA comes around the corner, Isles is kicking this off. Exhaust going to be used here. But after the flash comes out, there's a momentary back off. They're not sure if this is the fight that they want, but then crucially, they notice the angle here. If you look in the bottom corner of your screen, you can see the Taliyah coming up. They have the Weaver's Wall. They see the potential choke point, and they know that even if this just turns into a single kill, it is enough to set them up favorably for the following fight. And the good news for them is it is not just a single kill. So as we play out the rest of the fight, keep your eyes on the incredible combo here. Histo does his best to stop this from happening, but because the Unraveled Earth is already down, the counterpunch for Team Secret Whales just really isn't effective. Losing a member right off the bat just means that as strong as their team is, as good as it could have been, if Silas was here earlier, he was not. So that small window of opportunity, very well capitalized on, punished, and it really set up Lion for success.
And I think moments like that are also why Lion's so okay giving away Drakes, because if there's a fight that they think they could lose, they generally don't want to take it. And pretty much all you need to do to know if Lion wants to have the fight is count the champions that are in the frame. If they have a numbers advantage, they want it. If they don't have a numbers advantage, they usually do not want that fight.
Yeah, as someone who isn't as familiar with Lion, of course, I knew that they sometimes like to take it slow and make sure they get the gold up before fighting for those objectives before they're ready. But I was a little scared. I was like, what if they get wiped? But the thing is, they kind of did, and they still were up in gold. They still had control. So I think that's a very, very good sign. And then, of course, there was a Baron.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not beat around the bush. This was why they won the game. Like, it was really fluky. So this is why they won the game in 29 minutes. I think it would have gone to 40 minutes if this didn't happen. I mean, the jungler isn't even there. Saint just flies in on Taliyah. I thought for a second maybe he put the rocks down, which interrupted his toes Q. But no, his toe... No, like his toe just doesn't smite it properly. He leaves it at 400 health, and Saint's able to get the free combo. He had the biggest grin on his face after this steal, because this to me was actually the game-turning play. That would have been Baron 2 TSW plus 3 Drakes to 0.
Yeah, that sets up for the 4th Drake, and while the gold difference, they probably could have survived. Baron, we've said it a million times, not as strong as it used to be. That soul would have made this game so much more difficult. That Silas Alistair that so many people were probably tunneling on in the draft would have been a lot bigger problem if the game had gone longer. But instead, we get to look at this beautiful graph where you can see Berserker just free fires in every team fight. They get the Baron, and they close it out looking like nothing was ever wrong.
Yeah, and it started really well early for Berserker, right? Like, Isles looked so much more comfortable on this. Alistar had a much better performance than we've seen from him recently. And Berserker is just playing so well right now. I loved their 2v2 kills down on bot side, and it was actually really huge for a lot of these map trades where Berserker or Dokla would just be getting plates by pressuring turrets while they were seeding objectives like Herald or Drake.
I do want to harken back to something that was said in the pre-show about Saint, how he was going to show up.
Absolutely. So we knew that Inspired and Berserker are the reliable members of Lion, and you never really know what you're going to get from the rest of them. And Saint, I think, has the biggest variance, because on any day, I said during the pre-show, he's either Faker or Palafox. I think that's disrespectful to Palafox. He did, after all, sweep G2, kind of kicked him out of Worlds a couple years ago. So we picked a more appropriate representative. It's like a Faker to K-Droll and I feel like he was
another person
slightly
catching
more
strays.
Faker than Kadriel this game. He's not Faker at the moment, but I'm still going to take this level in this series against Team Secret.
Yeah,
like
I'll
a
take it.
game-winning steal.
He had the little clutch
steal,
factor
like,
in
pushing
there.
him forward?
So it's definitely pushing him a little bit forward today.
All right.
And I will say the best green flag for Lion, concerning for future series, good for this series, is they died in the early game. Doak looked a little messy in the early game, but it just didn't matter. They were clutching the fights to count. The end is all that matters. We can ignore all of the little messy bits in the early game because it really all came together in the end.
Didn't happen.
Also, since it's Fearless, Eddie's Kaisa is gone. This is his first defeat on it in this entire year, I believe. And then also Pun's Volibear is gone.
Yeah.
So,
don't worry, Pun has a lot more. Don't you
He
worry
does.
about Pun. Don't you worry. We'll be right back with game 2.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Gen 2! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026 here on the first day of Stage 2 of the brackets. It's a double elimination day, and in our first best of 5, it's Lion who took the first game after some spicy plays.
Yeah, some spicy plays, all right. The objective, steals, smites are a huge topic. I mean, because on this stage, one of the biggest factors is the amplified pressure on teams, and especially young teams. We said it at the beginning of game number 1, but Histo is the youngest player at this tournament. He's still only 18 years old. And so, I've been there too. I do a lot of early smites, panic smiting, all the junglers.
I've had a couple of those myself.
It's the most, okay, he's not the youngest person at the tournament though, because we just saw a baby in the audience.
Okay, the baby is younger than Histo.
So
Histo's in the top 3 for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to the baby in the audience. I'm sure a big fan. Regardless, though, I mean, the pressure is the biggest thing, and so and that's the biggest pressure moment for junglers is always like smiting Barons and smiting Elders or smiting Dragon Souls. Exactly. It's one of the both exciting and nerve-wracking things about the role is that so much pressure is on you in one of these small moments. It's just like one click and a piece of timing there. You have to stay calm in these situations. Saint wasn't even really like, oh yeah, I'm gonna steal this or whatever. You just throw out your abilities, and if you get it, you get it.
Yup.
So we'll look at game number 2 though here, how you can reset on this big stage with all of this pressure, as the bans are coming very quickly. And I do like following up this one now with the Akali ban as well to take this away from Team Secret Worlds, from D-Ray. It is one of the most banned champions against him.
Okay, we've got the Ryze, the Akali, and the Vi banned out by Lion. We've got the Casio, the Rumble, and the Nocturne banned out by Team Secret Wales. Once again, here in this game, Team Secret Wales has opted for last pick. They want that final counter pick. I'm guessing it's going to be for Pun. I would probably say that that's their best shot. Obviously, the Volibear had some scary moments in game number 1, but it was not enough to secure Team Secret Wales the win. So with first pick, let's see what Lion wants to go for. Again, it's only game 2 of Fearless. Yeah, there's some of the stuff off the table, but there's still so many power picks left, and Varus is going to be the choice here for Lion. Remember, this is a flex pick. Even though top lane Varus has been nerfed, it is still something that Dokla has played many times.
Yeah, definitely very much a flex pick, alive and well, despite the many attempts at killing it from the balance team.
The rumors of Varus' demise have been greatly exaggerated.
Yes, all right. So some hovers there. Pun was like, oh yeah? Well, guess what? I have last pick, so let me look at this, York here that I could possibly pick into it or something. We'll see as they get later, and they are going to save it for him. But the Xin super early on, I like this because Trundle is already out and Lee Sin is already out due to Fearless. So definitely a very good pick. I mean, Inspired is, the type of guy, he could go with the Kha'Zix or something like that, but I don't think they need to get that spicy this early on, especially since they did win the first game. So we'll take a look, and they just go for it. Focus on the wave strategy. Sivir into Varus is a classic here. Your spell shield, always easily very effective, as well as the wave pushing and farming.
Exactly. If Varus wants to do a snap piercing arrow, sure, but if he wants to charge it for the good damage, it's very easy to block with the spell shield. So now Lion, how do they want to respond here? Do they want to prioritize that jungler, seeing it already locked in for Team Secret Wales? There's 2 out of those 6 first bans used in the jungle pool already. They want to go ahead and secure the victor for Saint first and foremost.
So I will say, they're like, all right, we already, see that you're not going to steal Jarvan or anything because you have Xin. So I'm happy to pick more low mobility carries.
Yeah.
But what about Pun? What about top lane? Top lane definitely, Pun plays a lot of champs that can punish low mobility carries later on into the game. Yeah, unintended, but he does play a lot of things that in team fights will be looking directly, whether it's a top lane, Varus, or bot lane at the back line there. So we'll see if they can punish it, because they do have On the Hunt from Sivir to allow some more dive from themselves. So TSW very well could go for more of that, but they expected the Orianna because they left it up here. Yeah, they actually weren't even keeping track. We weren't even keeping track of the Orianna still being up, but they wanted the Victor anyways, and they took it first, and then preemptively took the Jarvan, assuming TSW are going to go with the Orianna, which has been such a highly prized champion.
And generally when Orianna gets picked, if you don't already have your mid laner, you see things like Akali picked into it, things that can provide that side lane pressure since Orianna is typically vulnerable there later on in the game. But up against Victor, it's just control mage versus control mage. But I will say, this is two utterly immobile carries on the side of Team Secret Whales up against Cataclysm. Definitely some playmaking potential there for Inspire.
Yeah, definitely agree. And he has been quite good on the Jarvan previously. Inspired's Jarvan is not just about punishing low mobility carries. He has done a lot of invading and gets very creative. When he has this champion, he changes the way he plays pretty significantly. And the team puts a lot of effort, especially into level 1s, getting information on the enemy jungle so they can seal away camps or go for invades and punish especially towards bottom lane. So we'll see about the early stages. The Astra respect here to Dokla's top lane Varus, possibilities, and Lion keeping that one a flex pick is paid, as is the answer with the earlier aforementioned hover onto the Yorick that they were already kind of trying to get in their heads, and Dare may be like, yeah, I could do this counter pick.
Yep, we've got that Jace banned away too. Just like in game number 1, as soon as the Whales see Lion ban out Yorick, they ban out the Jace in response. One more ban to go here for Lion before we get into the second half of the draft. I'm still very curious where this Varus is going to end up. Obviously, we're going to learn that here very soon. The Olaf banned away, so again, it's a double ban towards Pun.
Yeah, and Olaf is very, very scary for a lot of those matchups, so definitely well worth the respect. Let's see what they do decide to round it out with. So I'm going to go for some engage for BA. We've talked a lot about his support Skarner, but we have yet to see it here at MSI, even though he did use it very heavily in playoffs. Here you go, something that can punish those low mobility carries, Flowers. The Bard still up and available. Good pairing, and it's always good into the Victor and the Varus to try and get their flashes.
And you saw right there when it was locked in, 8-3 so far at the event, has been a very powerful pick throughout MSI thus far. And now, what is the response here for the Lions side? The Camille being hovered, this one I think is going to cause a little bit of a scare for NA fans. Isles' Camille performance has not been impressive so far in the tournament, but Lion is going to lock it in, say, all right, we've got faith that Isles can make the plays on this.
You know what? I'm going to default to trust again, all right?
Okay.
His Pyke game was also really, really scary. Like, I feel like just the fact that Keria exists, Keria is just like making all the supports play these things that have very high skill ceilings and can be difficult to pull off. But you know what? They're confident in him, so they're going to put the trust back in him to go on the Camille. And Camille, Jarvan, and Gnar, that is plenty of stuff to try and pressure Orianna and Sivir. So, it does make sense as long as they can actually execute on the champions. And of course, remember why Camille, one of the biggest times that it came out was always into the Bard. It's very good into the Bard.
Yep.
You can ult him, you can trap, cannot get away with those magical journeys. And we'll see if he is able to execute with it. Topside, you mentioned the Jax earlier on previously, but Pun is going to bring out that Jax into the Gnar here. So top lane carry alive and well. We'll see about these roaming supports and which one will, in the end, have the bigger impact.
I feel like Isles had a good game 1 on his Alistar. The 2v2 kill in the bottom lane early on, the big 3-man knockup at the end of the game to guarantee they were able to push for the win right then and there. But Isles' Camille, again, this is one that has not proven itself yet. This is Isles being given the trust by his team to show that he's got what it takes. And despite the fact that it's pretty easy to hit hook shots, Hextech Ultimatum is obviously a targeted ultimate, it's more about your timing. It's about your decision making. This champion is not tanky. You're not Alistar. You don't get a I can't die button. If you go in at even slightly the wrong time, it's very easy for the enemy team to punish. So Isles has to make his decisions very wisely.
Certainly does. The team, though, as I said, they've got a lot of engage at their disposal. So at the very least, he won't be going in alone,
No, sir.
He's got big Dokes and Inspired as well as other forms of engage to either lead or follow. So we'll see. Can the Bard also use some good Bard defensive ultimates?
Yes.
Another possible answer here from BA. And Team Secret Wells looking to bounce back after the previous one. Of course, big turning point, of course, was Saint just being able to grab the Baron right out from under his toe with the early smite. And so sometimes that does stick in your head, especially if it happens multiple times at a tournament. As a jungler, you always just gotta, clear your thoughts, try and take some deep breaths before smites, and hold steady.
We also, again, both the carries on the side of Team Secret Wales being immobile except for the flashes means that you have a chance to make the, all right, what's a good term? We'll call it the fuse box, the Cataclysm, plus the Arcane Storm from the Victor to lock him up and find a ton of damage there. If Lion can get that combo synced up correctly. Down here in the bottom lane, BA and Eddie trying to use the fact that they got double range to zone Berserker and Isles away early. Berserker will sidestep away from the Cosmic Binding there. Fires back with a piercing arrow. Both junglers, remember in game number 1, they started topside, pathed their way towards bot. This time around, we're going to have them both starting on the respective red side jungles, so they'll end up on opposite sides of the rift.
Yeah, and it's a good point too, because in Champs Select we talked about how Inspired does, do some interesting things sometimes with Jarvan, going for those early invades or splitting the map, but the double defensive wards there really early on from TSW. I think that's good read here, just to make sure that you can try and keep track of the points of entry for a Jarvan, as the trading does get very heavy down here, and he is coming. So it's going to be kind of a classic, the 3 camp, and then look for the setup. Jarvan can go over this wall, and if the observers are giving us any indication, he might be wrapping around here. I love this game. Yeah, so he wraps all the way around that ward that is in the river, so he's doing it again.
Berserker and Isles stepping forward. There it is, the flash with a hook shot. Eddie trying to get himself away as Inspired has made his way into the bottom lane. He gets the assist thanks to the attack speed from the flag, but he didn't even have to touch him.
And that's why we call it out, especially with the Jarvan flower. So creative, so mobile, over the back of the pit, around through the enemy jungle, and even with TSW trying to cut off the vision from both areas of entry into the river. The oldest and most classic, they don't have one that can see you going through the Dragon Pit. And Inspired does still make it happen. Converts with the Jarvan early gank. Okay, so after the recall too, it didn't take him very much time, so very quick recall from him too. Is it going to lose much time? Isles on his reset with the Camille going to come out, make sure they guarantee protection on the top side Scuttle Crab in case there was any alteration of the jungle path from his toe to go over there, but there was not, so that one will also be secured for them. Currently though, his toe with his full clear finished.
Yep, Saint trying to get away from the gank here in the mid lane. His toe with a third talent strike does collide with Saint. Over the wall goes Isles, but it's too little, it's too late. Saint trying to save his flash a little bit too long, still gets knocked up and he falls.
Also, I gotta be honest, I don't like the placement of his gravity field here, as Inspired's gonna fight his toe for a while.
Yeah, his toe down to 300 HP. Isles has showed up to the fight, but since BA and D-Ray are both here, Lion is not gonna chase this any further.
Yeah, it's a little rough on the placement of the gravity field, because it's kind of easy versus Xin, and you can usually like, try and force the Xin to at least flash or something, but his toe ends up not even having to invest his flash to follow Saint there, and Saint does go down, does burn his flash. So we mentioned can be some inconsistencies sometime from him, and not able to outplay as the big gank comes through. And in the end, his toe, he just got to do normal clear on his jungle path before, as Pun getting a little low, but he got to do a very normal clear and then still get a very efficient gank. So while Inspired did get off the early 3 camp and alternate path down to bottom side, Inspired's going to be dealing with some awkward respawns on his jungle camps because of that. The top side ones are going to be desynced a little bit with the extra time spent for the gank. Meanwhile, his toe has a very clean re-clear on his next clear, because he just did full clear into gank through mid, and they got the kill on the gank through mid very efficiently, so he can just do another smooth one, and he's actually passing through mid again, as you see on the mini-map.
Yep, and his purchase also feels a lot better. Has
No
the
flash on
tunneler, as Saint tries to get away, drops the gravity field, does get the stun this time around. It's going to keep him alive, but he's down to 200 HP. He's already used his teleport. There's a massive wave about to crash into the turret, and you can see Inspired already heading towards that mid lane, trying to make sure that his mid laner does not end up having to lose the entire wave here, as BA is going to be taken very low, but he gets away with a magical journey through the wall. Histo showing up here in the bottom lane, and it means that Lion loses out again. Team Secret Whales 2-1.
And BA, he lives. Only one more auto would have taken him down, but he draws them in for the gank. And Histo's there. Another successful gank from Team Secret Whales.
Ray has the shockwave available now, but not going to try to do anything cheeky or sneaky here against Saint. Just going to go ahead, back up away from that one. As Team Secret Whales finding a couple of good moves here early on. Saint stepping very far forward.
Brother.
I'm not really sure what this was, but Team Secret Whales is happy to receive the gift. Isles comes in with a hook shot, at least gets the flashback out of D-Ray, but it's still a 1-0 favor in the Secret Whales, as Inspired's now looking from an angle here onto Histo. Berserker's coming up behind him, but Histo is already safe and in the clear.
Yeah, man, they are just running this Victor down.
Flash coming out from Pun there with the counter-strike, gets the stun on Dokla, forces the flash out of the Gnar.
Okay, flash is traded. Steel Cap's rush from Pun is good for the matchup, but the Victor, I mean, Saint, yeah, they're going to keep on sending at him. D-Ray did use his ultimate for that one, so the Shockwave also used, so ultimate's traded for the mid lane, but you have to worry about roam timers as well. Topside, Isles is up there at the moment on the Camille, but I wonder if he'll actually be able to punish this Jax who does not have flash, and Pun goes for an offensive trade at the perfect time for Isles.
Yup, the counter-strike was already used, and now Pun is in serious danger. Berserker in the same position down here in the bottom side, tries to sidestep the boomerang blade, but Eddie coming in with the flash to get the return on that Q for the kill. It's a 1-for-1 across the map.
The bloodbath continues, Flowers. Bottom side, Berserker not able to stay safe while his support is on a roam timer. Nice punish there from Eddie, uses both summoner spells, and they're able to get it. Look at all those minions dying as, yeah, Inspired's going to kind of chase through, and he'll be here to kind of pick up these minions, but his camps are topside. Remember, they're desynced, and now, picking up the minion wave, he's going to have to walk all the way back over to the other side for the camps, and Berserker goes down. He loses out on those ones, so that means the Sivir's going to be right back, even on farm, and with the extra money from the kill, pulls ahead.
Berserker also playing the lethality Varus. This style has fallen more out of favor after the more recent nerfs to the champion. You have seen more of the lethal tempo, like traditional on-hit attack speed style of Varus lately, but Berserker going to go for those heavy lethality hits, considering the enemy team is pretty squishy overall.
Yeah, and they've got it. Jackson is in with a really hard to get value out of odd attacks against.
Yeah, pretty tough.
Counter-strike and Zin ult, and as you also said, definitely all pretty good targets for burst combos. So definitely agree with the call there, but we'll see, because grubs are up and both junglers into the area here.
Okay, let's see what we get out of it, as Inspired is working on the first grub, but Team Secret Whales is already sending multiple whales here, and it's no longer a secret, as Dokla has showed up, but he's already lost the Mega Gnar. They get the nice Tempered Fate there onto Inspired, who has to try to escape, and no, the Cosmic Binding has already locked him here into the wall. Inspired drops the Cataclysm to try to make it a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Isles and Saint going after D-Ray. He tries to survive there with the Shockwave, but still gets caught with the last ticket of the Arcane Storm. Dokla stealing away the last grub to make it a 2-for-1 favoring Lion.
So it's two fights here, and they want to continue.
We're not done yet. Dokla, half a Narbar charge, trying to kite away from his toe. BA still here, Isles still here, goes in for the hook shot, point blank onto the bar, but it gets away through the magical journey. Dokla, 80% of the way charged towards Mega Gnar. His toe fires off, the wind becomes lightning. Just trying to provide an escape route for his teammates.
And that was a valuable delay there from Lion. The minion wave was pushed up on top side, and so they're trying to keep them there in the little skirmish, even though they didn't have Saint with them. So they were committing. They're trying to delay them with just 2 players while Saint gets the push out on mid lane. Much better for their timing as Dokla
goes in, he hits the Mega Gnar wallop boulder toss combo, brings Pun down to 100 HP, forces the ulti out of the Jax.
Even though the start of that turns out with them catching Inspired, look at what happens on the other side of this fight. D-Ray does not have flash, and so Isles goes in here while Inspired is basically dead on that side with 3 people around him from the Bard ultimate catching and breaking up his EQ combo. But Inspired with his dying breath, he Cataclysm, and he keeps them all there and delays them so they can't join the other side of the fight, and then Dokla steals the other grub anyway.
Dokla making the grubs a 2 out of 3 for Lion. This game very close, very bloody. 8 kills in 10 minutes here as we just tick over to that mark on the clock. Dokla, 2 out of 3 components now purchased for the Trinity Force, slightly ahead of Pun, but it is the only individual gold lead here for Lion. I'm not going to count those bottom leads as really anything because they're not even 10 gold apiece, so bottom lane is pretty much dead even, but it is an advantage for his toe in the jungle. Isles coming up here into the top side, but Pun is full HP. There's not really a whole lot you can make happen here, kind of just guarding to see if Team Secret Whales tries anything. Isles is going to see Pun phase check him here into the brush. Does a little bit of damage onto the Jax as Isles fires a max range hook shot, looking to get away. His toe shows up now. Got BA right behind him. Dokla still staying very far forward here in the lane. Pun jumps in. Dokla hits the wall of boulder toss. There it is. 1-2 through the wall they go. Now Isles going to be under some pressure here. Tries to flash away and escape, but no. Pun jumps in. Nice leap strike for the kill, but it's a 2-man Mega Gnar into the wall as Dokla wants to get one back, and Pun is already down. Berserker showed up looking to put the damage into his toe. Double kill over to Berserker, and the Varus is fed.
And they send all 5 members from Lion. Berserker using the teleport up to the top side is going to leave the bottom tower open to turret plates, but it doesn't matter because he's going to also hit turret plates on the top side after getting the kills. You can see on the mini-map, they had the early roam call from Saint heading up there, and they're able to make the big difference. Doesn't want to miss the cannon as he goes for the harassment and pushes the Sivir away from it, but Dragon is on the table, so they try and get back to the other side of the map very quickly. That call, you have to believe it was very early in the comms from Lion, because you could see them sending the 4 members up quite early on with the call, trying to bait in a little bit, and then they have the teleport as well from Berserker, the extra person across the map. Now they're resetting for the Dragon back down to this side. Inspired coming out of base, but Berserker sticking mid for a little bit, wanted to get that mid prow, now he's coming for poke.
All right, Team Secret Whales have started up the first Drake of the game, 12 minutes in, very late for this first objective. Lion trying to challenge still. Dragon down to 2,500 HP, Chains of Corruption,
Ooh.
big whiff there. BA getting through the magical journey in time. Now Berserker down a very powerful team fight tool. Inspired and Berserker trying to see if they can steal this away, but his toe is still right there. Berserker trying to time his arrow alongside Inspired, who jumps in with a combo. It's gonna be slain by his toe, beautifully done.
Okay, Histo gets one back, Flowers. You know, everyone blaming him for the early smites before, but he actually combos better off of Berserker's arrow than Inspired does. It doesn't matter which team you're on. Everybody's just looking at the arrow.
Yeah, just watch that guy.
Even if you're telling your friend, all right, I'm going to shoot my arrow at this HP or whatever, Histo is able to steal this one away. So the stare down goes their favor this time around.
Nicely played there from the jungler on the side of Team Secret Whales. And you can see here in your Coinbase gold grind, it is a close battle so far between the junglers, even in their score lines. 0-1-3 versus 1-1-3. His toe coming out slightly ahead, but in their inventories, they even have the same amount of pet snackies left. They're both about to get the final evolution of the smite. As now Dokla again with the Mega Gnar plus wall-up combo into the turret. He wasn't able to follow it up with Boulder Toss because the counter-strike threatened to potentially stun him. That could have been a nightmare scenario, so he backs away. Dokla still commanding about a 600 gold lead here in the top lane 1v1.
Yeah, Dokla and Berserker with their gold leads here, especially in the mid game. They need to try and get some value here with some poke. Meanwhile, Saint side lane here, pretty easy move up. So all the side lanes push for Lion. They're going to have some extra luxury on their resets as minions dying on both sides, turret plate money for both sides. Big Doke's been doing a lot better this time around. Big Doke's had a pretty good spike too with Trinity Force here with his defensive early items in the steel caps and his Doran's helm too. So feeling very good. Dokla going to have a nice power spike advantage over the Jax, who does not have a fully completed Trinity Force. Should allow them some good setup on the sides. Rift Herald, of course, also should be their priority since they do have a really good mismatch up there at the moment.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking about. Rift Herald is always something teams
Very
want to
good.
fight over. And with Dokla jumping in, Meganar, there's your wallop. He goes for the crunch. He needs one more hit. Dokla flashes in to get it. That's the solo kill on Pun.
Trinity Force diff right there, Flowers. Look at the inventory, and then you just fight, man, on his spike. Dokla forces it, and Pun, huge deficit now with the extra kill. That one is going to be painful because another round of minions dying into the turret. Let's see,
Ooh, jump over the wall from Histo there where the wind becomes lightning. Tries to engage onto Saint. Chunks him for about 1/3. Tempered Fate to buy a little bit of time through the Arcane Storm. Histo still staying alive for now. The Crescent Sweep doing a lot, but no! Inspired executes him. TP coming in now. Dokla's already arrived to the fight, and Pun's ready to join now too. Eddie under pressure. Exhaust goes down onto Dokla, but now it's Pun who's under pressure. Lion managed to find themselves the single kill, and now they're trying to get out of town, and it looks like they will get everyone away safely. Dokla transforms into Meganar, but not a whole lot of targets left to use that power on.
Yeah, really good from Lion. Look at that. They get mid power off this. They steal away Grump and blue buff off this. And it was chaining off of Dokla's solo kill because Pun still had a few seconds left on his death timer. Dokla got to join first. They had the full confidence on Lion. They finish up with the skirmish through the river. It's these timing windows. Lion are doing a very good job methodically making the choices off of these little advantages, and they use them to increase really nice gold rewards after those plays. And Dokla's now level 13, Flowers, to the currently 10 of Pun. And this is another look at him just forcing it. Again, it's everybody, it's the tale as old as time. You get your Trinity Force item spike, you try and force it on the enemy top laner, and Dokla flashes back in to finish the kill. Take a look at live, though. Okay, so Pun has now ticked up to 11, so it's a straight-up full 2-level lead for Big Dokes.
And in game number 1, remember, Saint had the biggest individual lead on the team. In this game, it's been more of a struggle for him. We saw a couple of early laning mistakes that ended up costing him a lot. He's the only one without a lead right now on the team. But even if Saint's having a less impressive game, now Dokla's stepping up, where in game number 1, he was the one who underestimated Pun's Volibear a little bit, but now he's got over a 1,000 gold lead for himself. So Lion doing a good job, making sure that even when one man struggles, another man steps up to carry the slack. As Lion wants to challenge here for the Rift Herald, Team Secret Whales already has it down to about 5,000 HP. A teleport's coming in now. They immediately want D-Ray ready to join up for this. And Lion's not going to take the fight. Instead, they're going to leave Dokla bottom lane split pushing.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Lion wanted out of it, is to try and get a summoner spell cooldown, because there was no world where they were bringing Dokla over, as Saint does some decent damage chasing them off and defending the top side, but he got a lot of work done, Flowers. I mean, Dokla's all the way up to the secondary tower, and Berserker was able to flex over towards mid, so the Dragon priority should just be guaranteed for them. They've got push and bot and both mid. And Lion now, they're actually attacking top with the Camille trying to punish Orianna, but good respect paid from D-Ray as he backs up.
And Dokla is 2 full levels ahead. He's about to tick level 14, Pun about to tick level 12. Isles about to tick over into the spirit world as he's too far forward, and Team Secret Whales get themselves a nice punish on the enemy support.
Isles got lost on the timings there. The timing window for Lion was, 10 seconds before that, they were trying to press just Orianna, but then everybody else backs off. Inspired's back into the jungle, Dokla there, back to the base, and so that's just not a strong timer for Lion to move up on, and Isles gets punished.
Oh, yep, they're going in after Berserker now. They hit the Tempered Fate, but there's no follow-up from anybody else. The Rift Herald's already going to be summoned mid. Charge towards this tier 1 turret here. Does knock the crust off of it, gets a ton of damage, but it will not be able to fully secure the 4th plate. The Dragon is still alive, but it is still also a 4,000 gold lead for Lion as a team, and Dokla is back in pushing position here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, let's see here, because they're still pinging deep into jungle. It's just all over jungle camps. They don't care about the Dragon right now.
Inspired stepping up. Wants to steal the red buff away from Histo. Isles and BA also hanging around the junglers here, and Histo will secure the red. He does have backup nearby. Eddie and D-Ray both capable of closing in, but Saint wants to try to clear out this top lane tier 1 turret. It's Arcane Storm and Gravity Field, both used by Saint, trying to outplay it, but no! D-Ray with the 1v1 punishes Saint again.
Nice flash from D-Ray. He knows I can finish this. Saint's cooldown is not back up yet. He can't flash away, and that's going to change the map right now. 3 members from TSW want to go for the tower in exchange for Dragon. Teleport for defense here. This is going to be very dangerous. 4 members of TSW here to welcome Dokes.
Dokes teleports in right as he's about to revert into Mininar, so he gets the ultimate off, but now he's back in his vulnerable form. He looks for a little bit more damage. He gets 1 kill. Dokes stays alive. Pun's trying to hunt him down, but he can't quite do it, and Isles arrives to guarantee that Big Dokes will not fall. The defense is successful. Pun is down to 300 HP. He's still trying to run, but Berserker and Inspired are both on the way. Inspired coming up behind him. He wants to get the gank. He goes in for the ulti, but the Cataclysm only finds BA, who has to flash away from the piercing arrow. Eddie already popped on the hunt, just trying to haul his way up here. Team Secret Whales might have got the Dragon in the meantime. Or no, it was Lion who got the Dragon in the meantime. Excuse me, Team Secret Whales got the first one as the Baron finally spawns, and the game remains action-packed.
Yeah, Lion got the Dragon, and the Dokes bought so much time there. Mega Dokes! He sees the angle to defend, and even with the extra teleport from Pun on TSW to try and further strengthen their dive, he still gets the outplay. Big and bigger and biggest Dokes is coming through, Flowers. He looks at this Orion, gets a combo, and even with the Mikhails from BA and D-Ray trying to go out to the other side, Dokes says, hey, you're walking right past me? I'm going to finish you off and then still survive. And then Isles is able to keep the chase going. You look at the minimap, they're on the way up through the river already. The Varus and the Jarvan were making their way.
And if the replay is honest right there, it looks like Isles actually had Hextech Ultimatum. If he would have cast that on Pun, potentially could have been an extra kill there too, but not the way it ended up going. Still a 4,000 gold lead here for Lion, and 3,000 of it is on Dokla. Any fight Dokla is in, Lion has the advantage. But if Team Secret Whales can find a way to fight where he is not, they still have a really good shot at making something happen.
Meanwhile, Saint has not been it this game, and so they're keeping him in the split push on side lane where everybody is hovering through the jungle and they have full vision.
Just get fed, buddy.
Lion have full vision through this jungle. Everybody watching, defending here, and they allow the Victor to get up to the turret plate, hit it a little bit, get another minion wave, and they've got the vision over the Baron as well. So they're still trying to keep Saint's income at a very stable rate here, despite the deaths and despite TSW, punishing him a lot when his flash is not available.
Yep.
And meanwhile, the bottom split push has gotten up to the tower, so now it's safe for Saint to go collect that wave as well, as Pun gets it there. And he does have his teleport for Saint here, so he arrives in time for the cannon, no problem.
Now Pun still trying to get away. Isles has shown up to see if there's an additional move to be made. The Arcane Storm is used. Isles going in, slows him down with a Hextech sweep. There's the ultimatum, and Pun gets blasted by the power siphon.
Talk about more money into Saint. Now BA wants to set up on Isles?
Yep,
nobody's there.
Used only on the Camille. Now BA is going to be interrupted as he tries to escape. Okay, that was not what BA wanted.
That was like crazy support ego or something. What the hell? His Sivir was in mid lane, was catching waves. What the heck? I mean,
BA's going to want that back.
They also nerfed Bard's damage, so even in some strange world like pre-nerfs, I still don't think that was good. But also with the nerfs on damage, yeah, Lion will take that.
Yep, I think you take that. 7 days of the week, my friend. 5,500 gold lead for Lion, as once again, it's the bottom lane being pressured by Lion solo laners. Saint has that push now, and you can see Saint getting that kill there on Pun. He now also is at parity with D-Ray. Even though it hasn't been Saint's best game, he's still staying relevant in the overall game state. He's got his Blackfire Torch, he's got his Chovy Belt, he's now got his Seeker's Arm Guard. He's feeling good for the next team fight.
Okay. Well, Lion overall, I think, as well, sharing that feeling with this gold lead actually manifesting in some meaningful spikes. With the spell shield here being picked up by Berserker as well, the poke damage should be very easy for him to move up aggressively and land at these objectives. So Lion are going to have some very good advantages for themselves as far as the range. You get lasers from Victor, who, as you mentioned, safety of Proto Bell and Flash and an arm guard from Saints. should be a lot easier for him to play out this fight now, even if they do focus him. So they have, you know, lasers as well as poke damage from Berserker to set themselves up. And it should be fairly difficult for TSW to approach. They're looking for a flank right now, though, into the mid lane.
Yep, Inspired has shown his face, though, so Pun cannot quite get that angle he was looking for on Berserker. Instead, loses over half of his HP and immediately has to disengage with a leap strike. Meanwhile, Dokla is still positioned in the bottom lane. He took the tier 2 and then backed off out of vision, but now he reappears, seeing that Pun got chunked out over in mid.
Yeah, because Big Dokes got such a good lead in the side lane, and TSW don't have a side lane advantage this game, it's so difficult.
Oh, Eddie gets dove! Cataclysm immediately comes in from Inspired, and as the Chains of Corruption fly out, Eddie has to flash away just to stay alive. Pun escaping down here in the bottom lane as well. BA is nearby, might try to wait until a damage dealer is nearby to get a potential punish onto Dokla, but it's so hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, TSW, again, it's really hard to operate since they don't have a side lane.
Oh, Inspired, Isles and Saint going in here after D-Ray. Arcane Storm forces the flash out. Tempered Fate, oh no, he's locked up his own mid laner with a gravity field there. D-Ray staying alive though. Mikhail's Crucible gets D-Ray out of danger.
BA saves the day this time. D-Ray is out, and Lion pick up the Drake on the other side of the map. Do they want more?
All right. Dokla Inspired trying to steal away the Gromp. Histo with the smite to just clutch onto any resources that Team Secret Whales still can as we take another look at this almost kill here from the top side.
Yeah, D-Ray, I mean, it's a good play from both supports. Isles hovering in the brush. They had the vision control there already. They go for the play, and then as the Ignite, last tick was going to kill him. Holy moly, that could not have been closer. But it lands, and then he gets here with the Magical Journey into Mikhail's combination. So B-Ray saves the day, and D-Ray will thank his teammate there. Meanwhile, I still feel like Lion hold all the cards because they've got side lane dominance. They have poke advantage, range advantage for team fight standoffs around the objectives. They have vision coverage to make those approaches even more difficult for TSW. So TSW, I feel like you got a full send on one side. You know, pick an area, just overload that side with multiple members. Maybe if you have to drop waves to do it, okay, whatever. You're going to have to drop waves to do it. But you're going to have to create something special here. Even without the pressure of the Dragon Soul being very early on in this game, which maybe gives TSW more time to work with. Isles caught though.
Oh, nice Tempered Fate. Isles could be in a little bit of danger here, but instead he gets himself away. Now teleport coming in. Everybody on TSW is here. Lion still looking to maybe find something. Chains of Corruption finds a target onto Pun. Histo wants to dive towards Saint, but he stays alive here with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Pun wants to get away over the wall, has to flash to do it. Histo trapped inside the Cataclysm, but no damage from Lion to follow it up. BA gets away with 200 HP. Everybody alive on both sides, but it's Lion with much better health bars.
Yeah, and they're gonna make the call to do it. They're gonna pull Baron here, so start leashing with Saint having his teleport back. Let's see about the contest. Is this where TSW pull out the miracle?
D-Ray trying to get out. Isles goes in here with the Hextech Ultimatum yet again. D-Ray very low. Dokla grabs the kill. Now Pun's the next target. Again, looking for a way out. Leap strike back to his own teammate. Nice Cosmic Binding to buy a little bit of time. Pun goes on a Magical Journey, and Lion does not want to continue the chase. So just a one-kill play for Lion. But again, Pun so gravely injured he cannot participate in another fight. There's no Sivir ulti. There's no Xin ulti. There's no Bard ulti. But there is Baron on the map, and Lion has it in their sights.
Yeah, and Lion have plenty of very threatening CC to turn off of the Baron. So Isles is going to stand watch here, as is Dokla, and the Baron should be secured quite easily for them. Let's see about, okay, so they actually send Saint all the way down to take care of the minion wave. Since they have absolutely zero pressure on their Baron, they can push out mid, rotate down towards bottom too. Do they want the, look at Isles is coming too. They have Hex Gates, so he's delaying on the Scuttle Crab. Saint trying to keep them here while the rest of them.
Okay, Tempered Fate has locked up both Histo and Saint. Isles coming in here with a hook shot, does stun up Histo. There's the laser to find the first kill. Now Inspired chasing after Pun. Nice Chains of Corruption to lock up the Jax with a piercing arrow over the wall. Berserker was on a rampage. D-Ray's gonna die next. Double kill for Berserker, and Lion will grab the Baron and transition to the other side of the rift to take out 3.
Very good stuff. Baron powered recall. Isles got back, used both Hex Gates to be able to join, and Lion are already inside the base. Flowers, this one, under 30 minutes here. They're already taking down the inhibitor. They have the Baron buff. Saint is going topside to push the topside as well, but the rest of Lion are going to keep up the siege.
Yeah, BA and Eddie are the only two alive for another 10 seconds, and BA is already down. Inspired gets out of the turret aggro in time before he dies. Dokla just keeping Eddie away. You're going to have his toe respawn now as Inspired takes his recall. Dokla with a two-man Meganar back into the Nexus. Isles ready to follow. Piercing Arrow gets the kill. Berserker going godlike. Lion going all the way. And Lion are on match point.
And this one was in dominating fashion. Dokla on the top side. The Gnar just got out of control. Nice setup there from Lions in game number 2. They're already putting the threat of elimination to TSW.
Analysts, what do you got for us?
Well, they get to match point first. What a performance by Lion so far. Really quick win. Inge, as we see a little victory dance already.
Yeah, just
this
dancing.
Is the least stressed I've been for a while.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's happening with this team. Like, they're so just normal. Like, I'm so used to seeing a team come to an international event and lose all their strengths as soon as there's like a stressful game. It's the opposite. They look exactly as comfortable as they would be when they're winning LCS playoffs.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is they're doing it in the way we saw them do it in the LCS, right? Like, the big thing for me here was that Rift Herald, where they just seed Rift Herald, soft contest, give up 2 tier 2s. Like, Lion gets 2 tier 2s off that. They're just so good. They've been so good in these first 2 games of funneling gold into their carries through just playing the map better.
And let's talk about Big Dogs.
Big Dogs!
Let's go. What a Gnar performance, Dracos. Wow.
This
Reminds
was
me of Armut. No, just kidding.
Stop, don't, what? Arma, Palafox, where are we pulling from today? This is crazy. Dokla was so fantastic on this Gnar, and I want to say, made so many of these plays where he's just trading for something here or there, finally amounts to this solo kill. But across the board, this is the level of dominance we want to see.
So good.
It's fantastic. It feels like Castle got re-signed for 30 minutes, and like, boom, here we are. Just absolute domination, right back on schedule, absolute Dokla dominance. We were talking about it. I have no idea how Orianna got tower aggro, but who cares? It was good for Dokla and added to the montage.
I was watching Xin stepped out, and then the old burn from the Blackfire Torch reacquired the Orianna to get the kill.
Yeah.
He would have had the defense anyway, and they would have still been up in tempo the entire time. So to Emily's point, like, even if they're not winning fights in a big way, they always know what to do with the tempo that they create from their plays.
And I did predict TSW to win here, but I do have to say, some are feeling pressure to make the moves and making them continuously, but by that, inviting suboptimal fights for their team over and over and over, which all made, I think, that Lion had a really, really comfortable time.
Yeah, and we've talked about how strong TSW can be in the early to mid game, especially mid game with their setups. I want to go over a mid game fight from Lion that I thought was really, really good in terms of how they're playing around Dokla's Gnar. So as we pick it up here, I want people to pay attention to the actual Gnar bar. It's a little bit difficult to see. However, as we play through, because basically they think they're TSW think they're gonna have an angle with a magical journey after Isles got caught out in this brush. However, I love the way that they play around Dokla's Gnar bar rage usage, right? So he's going to, as we play through the clip, he is going to end up hitting Meganar here and just stalling so much time. Like, Pun goes in, they take Magical Journey in, pause here. We have 2 TPs coming in, but look at how far away the Orianna TP is compared to Berserker. And then again, keep your eyes on, it ticks literally 5 seconds, the last usage as we play through. Dokla creates so much time in this fight for everyone to get here. Berserker TPs in, picks up the double kill here. Yep. Absolutely huge, especially after they were already just funneling turret gold into him.
Yeah, and it's just the slimmest of margins, because it was already a good situation. You highlighted the team play of Lion means that was always going to be a good play. The TP from Berserker means it was always a good play. But that like 10 amount of rage left on the bar, the 5-second cooldown, it's picture perfect. And credit to Team Secret Whales, they calculated that ulti cooldown. They thought, we have 5 seconds, we're killing this guy before he ults. But that just tiny bit that they were off made all the difference.
Practically constantly ahead in gold.
Dokla leading the game team in damage as top lane Nars. So for all those people being like, if only Inspired had a top laner, he has Dokla! He has a top laner!
And it's with the lethality Varus on the team.
There we go.
That's a cheat code for printing damage numbers. It's like fake DPM, and he still outmatched Berserker, who got all the kills in that fight.
Yeah, Berserker. I mean, that's the one you called out at the beginning of the day, right? Now.
Yeah, Berserker's been steady, continues to be steady. The thing that makes me more comfortable than I usually would be with the LCS at international events is when little things have been going wrong in all these early games. I mean, Saint died to the first gank, both games. Berserker died to a gank this game after Inspired had already messed up his early jungle pathing to get him ahead, but they just continue to play through whatever they can. This was the game where Dokla was actually only organically winning lane, and lo and behold, all their plays centered around the top lane. So they're just playing really without stress and intelligently.
Yeah, let's take the two sides of the coin here. Let's start with the reverse sweep. How does that happen in game?
Tell me, Dracos.
I think if we look at the setup around mid lane, Emily, you were talking about this in the game, and I think it's so valid. Dire had a good game. The rest of the team around him really struggled, but they initially set him up for success, and I think this is a guy who, if he keeps getting these powerful tools, like the Orianna, which it was surprising that it got let through from draft, clearly has elevated that performance that we were kind of missing internationally in the last few events, and can, especially against a Saint who's sometimes a little over-aggressive, be the one to make the difference in these fights and in this next game.
I think they need to get it. They need to be a little more careful in which fights they start, and I think they need to stop the bleeding, right? You cannot be getting certain objectives but letting Lion get all the other gold on the map consistently. It's a recipe for disaster. But who's going to take the Lion side? How do they bring this home in a 3-0?
They continue to play what got them here. I mean, I was actually worried that they were going to continue to, like, game one, we got to play Pike Mel, guys. Like, that's what T1 is doing,
Dracos.
and we're going to be playing T1 next. So no, that's not what they're doing. They're saying, okay, Inspired's going to play his scaling pick. Saint's going to be on a control mage. Let's make sure Berserker doesn't fall behind in the game. Dokla's going to be hit or miss, but he's going to do his own thing, and we're just going to play our game. So they just need to continue to play exactly what they've been doing all year.
You say we got miss, hit, so we're up for a miss now for game 3?
I mean, no. So Saint, to me, Saint, whatever he gives you in game 1 is what he gives you for the series.
Okay.
So he's been good enough.
All right. I was talking about Dokla, but it's all good. Let's see if let's see if Lion can bring this home in a 3-0 fashion, or if another reverse sweep is on the horizon.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Yeah, this our life. Daejeon, Louis, Village, Westside, Saturday, Tajima, license, required LAX to ICM back in July. Take off key sounds, I don't go back, no rewind. Nah, boy, pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. Can't you see? Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try. Oh my God, you know what? 우리 맨날 봐. No one can get up. Oh my God, you know what? 내게로 달려갔던 그 밤 절대로 잊을 수 없는 날 너와 함께하는 모든 순간 빛이 나.
Okay, guys, it is 2-0 right now. Lion is leading, one game away from qualifying. And I found some Lion Korean fans. 안녕하세요. 이름은 뭐예요? What is your name?
My name is Brian.
Alright, 이름은 뭐예요?
제 이름은 임소예입니다.
Okay. Lion has been playing really well so far. Lion 너무 잘했어요.
네, 오늘 완전 잘했어요.
They're doing really good. I mean, I'm actually here for T1, but I'm also cheering for Lion right now.
Who are you cheering for? Who is the best player?
저는 버서커 선수 응원합니다. 버서커 선수 너무 잘하는 원딜이에요.
I guess I'll cheer for Saint right now. Yep.
Can you show me your sign? Yeah, Berserker fans here. Do you think they can 3-0?
Possibly, yes.
All right. 1, 2, 3, Lion fighting. 1, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Lion fighting!
Let's go. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Lord. Great to see some Lion fans here in the house, and they are fighting indeed. A dominant performance in Game 2 brings them to match point here, 2-0 versus Team Secret Wales. The #1 seed of the LCP now has to reverse sweep, or they are out of MSI.
And I have to say, the strategy of counter pick for pun has lost its magic flowers.
Yes,
that
sir.
Jax was invisible. Dokla ran the matchup, ran the side lane, and Lion now already at match point. I mean, TSW just getting ran, in danger of getting run straight out of MSI now.
Yep, Bollywood Ben made a movie out of top lane in that last one. Dokla was popping off, so let's go ahead and see how the draft changes up here in game #3 in this do-or-die situation for Team Secret Wales. That Yorick that's been a second half staple ban for Lion, it's a first half ban now. I'm guessing they're thinking maybe Team Secret Wales is just gonna opt to take that early, try to play the split pushing game. They don't want to deal with it one way or the other, so they ban it out alongside the Vi that has been banned this whole series. Cassiopeia and Ryze also going to remain banned. Olaf banned out again. So 2 out of 3 of these first stage bans for Lion are targeting punt.
All right, let's see how many more stable, blinds Dokla can have, though, because Renekton and Gnar are two of the most common, most stable, blind picks for top. Well, not in all situations, but we'll see.
Generally.
We'll see how much more risky stuff, because yeah, Pun still can do if Dokla tries to pick a tank though blind, then Pun will go Gwen or something, which has been very, very scary from him. So let's see. He could still have some more danger in the tank. Interesting, too, that they banned the Mel and leave both Nocturne and the Jace up. You mentioned that previously when Lion had been banning in second phase the Yorick, then the Jace was also always the response, but they're leaving the Jace up here without the Yorick answer possibilities. Nocturne, though, I definitely agree with first picking that Nocturne. Not only is it key for a lot of Lion wins in their comps, but also denying it to his toe.
Okay, so the Nocturne locked in. This has been banned throughout the series up until now. Over on the Team Secret Wales side, they are going to slam 80 carry and support back-to-back here in their first two picks. Elise support tells me you are looking to get ahead early. You are looking to snowball, because if you fall behind, bro, this champ is useless.
Uh-oh. I hope we don't see another Pyke to follow this, but, Ziggs Pyke could be it again, like that. We'll see. That would make us very squishy and very risky. And it requires hitting all of your spells all of the time. But there's the Jace that we were talking about. Does get locked in without the cover band being laid out. And with the protection of the Auric already gone and the Olaf already gone, they're going to go with it. And Pun says, fine, I will take the tank matchup side into it, even with the nerfed Scion.
That nerfed Scion, though, for anybody who might have turned away when he got locked in, the numbers are 0 and 8 so far here at MSI. This champ, formerly the greatest meatball in League of Legends, has been squished into an itty-bitty little smash burger now. He is not doing anything, and Pun is now going to have to change that trajectory to keep TSW in the tournament.
Okay. I think the leverage TSW have right now is bottom lane, though, so let's see what they can build around Caitlyn Elise. Caitlyn Elise, you would love to be able to, especially split the map with your jungle and be able to invade a level 1 invading, type of split map, go for dives on it. Caitlyn Elise is so good at diving champions because of the obvious repel from the Elise, and since they have Scion on top side, they don't want to play up towards there, so just send everything towards the bottom half of the map. Interesting that for mid lane, the Akali gets banned again here on the side of Lion. I do think it's also one of Saint's very strong champions, so we'll see. I think that puts more focus towards Aurora, Akali, Annie, these types of mid lane champions. A lot of these playmaker mid lane champions are up and available.
Well, no longer Akali. Lion decide they do not want to deal with that one specifically, ban that one away, and Team Secret Wales are going to take Syndra off the board alongside that Shen. So one more ban here before we get into our second half of the picks. Does Lion want to continue targeting that mid lane pool? There's not really any flex potential on the Team Secret Wales side. Elise has not been a jungler for many, many moons. Scion, I guess you could say you might flex Scion to mid, but most people don't want to do that. TF going to be the ban.
Twisted Fate. Okay, that plays into our strat that we were talking about with send everything bot lane. So they do take out one of those things, but D-Ray can play a lot of roaming stuff to bottom lane. Like I was saying, all the Aurora, the Ahri, and the Annie, all definitely D-Ray champions where he can be a playmaker and roam to the bottom side to the Caitlyn Elise, and he can make plays with a Nefiri. All those ones also match up really well as a mid-jungle combo with Nefiri. So Saint gets his first pick though, and his Ahri is a very comfortable champion for him, so he might take that side and then the Aurora answer or something from D-Ray. But let's see about it. Gonna have to be the blind.
Okay. That's the blind Ahri for Saint. Had some impressive moves in game number 1. Game number 2, he had a couple of blunders early, but like I said, in the middle of that game, he stayed relevant. He kept his farm high. The team played around just having him just keep farming those minions in the side lane, and he did contribute the damage that he needed to as the game went on. Ahri, obviously more of a playmaker than Victor is. Okay, you were really, for those of you guys who can't see Kobe, he was a little worried there, thinking about what they're going to lock in, but Isles will lock the Rel as the final pick.
Yo, Isles is my boy. And he had been playing really well, all through playoffs and all through this whole split. Has been so good for him this year, the ascendance of Isles in North America, but he had been having a bit of a rough tournament, and Pyke is really difficult to play well. So I'm much happier seeing the Rel, a lot easier to execute, and it's also very good combo with the Ziggs for kill combo on bottom side. But you mentioned it, the answer of the Vex coming here for D-Ray. He has shown this as well, both regionally as well as, I believe, I remember him playing it internationally. I can't remember if it was last year or if it was this year at First Stand. But I think he had a game internationally as well as regionally for his Vex. And so into the Ahri, of course, you do have the possibilities of the Fear and your dashes counter here for the Vex. It can follow up on some deep plays. And we'll see about the combination with the Nefiri here, if they are able to get some of those bursty plays onto a single target, because lots of squishy members on the side of Lion. My experience, though, especially in international play, is that Vex, when it rarely does come out and comes out into champions with dashes, it still seems to have a problem operating itself with its lack of safety, as Vex, she doesn't have any dashes of her own. Even though you do have pretty good combos. Well, your ultimate, of course.
Yeah, you got the
ultimate. That only goes in.
Yeah,
So
that was not getting you out anyway.
The safety of the Vex is what I feel like usually gets preyed upon later. And so you do have some pretty good offensive synergies that you can use. I feel like it does often, get picked on a bit.
So the big thing that I'm looking at here for Team Secret Whales is a lack of reliable engage. You have Scion that can try to get the big ulti in there, but that gives you a huge warning sign, right? And then everybody else, yes, you have dive from Vex and Nefiri, but there's not the equivalent of a Rel. So I feel like for Team Secret Whales, you really want to play from ahead with this assassin mid, with this assassin jungler, with this lack of the engage potential, because if the game is even or if you're behind, I feel like it's going to be harder to try to work your way back into the game. I also already mentioned how Elise support can fall off really hard if this champion starts to fall behind the pace of the game. So the pressure is on Team Secret Whales to have a solid early game.
Nice W start from Saint. Pops his W, moves up into the skill shot, ahead of the skill shot, so he can get his trade there, get his electrocute to proc, and avoid the early Vex attempt at a trade. Meanwhile, bottom side, Flowers. The Caitlyn and Elise doing what Caitlyn and Elise gonna do.
Yes, sir.
With their brush control, getting their poke in there, pressure early. And of course, that is, to me, a really big part of this comp here for TSW, throwing that down early on. I do like it. Gives them a really good area to play off of and see if they can use it, leverage this to get themselves back into the series. The combinations are very powerful from this setup, and especially since they have full vision of inspired pathing away from them on a Nocturne. They know that they are now free to push in and harass under tower.
All right, Saints got the mid lane pushed up here as well, and you can see with our junglers, once again, it's like game 2, starting off on their own respective red quadrants, so they will be pathing towards opposite sides of the rift here early on, and with the Nefiri pathing towards the bottom side. Wait, is Inspired just going to run it back? Is he going to do the same thing that he did in game number 2? Keep your eyes on Isles. He wants to look for the opportunity to go in after BA. That's not exactly the way they wanted it to work. Fear Tether is there. Satchel forces the repel out of the Elise. BA lands right back down. This went a lot better for the Whales than game number 2.
Yeah, that's what I say. Really good respect from Eddie and BA, even with the Caitlyn Elise here. And they actually wasted a decent amount of Inspired's time this time around. They're kind of hovering there in no man's land, about in the middle. And in the end, yes, you do have to burn your flash of the Caitlyn for the flash of Isles on the Rel. But I still think, wasting some of this Nocturne time, and the Nocturne is going to be, again, desynced bot side camps from top side camps. And we'll see how smoothly Inspired can recover his experience on this Nocturne. And it gives his toe on Nefiri, who's a champion that can invade very nicely, a pretty early clear route. He's just got a full clear. Bottom side Scuttle Crab again. Last time around, he went through mid lane and got a successful gank, but this time we'll see what he can do with it.
All right, Dokla with control over the top lane, as you would expect in the early Jace versus Sion. Pun's job is to not fall behind in farm. As long as he's doing that, he's doing just fine. His toe down here in the bottom lane, looking for maybe a play onto Isles and Berserker. This 2v2 won't be that for long. BA locked up, but it's Isles who's in the most trouble. First blood for his toe as he jumps on in and turns Isles into kibbles and bits. The dog is on the board.
Yep, I have to say, this whole game really well played. From the draft with the Kaelin Elise and then playing it very nicely in the opener here and just waiting for his toe. Super easy, full clear for him down to the tower dive. When you have both Neferi and Elise Flowers, you have very easy ways of avoiding all tower damage, and they even did it themselves. almost fully completed the 2v2 kill on Isles before his toe got there, and then his toe was like, well, thank you very much for my time spent walking down here. I can do an auto and finish this off. And now it's going to be Neferi with the extra kill with the gold lead and very easy re-clear again. So let's see what happens mid.
Okay, BA shows up. Isles is also here. D-Ray gets a nice little chunk of damage onto Saint, but since both supports are nearby, they can't try to make anything further out of it. Also, you always like getting fed when you're the jungler, but especially when you're an assassin jungler, getting that first blood really feels so nice for his toe, who's already got the brutalizer, compared to just a ruby crystal for Inspired.
Yeah. And so Inspired, again, you see him on the main map now. Because of the desync camps, he just clears the bottom ones, go for the recall again for another purchase, and try and get back out there. And here's where his toe can pull back ahead. And he's actually using his time. Look, he wants to punish on this big wave. The wave that's crashing into tower, his toe heads down. He doesn't finish his clear, drops his Gromp to make it happen.
Yup, there's the flash cocoon coming in from BA. It's buffered by Isles as he and Berserker have to try to continue their escape. The flash still available here. BA gonna take some damage. Berserker staying alive for now, uses the satchel, tries to flash away. His toe underneath the turn, but he's stunned up! Isles with the deny! As Lion turn the play around and they're looking for a little bit more. Eddie and BA on the run. The Spider is out of mana. Isles still, but he has no flash. He won't chase this any further. Nicely done. Isles, the hero, protecting his carry.
All of that early momentum, the little things adding up for TSW is all gone, Flowers, instantly. Histo dropped his Gromp, so guess what? Inspired's going to be able to yoink that. Perfect for Inspired. Good counter gank. Read from the Lion jungler. Inspired walks his way down. And, I mean, that completely turns everything. Berserker held on to his satchel charge for a while. He stuck there doing the return damage as they were kiting back through the lane. And then, as you say, Isles able to land the last second peel. Neferi wanted to finish off the kill, and then W back out of the tower aggro, but couldn't get the last little bit of damage. Goes down.
Nicely done, nicely done. And this is one of the things that you always look out for teams that are so dominant in their region. Team Secret Wales really just ran the LCP in Spring Split. They were qualified before they even hit the playoffs here for MSI, and that's what always is the question for fans of these regions is, can you hang with other top competitors from around the world? Maybe in the LCP, the enemy jungler won't read you like that, but here at MSI, Inspired knew what to do.
Yeah, and maybe TES and TN won't. Something like that.
Maybe they didn't know.
Because they already made history here, right? So I think that they should, remain proud, even if they end up getting 3-0 here by Lion. TSW being able to take that historic best of 5 versus an LPL team for themselves.
Huge.
And, one of the most iconic plays of the tournament, being able to mind control TN to run under the tower for grab. Also, one of the most hilarious moments. So, definitely, still already getting some very good accomplishments. Of course, being a very young roster, too, as we've gone over some of the ages, especially Histo himself, only 18 years old. And we'll see as far as this game, too, because that definitely doesn't, completely make the entire game. Lion here still have a lot of work to do.
Exactly. It's still a very close game. We're only a couple hundred gold apart. A big part of that lead is, of course, the top lane. Dokla up a couple of waves over Pun, which, again, is what you want to see from the Jace. Sion's job is survival. He's supposed to try to keep things as close as possible. So the bigger the lead Dokla can build, the better off Lion is going to feel about the way the top lane worked out. As you can see now, we've flip-flopped things. It's Eddie and BA up here with the top side answering Dokla as the Grubs are started, but none of those ugly little dudes are going to die here just yet. Inspired and Berserker turning back into the pit now. His toe also around as the first grub is smited down by the Secret Whales jungler. The second one should be controlled here by Inspired and Dokla, and now with Inspired should still have the smite. D-Ray goes over the wall. They're looking to make some sort of a play, but no, the charm into the crash down. Out of the wall goes the enemy mid laner, but Lion hunts him down. D-Ray's first to die. Inspired with a flash back over the wall to safety. Bun makes his way into the fight, and Inspired has died. Isles with the flash, trying to stay alive. Lion falling back as Pun marches forward. Dokla separated from the rest of the team, but Decimating Smash will not tag him. It's a 1-for-1, but Team Secret Whales has control over the river. BA nearly completely out of mana. Isles at 100 HP. Dokla jumps in. His toe's already down. They're going to find a second. And he dies next. And BA falls too. Dokla's traded in return as Pun wants to kill into Isles, and he'll get that one. It is a bloodbath. The river is littered with corpses, and one grub still stands.
And humongous Doke swings his hammer and gets the Scuttle Crab and the re-engage to pop all these low health members of TSW around the Scuttle Crab. Okay, let's take a look at the beginning. We'll rewind time as D-Ray goes in, tries to get his combo, but then the Vex is going to have to flash out because Isles is right there. He flashes the Ziggs damage, but Isles is able to follow through with the rest of the engage. Inspired finished him off, but Inspired had to use his Nocturne ultimate to go follow the Vex over the wall there, and then Inspired also couldn't get back out. So Inspired going down in the 1-for-1 trade, but yeah, Dux is eyeballing it this whole time. The Scuttle Crab here, and look at these members right around it. They go for the pop, the burst damage from him and Saint and Berserker, the coordination on the turn there from Lion. They do get the extra kills, but Isles also goes down, so Dokla and Isles also both going down there in that re-engage, and then the teleport also being used to get back out from D-Ray since he had respawns. The fights just go so long in these ones flowers. Even the recaps are incredibly long.
And as we get back to live, you can see a little bit of a nervous flash there from Berserker. BA had missed the cocoon, but Berserker still flashing away. So at least they get some value there from BA in the bottom lane with the cocoon. No flash on the Ziggs. But it is still that one grub left alive up here in the topside river. We'll see who decides to care about that one. Lion with still shy of a 1,000 gold lead overall after that massive battle in the river. Vex ulti, not enough distance to find Dokla, so D-Ray gets nothing out of the roam.
Yeah, that one very short towards the roam over to the long lane, and Dokla here will be fine. So Vex attempt at a roam does nothing. Now returning to lane, Isles hovering behind. But there's a couple more seconds on Pun's ultimate. I think they're trying to see if there's any sort of bigger commitment here. Isles trying, but now he goes over, reveals himself.
Yep, he steps on top of the ward, wants the Shattering Strike, crash down though, and there's that ultimate that you were talking about. Critical, the Pun has that one as his toe, and Inspired gonna find one another here in the brush. Inspired dropping the ulti, he gets the fear through the call of the pack, and Inspired just solos down his toe. Now Pun's got no ultimate to try to get away, and Inspired's got a double kill.
Inspired, look at the timing on his spells from the very beginning. I hope that we get to see this again because he is expecting this. Yep. He is expecting every single thing. He does not hesitate. These are not reactions from him. These are predictions, and so he immediately goes for the full commitment in onto his toe, pops the ultimate early, and then uses to follow there as his toe tries to escape. Just really nicely done there from Inspired. Gets the kill. And bottom side got to get a full push for himself as well for Berserker. So Berserker just continues to add on the money. And again, it's going very, very well very early on in this game for Lion, Captain Flowers.
Yes, sir. Nearly a 2,000 gold lead. We still haven't fought for the first Drake. Last time I said this is a slow first objective down here in the bottom half of the map at 12 minutes. Now we're 30 seconds past that, and still it has not begun. But you can see a lot of vision being placed in this bottom side river. You can see a lot of players from both sides heading towards the area as BA will go ahead and pull the Drake out of the pit, but doesn't want to stick around any longer. Isles critically has level 6 on this rel. Even if BA had level 6, remember it's just not as impactful on Elise as it is on champions with standard ultimates. So very much Team Secret Wales is going to have to show respect towards Lion and their engage potential. It's what I was talking about back at the end of the draft, how the engage is a bit lacking for Team Secret Wales unless Pun can find a massive unstoppable onslaught. But right now, Pun is trapped in the top lane against Dokla. He has no teleport, and Dokla is continually putting the pressure onto the turret.
Yep. Keeping that pressure up, get that turret plate money. Farm as much as he can. We do have a Nocturne ultimate ready to rip as well. So looks like Isles is by himself, but he's not really by himself because Nocturne can ultimate and Saint can roam in as well.
Okay, Isles jumping in, looking to make the play here on that enemy jungler, and Dokla with the accelerated shock blast over the wall finishes the job. BA losing half HP, drops his ignite onto Isles, but doesn't get a whole lot of value out of it. Lion already got what they came for, backing away now. Dokla has the one single minion. Okay, there's a couple more lagging behind it right now. He's going to get this wave pushed up, put the damage onto the turret, and even with only one grub, Lion will be able to secure first turret of the game for themselves, and they're not even being pressured elsewhere on the map. Look at the other lanes, Kobe. They're completely barren from Team Secret Wales players. Lion up over 3,000 gold now, and remember, whoever wins this game gets into top 4 at MSI 2026. The last time North America made top 4 at an international event was MSI 2022, 4 years ago. And Lion are now 3,000 gold ahead on match point of doing just that.
Actually, it would be huge. Semifinals on the horizon. And honestly, it looks very close, Flowers. that horizon is getting closer and closer and closer with the gold lead. Of course, the Dragon is picked up by TSW, and they do get the compensation on the other side of the map, but Dokla continuing to push.
Yeah, he gets hit by the ulti plus the full charge decimating smash. Pun slams him with the entire combo as Dokla has his teleport interrupted. Pun with a nice move, now putting the pressure onto Big Dokes, flashes over the wall to chase him. Dokla forced to flash in response. Eddie chases in, he wants the kill onto Dokla. He doesn't have the vision here just yet for the ace in the hole. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, but it's Eddie getting the shutdown.
Oh, I think Inspired was just out of range too. Nocturne, you can see, was so close, and just as his Nocturne ultimate expires, yeah, they couldn't get close enough because they did have a ward in that tri-brush as well for vision, but just not able to pull off the timing for the answer. Dokla, yeah, with a little bit of an oopsie up there, stumbles and gives some money back to TSW. Let's see if TSW can cook with that.
Exactly, critically recovering that gold lead down from what was like 3,500 back to just a little bit over 2K. Big move there from Team Secret Wales, but Inspired in the meantime has taken the Rift Herald. We'll see what value Lion can get out of that one as our supports just continue trading back and forth here. It's Isles, the only one on the map without his support quest completed. He's been doing a lot of roaming, which of course slows that down a little bit, but now going to have his recall interrupted. There's the Ignite again. BA, he chunks him out by half, but using a summoner spell just for a half HP chunk doesn't feel great.
All right. I mean, the money also did go into Eddie. So
yeah,
very actually, good concentrated kill that he's able to get there.
Collector first, too.
In the chase down.
Not normally what I feel like you see. Generally, Hex Optics going to be the go-to play for AD carries, but this will make Eddie very deadly towards squishy targets.
Yeah, and basically everybody, except for Isles, is squishy on the enemy team. We've got a big overload on top side. Full 5 members of TSW up on the top side of the map, and they're just losing the tower on the bottom half. So if they are unsuccessful in, I mean, that's a big commitment. They're sticking around here, but information over Owl's whereabouts, and looks like it is just going to be a sacrifice from them.
Yeah.
It's a swing and a miss, Flowers. You know, they're feeling the pressure, and they're hoping they're able to get something, but in the end, it's very costly.
Yeah, not quite there, and it just means that instead it's their tier 1 turret falling in the bottom lane as Saint was just pushing up without being answered. And remember, when Ziggs is on the team, turrets are not what they normally are. The Satchel makes it so easy to just knock these structures over. So Berserker's going to secure the tier 1 over in mid, and Lion is back up to a 3,000 gold lead.
And the map control is also so big with a comp that's this style for Lion. I mean, it's always nice to get all the gold and, first tower bonus and get your lead here. But also, when you have this much damage and a Nocturne and Ahri that are all looking to make, these vision plays, it is a big advantage for Lion to have this open of a map in order to make plays if they get poke damage to land. Now, you have to be a little bit careful in getting your vision through the TSW jungle here because your gold lead is not that big that you have too much control yet.
Interrupted recall, nicely done there from Team Secret Whales as Isles has to defensively crash down, gets himself back away, forced to use the summoner heal there, but again, Team Secret Whales doesn't actually get the kill.
Yeah, and you do have to worry, if you're trying to attack a side lane as Team Secret Whales, Nocturne ultimate is always there, and as we saw last time, when Inspired pops the ultimate, even if he's not in range, the vision denial makes you second guess a little bit. It can make it hard to follow up on the kills, and when he is in range.
Yep, here's that vision denial that you're talking about. The whole map goes dark, and all you see coming after you is a Nocturne and a Mega Inferno bomb. D-Ray just blasted off the rift.
He can just cruise on through, yoink the Krug as well as he walks up and smites it away from his toe. They can take out some of this vision as well. TSW trying to get back to their towers, trying to defend what little territory they have left as after that Nocturne ultimate, Lion just take over their jungle.
And you can see it's 1,000 gold lead in both solo lanes for Lion. It's a 2,000 gold lead in the jungle. Really, the one who might have a chance to carry here for Team Secret Whales is Eddie on the Caitlyn. He's trying to farm what he can in mid lane, but they've already knocked down the tier 2 turret. Saint goes in, tries to find an angle there onto that Caitlyn, won't quite get it, but the Herald nearly takes 3 plates off the tier 3 turret.
Flank from Sion here.
Okay, Pun trying to cut off the escape route. Inspired's gonna get locked up here for the very start. Decimating Smash, flash away coming out from the Nocturne as D-Ray jumps into the back line and Inspired's gonna be shut down. His toe going in for a second. Berserker goes over the wall with a flash in from Pun. Team Secret Whales are gonna find 2. Shut down for the Scion. That is exactly what TSW needs.
TSW, they choose their moment. Pun gets in there with the flank. One of those wards unswept. Pun comes around from the backside. They get their kills. Inspired down. No jungle for the Drake. So TSW, they go for the reset. I don't think they're going to be able to rush the dragon, but they will have a decent opportunity to set up. Thank you for the picture-in-picture. As take another look at it. It's a flank from Pun. He wraps around. He used the ultimate on Inspired. He actually walks out the Fear Tether too, and so Inspired has to flash and use his spell shield so early that the follow-up there, the dive from the Nefiri and Vex combination that we've been looking for does find its kill. They get not only the kill on the enemy jungler, but also the shutdown onto Berserker. And that is some much-needed money for TSW, and they did end up getting that dragon. So they continued the dragon stacking here, and getting some money back in some much-needed places.
And even though this gold lead is 4,000, we should really evaluate things based on the items instead. And you're seeing equal fully completed items in lots of positions, right? 2 in the jungle, 2 in the mid lane, 2 in the carry role, 2 in the top side. Team Secret Whales are matching Lion in terms of the actual power that they have in their inventories, and that means that there's still chances for the Whales to continue to find those comeback plays.
And while the side lanes may be a little bit dangerous for them, they also are not afraid of just full sending 5 people to a side lane, They have been overloading, and they have good combinations to chase people down. With the Vex Nefiri combo playing off of an Elise Cocoon that could be deadly, but they turn it.
Yep, immediately Inspired goes in. He attaches the Fear Tether to his toe, and the Mega Inferno bomb goes nuclear. His toe is out of there. 35 seconds on the death timer. Meanwhile, Berserker doing what Ziggs does. Plants a satchel on the turret, takes that one out there in the top side. Dokla jumping back in after Pun here in the mid lane, has that Serpent's Fang, the shield on the Scion, that Soul Furnace, not effective as it should be, but a nice counter punch coming in from Team Secret Whales. They punish Isles as he tries to move into a cover position and make it a 1-for-1 trade overall.
Yeah, they try and pick this on while the Caitlyn is rotating over from mid lane, and now TSW, they're the ones on the push. Bit of a miss up there, and communication. Maybe Isles could not keep track of the rotation over from the Caitlyn as they were kind of hovering right behind that fairly tanky Scion. Gets locked up. And trap combination does take him down, so TSW, they do answer a kill in the rotation, even though the full combo was there to punish his toe and kill off the Nefiri from Lion. They get another little kill back. Of course, you also lost the top tower. Ziggs is able to delete those very quickly in the push afterwards. So Lions still progress the game for themselves. Just if there is a comeback from TSW, you will be kicking yourselves for every little bit of money that is given back.
Exactly. You look back at the tape, you look back and say, that's where we gave him a free one. That's where we shouldn't have slipped. But it is still a 5,000 gold lead for Lion. Still a 2 Drake to nothing lead for Team Secret Whales. Still 2.5 minutes until that next one spawns. Nocturne ulti gets popped, but Inspired's not going to choose to go in. Really, the only thing that was in range was the Scion. And look, Kobe, I'm not a pro player. I've never been a pro player, but I think that full sending onto Scion is generally not the strategy for winning a team fight, so Lion think the better of it.
Yeah, especially with his toe up on this other side that was kind of jumping around by the Raptor pit. They call it off, and you know, he's got his Hexblade as well for Inspired, so yeah, it's a Nocturne ultimate, but it's rank 2 and you have Hexblade, so you have a decent amount of ultimate ability haste there to work with.
It's a lot of minions getting eaten up by the turret here in the top lane. Saint's going to walk on over and pick up some free money off of those. As 90 seconds until the next Drake. But when you look at the map, there's no vision in that bottom side river. So the team's not thinking about that one right now. Instead, more attention being paid to this top side as you're seeing so many pings from both teams in the area trying to suss out one another's position and see if there's an angle for a play. Isles tries the defensive crash down, but Pun interrupts it with the decimating smash. It is pretty funny to see a level 7 support here for Isles versus the level 15 Scion. Isles certainly not worried about his own experience in this one.
I mean, even if you're looking at his counterpart, the Elise, the enemy support is not a full 2 levels, but
1.5
will still be, yeah. And of course, when you are that low level in the game, Isles is going to get some good catch-up experience. As long as he stays alive to soak it up.
As long as you're not dead, it'll come through. But yeah, once he's going in, if it's a full 5v5, it's probably going to be a one-way trip. When you're that squishy, he does at least have the locket that he'll be able to pop. You can see the 360 stacks on the tier in Berserker's inventory. Also the double needlessly large rod, just going straight for the hat instead of a Seraph's Embrace. Wants to make sure he's getting that maximum damage here on the Ziggs, as you do have Voltaic Cyclosword completed now for Dokla as well. That full item advantage there over Pun. As we make our way towards the Dragon, it's 15 seconds on the timer. Shattering Strike to immediately pop Pun's shield. The satchel doesn't knock him directly back into Lion, but Pun still loses about 80% of his HP.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra damage. That can allow Lion to push mid. They're actually face checking. Ooh, very dangerous here by the Tri-Brush. Yep. Nobody punished at all, though. They do have pop their Scryers and teleport back down here from Scion, full HP.
Full HP and full teleport shield. Pun is at maximum power here. Remember, if Team Secret Whales gets this, they are going to go to Soul Point here with the Drake stacking. Nice trap line being established by Eddie. It makes it very difficult for Lion to try to fight this objective. But the Whales know they're still 5,000 gold behind, so they've got to be careful, even if they have a good battlefield drawn up for themselves. Pun here, just trying to zone everybody else away. The DPS under the Drake is very slow. Team Secret Whales don't want to get ahead of themselves with this. Decimating smash hits only Isles. Lion stepping up now, seeing the Drake down below half HP. Inspired going to go ahead, pop the Paranoia. Pun trying to charge into the back line, but the Infernal Drake is already secured by Inspired. Team Secret Whales, their battle lines completely shatter. They lose the objective, and Pun is left to pay the price.
And look, even pro teams go split directions during a Nocturne ultimate. Pun in, rest of the team out. Hizzo poking around to see if they can do anything. But they lock up the Scion. They get the extra kill on top of the Dragon from Lion. It's so hard because Lion, they have so much poke damage and they have the Nocturne ultimate. And they're able to utilize these tools very effectively on that setup as well. Inspired continues to get more and more money. And guess what? With the Abyssal Mask here as well, gonna shred for both Saint and Berserker's follow-up on his dive-in.
I really like that itemization from Inspired. You can see here in your Coinbase gold grind, that's an over 2,000 gold lead for the Nocturne over the Nefiri. 4-2-4 versus 1-5-3. Inspired has had his toes number in this third game.
And Berserker's about to get it. They're okay, death cap done.
Yep, he's got a hat.
Yeah, so the shred for the big Ziggs bomb.
The big Ziggs.
Is going to be painful. All right, see about the push on the side lanes, though. Again, Lion here. Inspired always does a very good job while they're pushing both side lanes, you know, keep his position in Fog of War so that TSW have to kind of second guess their moves and trying to get those side lanes pushing. And then once again, you see they get the full priority. These minions do put the extra pressure as well as provide the extra vision behind enemy lines for Lion. So it always makes it so comfortable. You've got plenty of vision through the jungle with your wards and then push up the extra minion lines there. Dokla's even going to go as far as to hit the tower since they have position towards Baron, and the Scuttle Crab vision there as well. So Lion have everything in place.
Yep. Here comes Pun, though. Unstoppable Onslaught looking for Inspired, but it's immediately blocked by the Spell Shield. Shattering Strike interrupts the Decimating Smash. BA repelling away from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Pun still trying to stay alive, absorbing some shots from both of the mages here. Meanwhile, Dokla takes the turret down to the bottom lane at the same time. With the tier 2 gone, the pressure stays on. Saint jumps in, fires off the Orbit Deception. BA chunk below half HP. Dokla coming around from the side. This Jace has his last Whisper now, too. He does so much damage. Eddie eats a Shock Blast. Lion continue moving forward. They aren't going to find any kills, but they force Team Secret Whales all the way back. Isles with the Shattering Strike onto his toe, but Isles is the one who comes out worse for wear in the trade, and Lion back away.
Yeah, Eddie also ghosted there. Douglas kind of walking up like, hey, I'm going to hammer form you after I just Shock Blasted you.
Yeah.
But he knows the full team's behind him, so he doesn't commit onto Eddie, and they actually get the ghost out of the Caitlyn, too. Maybe a little bit, tiny bit of something extra. Not the biggest of cooldowns, but still a little bit of something. And they split push, pull you across the map, Flowers. Dokla finished up with the tower and was able to head over too. So Lion playing that split push game quite well, continuing to draw TSW back and forth.
Yep, Dokla just eliminates most of the wave right there with the Shock Blast. And like I say, that last Whisper is going to make life so much more frustrating for Pun. The Serpent's Fang already cutting his shields down. Now he's got to deal with his armor also being less relevant. Dokla is making sure that this Jace remains a problem. Sorelda's Grudge now completed for the additional utility with the slows for the team fights. It is a scary situation. What do you even do here as Team Secret Whales?
Well, they're trying to send bot right now. They've got everybody getting here early. Maybe they can cook something up. Yeah, in a brush.
Yeah. Oh, he fires off the cocoon and finds no value there as Inspired does not get caught out. So then Dokla just grabs the red buff for himself. Team Secret Whales setting up around this bottom side river. The Dragon's still not alive for another 60 seconds, and the Whales are forced to back away as Lion moves in.
And TSW, they cannot wait around and get poked. You can't wait around against this team and get poked and lose health bars before you fully commit. Yes, it's hard because you're so far down in gold that the Nocturne and the Jace are going to be very threatening, but you have to just split second, make the decision, and go for it.
And you can see Inspired just hit level 16, max range paranoia.
I will say it's also, you don't need to lose games over Dragons. When the Dragons are 2 in your favor, Lion are nowhere near a soul.
Okay. Oh, Dokla, they try to full send after the Jace, but he just walks into the safety of the jungle, and Pun can't turn the car at enough of an angle to still find and engage on him. This is what I was saying all the way back in the HyperX Champ Select. There's no real true engage tools here on the side of Team Secret Whales, and so it's so hard to find these opportunities.
Yeah, at least some that are not quick enough, right? And then, as you say, it's a target that also, they all have flashes because it's been so calm for Lion side, so they all have flashes too. So, okay.
Isles could be in some danger here. Defensive crash down. Gets him away from the fury of the dog.
But yeah, they're looking for those full send opportunities. You know, they're trying, swing and a miss, but they look for a side lane. They send multiple people and try and get their pick, but since Dokla didn't have to burn anything meaningful to get away from it, let's pick up the next Dragon too. Again, it's definitely not worth losing the entire match, the entire series over another Dragon when you already got the first 2 on the side of TSW. So you hope for a better look at an engage. You hope for a better opportunity than walking in blind into Fog of War. Maybe you full send it more towards a Baron or an actual Dragon Soul.
And there's your comparison between the past couple of games. You can see this one's really close to like the exact same trajectory as game number 1, which already ended multiple minutes ago. Game number 2, of course, having that bigger spike, as now immediately they try to go in with D-Ray, but he dies as he tries. And the rest of the team from Secret Wales at least gets inspired and trade. The Orbit Deception will not find BA on the return, but Lion is still looking for more. Pun is chunked low. Snake goes in with a beautiful drum and Eddie! Mega Inferno Bomb will burn the remains of Team Secret Wales. Saint with the massive catch on the Caitlyn.
Yo, Saint, that was beautiful follow-up. They are not letting Team Secret Wales out of that fight. Lion are going to go straight through the front door.
And they will kick that thing in. Lion making their way through the inhibitor. It's still 15 seconds before D-Ray is back alive. BA and his toe trying to defend here in a 2v4, but the Nexus turrets are already falling. BA with the repel trying to escape. His toe already below half HP. Lion have made their way on the Nexus. Lion will clean sweep Team Secret Wales, and for the first time in 4 years, North America makes top 4 internationally.
Lion 3-0, taking out Team Secret Wales back to back to back. Very controlled for a lot of this game. I like it, you know, with the high damage comp, with Nocturne, pushing on the side lanes, pulling them back and forth. Take a bow, top 4 here.
Beautifully done from Lion.
And let's talk about it. This Lion team, this year, Flowers, made big moves in the LCS. Their aims were to win. They signed Inspired, picking him up, previous MVP as a captain for the team. Really big pulls, bringing Berserker back to North America. 2 former MVPs trying to construct such a strong roster, looking for this type of success. And now being able to make top 4 is huge. Speaking of success, though, Team Secret Wales making history already against the LPL, winning that best of 5. Historic for the region, taking out TES.
It may be a sweep today, but the Whales definitely had their moment earlier in this tournament, defeating Top Esports. Like you're talking about, they can go back with those visible improvements that they've made internationally. They can have those new goals to strive for as they hope to return again later on in the year at Worlds. But for them, their run here at MSI is over. Lion moving on. You can see here 33 minutes of game time. It was almost a 10,000 gold lead by the end, and that is Lion winning with a clean 3-0. We're going to hear from Dokla on the analyst desk, but that's after the break, so don't go anywhere.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Sword, doing so much work in Gen 2! They are just going to ace them!
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane. Now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
먹어도 돼?
It's mid.
No. High hit. Nice.
Should be okay.
Play slow.
We have angle with Rel soon.
Looks good. Play slow.
Go, China. Go. That's it. There's in front of it.
Play slow. Look slow.
Namini has ulti and W up, but keep chasing slowly.
Look. Hit it.
Good.
Wow.
Kill the Sion, we can end if you kill Sion.
We can end, I think, guys.
Yeah, if you kill Sion, you can end.
Yeah, we can.
Lion will clean sweep Team Secret Wales, and for the first time in 4 years, North America makes top 4 internationally.
It would be mixed.
Okay, that's fine.
For the second series of the day, we're gonna have G2 versus T1 hitting the stage in just a couple of minutes. But first things first, you know him. Some celebrations in order. Big Dokes, congrats!
So big, as promised, dude. We got to see it. The NAR game was incredible. And the best part is we came up here, you didn't even remember you played that NAR game. You're so lost in the moment, you didn't even think back to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I actually forgot. I mean, typically that's kind of how it happens. I have to like remember the emotional state I was in to recount which game was which. Yeah.
You guys didn't seem very stressed that series. It seemed like you guys were kind of playing your game.
Game 1 was a little stressful since the way we wanted to team fight, I didn't actually join up on that. I was like in the front when we should have just focused lead. So that was a stressful moment of the game for me. But after that, it was kind of chill. I feel like we had the advantage going forward into most of these games.
Isn't it crazy that you're guaranteed top 4 at MSI right now? Flowers said that during the ending call, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
We are top 4.
Yeah, and then I talked to my owner. I'm like, hey, can we get business if we get like, do well? So then I'm gonna go talk to him now and see if he holds up his end of the bargain.
You're trying to get some public pressure, a little hashtag business for Dokla.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
They don't reduce the top 4 prize money just because you didn't beat like DLG to get
Exactly.
Right?
We're in a great spot. Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you made it. What matters is the fact that you were here and the progression for me on the side of Lion from the first series you played into how you dominated Team Secret Wales today Scrims going better, or is it just nerfs coming down?
I think a bit of both. Scrims are still hard against the top teams, but nerves for sure. I think we settled in on stage. I think the first series against Furia, we were just warming up, I guess.
All right.
But definitely settling in for sure. And then I think we look a lot more comfortable in this game. But
damn, dude.
Yeah.
Look at those stats. 16.7, CSD at 14.
Yeah, not bad.
These are like
not bad.
Really good stats.
Yeah, I mean, I had some good matchups, so thank you, coaches. Yeah.
There you go.
Anything about the preparation coming in today?
No, I mean, this guy does play. He played Olaf Volibear. We were prepared for that, and I kind of got bodied on the Volibear matchup. I thought I could win it. I think I just went a little bit too deep, but I think we were prepared in terms of what they were going to pick. I mean, the Vex kind of threw us off, but didn't really do too much. So, but other than that, I think we were prepared for everything that we're going to play.
Yeah, made it look easy overall.
Yeah, I mean, every series we played has been a 3-0, one way or the other.
One way or the other.
You know, let's try not to have that happen. Maybe a 3-1.
I think it's every LCS series, too, because TL swept KC and DCG.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They did got double swept by T1.
MSI will remember it as the 3-0 MSI.
Yeah. We'll see if the next series is going to be a 3-0 as well. I hope not. Or maybe our way. I don't know. You're waiting for the opponents now, Dokla.
Yeah.
What do you think about T1 versus G2?
Well, scrimming T1 and scrimming G2, I think T1 is much harder. And one thing I will say, they play like really chaotic. And they are willing to be chaotic and just fight all the time. And I feel like they actually train for that because the scrims look like that. They're just like pure chaos. Yeah. And they thrive in that. So hopefully something similar happens on stage. It's very entertaining to watch.
This is something I want to ask you. I mean, you're saying that you scrimmed this G2 and this T1 and that they're very different. How was that in 2023? Because I kept hearing in 23 that G2 was like actually on the level of these teams. Do you feel like that's not the case for this MSI compared to the 2023 G2 that you also managed to beat?
Yeah, memory-wise, I mean, I felt like they were just as strong. Or, I mean, I was just thinking in terms of top lane, but I thought BB was really good at the time, and it was really hard for me to really do anything. So that's the way I remembered it. But this time, it's I think he has his good picks, but sometimes those picks are they cook too much. Yeah. We gotta roll them back a little bit, you know. So hopefully they settle down, still play their identity, but you know, with some focus in the identity. Yeah.
I think we're all a little nervous. There's some potential excitement about what could come out. But
Warwick's gonna come out. Don't worry, man.
It's a double-edged sword because it's like on paper you're like the Warwick might have worked, but then you look at the nameplate on the side and you're like, well, at least it's not Bin or Zeus. Like that's that's my strongest argument for top lane. It's like it could be Bin, Zeus, or Keen.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. When you think about G2 versus T1, it has become one of the iconic matchup in LoL Esports. Everybody expects this one. The thing is, we haven't actually won against them since 2019. It's been that long. We came close at MSI in Chengdu. But every time, it's not a rivalry, man. They beat our ass every time.
That's really true. And if there's one thing that I've gotten comfortable doing as an EU representative, it's just bringing up 2019 over and over again. But to buck the trend, yeah, it's a little bit dire.
Well,
it's a little bit
There's
concerning.
that one game, MSI Rumble Stage Day 1, 2022. I remember it fondly.
That is
we count best of ones, really?
That's what I think
the
to
graphic
myself.
did.
Oh, yes. World semifinals, not memorable.
Damn,
but
that's
the
crazy.
MSI Rumble Stage, yes, that's where we really stake our claim.
Everything I bring up every time I talk about G2 is the number of, like, just the raw number of series that they've been able to win against either LCK or LPL. It's 10 in their organization's history. I mean, the rest of NA and EU have only ever had 2 each. So it's like really insane what they've been able to accomplish, even if they haven't been able to do it for a while.
Yeah, and if we look back to 2024, the most recent time they had that really, really close series, it was on the back of a lot of creative picks from BB. I think he was the best Zac in the meta at the time, if you remember. Lane swap's crazy. It was the Rek'Sai, it was the Poppy support for Mickey at the time, and what did T1 do when they had the rematch? They banned those 3 champions and G2 fell to pieces. So I do think that some of that creativity that you mentioned, even if it is a double-edged sword, it's going to be really big today.
And you know, it hurts even more when even Faker, who's always the humble king, comments on this saying, Cavs, your 2019 matches are starting to feel
Is this a real quote?
That's a quote from the trailer this morning, guys.
Did he actually say this, or was it Riot telling him like, hey man, can you say something really spicy?
Well, he accepted, you know, so like, he stands by those words.
Did someone else write the words is a good question. Was it a North American producer, and did they want to twist the knife on us and the fact that we always just bring up this one single year
I don't believe the GOAT said that willingly.
One thing that we want to look at, though, is that in iteration of G2 that I still don't know what to make of. They have been struggling when it comes to bot lane champions and pick. We know that T1's drafts have been a bit iffy, but when it comes to those mages on the bot lane, I'm not too sure that Hansama versus Space is going to be a good story for G2, especially because Space now also picked up the Jace bot lane, the Echo bot lane. It's wild out there.
I think the big thing for me that I want your perspective on, Dokla, is how important is it to be playing mages right now? Because I know Hans isn't comfortable on it. You saw the Seraphine was a little messy. I don't believe he should have the Ziggs and the Mel at the minimum, but I don't really believe it. How important is it for your AD carry actually to be able to play these champions?
I mean, I think it's very important because given the support champs that can also impact other lanes, if you have a mage, you can just 1v2 the bot lane and you're not going to die. So your support can impact other lanes and really impact the map, and Keria likes to play like that. So being able to play mages and play them well, like PaZe can, is very important. I think draft will be a very big deal in terms of is G2 going to ban the mages out to try to get a normal bot lane matchup, or are they going to try to match? We don't know. But I will say T1, they are cooking a lot more than they're showing right now. I can't say it, obviously, but if it goes all the way, I'd like to see it.
More. The Michelin star meal they had was enough, bro. I don't need to know that there's a 7-courser.
I know. There's been a bit of overcooking on the side of the T1 kitchen, but still. I want to know if we can find some hope on the side of the fans, maybe MasterCard fan prediction. What do they think?
Come on,
Are
fans.
European fans up yet?
If we get 20%, I will be impressed.
I'll take it. I'll take the 20%, honestly. You know
what? 35, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
All right.
They came out to play.
I do like those odds. What do you guys have, though? Dokla, what do you think?
I mean, I'm a T1 fan, so I'm going to go T1, but I rest my case.
You don't want the NA.
Okay.
You rest your. That's
Come
it.
on.
That's all it takes. All right.
From scrims.
If we beat T1, that would be really
right.
legendary.
Who would you rather beat, G2 or T1?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's my mindset. Yeah.
Look,
you'd rather beat T1 than
of course.
G2?
I want to be the GOAT.
All right.
Yeah.
I probably have to explain myself, and what I will say is 2024 MSI lower bracket, we were in a similar place after G2 beat TES, so very, very similar place. I believe in a 3-0. I'm running it back because, look, the top side of T1 is good, but it's not HLE. It is survivable. Is PaZe Carrier the best bot lane on the face of the planet? Do they have a big edge in pick ban? Yes, absolutely. But there's a chance for G2 to do this. Pretty close to what the fans predicted. I'd say 30-40% that they can do this. But I will say, if they don't win the first game, I think it's full mental collapse. It's going to be the shortest. We're going to be setting records for shortest history.
But you're still going with 3-0, though.
Yeah, because if it's going to happen, if it's going to happen, this 35% chance, it is going to be some crazy counter pick blowout. It's going to be unprecedented.
You can't win 3 without winning 1.
It's true. And it's just a normal series. No. We're toast. A series with crazy picks where someone on T1 underperforms, we can win that.
Okay, I know we don't have that much time left, but I'm with Dokla for the T1 3-1. And honestly, this is being very generous. T1 has 6-0 TL. They've 3-0'd Furia. They basically swept literally everyone who's not BLG. So this is saying that G2 is actually like the best team in the West.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Yeah, congratulations.
I'd like to make a 3-0. I'd like to amend my choices here. 3-0, 2-1.
As long as there's delusion, there's hope, and that's what we need on the side of Europe right now as G2 is facing off against T1 in an elimination series. Let's see what they have.
And here we go, ready for what is hopefully another historic matchup between these two teams. The rivalry going back over 10 years at this point as G2 make their way onto the stage. I expect the cheers, though, as they'll for T1 maybe slightly grander than for their European compatriots.
Debatable, hard to know, G2. We're in Daejeon, that could be their home city,
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah, the crowd's slightly more excited for T1 as they make their way to the stage. It's been a long run for T1. If they are to make it to the finals, they'll have played on, I believe, 9 of the 13 days that MSI has been running.
And I think one of the scary things is T1 has a reputation of getting better and better and better throughout the tournament. They are famous for their in-tournament, in-series adaptation, for being able to recognize what is going wrong, what is going right, to be able to make those pivots mid-tournament. That is some of the hallmarks of T1's success. It's one of the reasons that they have won so many times internationally. They don't always come in and look like the best team from day one. But most of the time, by the end of the tournament, they're looking like the best team.
Yeah, the evolution across the tournament is always something to be admired. For G2, it has been a difficult road, turbulent to get here. A reverse sweep versus Top Esports, I think, buoyed a lot of EU fans with quite a bit of hope, and then Top Esports kind of did not do well after that point, and then HLE were an unstoppable wall against a very movable object of G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where everyone is trying to understand, you know, what do we take away from this series, right? So you beat Top, you're like, okay, great, we beat the LPL, we're really good. This is perfect. This is kind of where people thought we should be. But then Top loses to Secret Whales, and Secret Whales get blown out by Lion, and you start thinking, okay, well, what do the transitive properties mean here, right? But what I will say is, while I've seen so many Europeans in the pits of despair after that HLE series, and admittedly, the HLE series was a stomp. It was not nearly as close as I was expecting. I have seen you here before, and I have seen G2 come back and change the hearts and minds the very next day, right? True. This is also a team, yes, it is not the team with the same pedigree as T1, because guess what? Literally no one else in the world has that. But G2 has made people believe in them so many times because they can come out and have these incredible performances, like at First Stand, back-to-back 3-0s over the LCK. They're able to really adapt well themselves and to showcase these incredible moments, especially Caps, who, you know, is the guy in the West who way more than anyone else has been able to make that magic happen.
I very much agree, and that adaptation for both these teams starts in the draft, in this Champions Select powered by HyperX. We'll see if those majors come to the fore for Paze. Yep. He's been playing a little bit of Echo in solo queue as well. I think we are only at the very superficial level, only above the ice of that iceberg, as to how many majors can actually be played in bot.
I mean, we were talking about this, and it is interesting because when you see so many mid laners getting played in another lane, it's very similar to how when AD carries have moved around the map, you start just taking tips from those lanes, and you're saying, all right, well, Syndra's going to go bot. What's good against Syndra mid? Well, Echo. If this is going to go bot, well, what's good down there? Okay, if people are playing Cassio, can I not just play a Nivea into Cassio bot too? And there is that evolution, and that is something that I think a lot of European fans are potentially worried about because Hansama is not known for the mage bots. And I do think, while T1's top side, their solo laners in particular, they're not known for their dominance in laning phase. They are known for their incredible team fighting, and Faker for his playmaking, for always finding the angle, always finding that chance to win the game. Paze and Keria are just different than any other bot laners in the world today. Yeah. These guys are absolute freaks on their champs. They are just unstoppable. And so a big question for me is, can Hansama and Lebrov play well enough to give G2 a chance? Because I think that is such a hard thing to do. Paze and Keria can snowball lanes like no one else in the world.
Entirely agree. I think that is the main focal point for G2. The rest of their team should be able to survive. Caps, if he is on form, I think can take down Faker on current form. We'll see what Skewmon can do as well. He's had a bit of a quiet MSI. For T1, on the other hand, you want to shore up that top side. Doran a little bit weak in lane at times. Faker, great in team fights, but not as powerful through the laning phase as perhaps he could be. Let's get into the draft, though. Poppy, Nautilus, Akali banned away by T1. Orianna, Vi, and Jace taken away by G2. T1 are going to lock in Owner's Nocturne, which he has a 78% win rate on over 9 games in spring. And on the other side, we'll see Jace and Ezreal secured for G2. Jarvan, not Jace. Jarvan obviously very good into those mages bot because they don't tend to have dashes, so you can just look to try and punish them.
It's best to just not look at the stats for a lot of these champions. I mean, T1 is a team that has a 74% win rate in spring, right? And so most of your champs have a pretty good win rate, right? You know, it's kind of like when you're going to draft against some of these players, like, well, you can't give him that. He's got an 80% win rate. Well, you can't give him that. He's got a 95% win rate. You're going to have to play well to win. That is just the name of the game. And T1 obviously looking towards mage bot here already. The Camille came out, and you knew it was going to be one of those mage pairings. Keria is incredible at playing these aggressive champions. He is a mechanical god, and that is one of the things that really makes them so scary, is that when you're looking at Ziggs, Ziggs is no longer what people used to think about with this champion, where, oh, you just sit back and you farm and you play with Qs. Well, Paze is using the satchels beautifully aggressively. Yep. They are chaining that to set up hook shots. They are looking for all-ins. They're looking for pressure. And it is going to be the Leona, which has not been something we've seen much of at all in quite a while. In fact, only one game throughout all of MSI has been played on it.
And it was a loss.
So it was a loss. So it's going to be interesting to see how that does work out. You know, is the strategy to kind of more focus on Keria himself, try to punish when he goes in for those hook shots? Obviously, you can block it. Leona can be very, very tanky with that W up. So maybe it's kind of that sort of angle. And I'll be curious to see how they look.
Can also punish champions that are a little bit further back. Things like the Ziggs, if their flash is burnt, satchel charge before the solar flare lands on you that is very quick reactions if you're able to get out of that. So we'll see if G2 decide to try and punish FaZe in this bottom side.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I'm thinking about it more through the support matchup, you know, thinking about how people love to play Leona into Nautilus, for an example, because if the Nautilus goes in, you kind of just go on the Nautilus and you are tankier than a lot of these champions. Lockdown could be very difficult to deal with, so was kind of thinking about it through that angle, but of course, as you say, Leona does have backline access as well. Syndra, one of these champions that has really been rising in priority here at MSI, has 6 plays so far and has been looking good at, including a pentakill game for Caps, which was pretty incredible in the top esports series. So
if I'm putting my EU biased fanboy hat on, the last time Caps got a pentakill at MSI, they won the whole thing. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm putting it into the ether.
Yep.
It maybe not going to happen this time with HLE and BOG staring down you, even if you manage to get through T1. But
it could happen.
It's always a possibility, as we see the Ambessa and the Gnar taken away by G2, trying to shore up things for Broken Blade on the top side. Let's see where T1 decide to go with their final ban. It is the Rumble.
Okay, very interesting. So Rumble's getting it taken away, and I know people are very much of two minds. There's such different opinions on Broken Blade, and should he be playing crazy counterpick? Should he just be playing standard? I personally like it. I am kind of the belief, and I know Inspired has talked about this a lot. You know, someone who has gone toe-to-toe from NA with some of these teams, not been able to take them down, but had some good series. You know, he believes that when you are playing against these top LCK and LPL teams, you kind of need what they call the funny picks, right? You need to be able to surprise them, get things that they are less comfortable on. And that is something that I think is a strength of Broken Blade. Of course, then if you bring out a niche pick and you look bad on it, people are really going to be very quick to criticize you. But I do think it is a strength for them. And this Anivia can be a flex. It can be both mid and top. So that is always nice for G2. They now get to see exactly what the lane matchups are going to be. It is a double Shurima Soul laners here. And it's going to be Vayne as the answer. So they maintain the ability to flex the Anivia. And of course now, with that Vayne coming out, that is going to be hunting this Croc here and looking for that 1v1 counter pick. So I do like that a lot, but I will say, having played a lot of top lane, when you are going for these ranged top laners, you need to play aggressive, you need to play in their face, and then I see a Nocturne on the other side, and I get very worried about how that is going to look. I see a Camille on the other side, and I worry about how do you outplay the Camille in some of these situations. So I do think it's going to require Skewmon to adjust his playstyle. I feel like Skewmon is really, really good when he is playing on his tempo, when he's being very efficient. But I feel like this is a kind of game where you're going to see those moments where you need to drop camps and you need to be there protecting BB, because if you're going to invest into a Vayne top, he needs to be able to play aggressive. You can't just have him sitting back and trading farm against the Renekton. He needs to be in his face, which requires the jungler to be behind him.
I also expect the support's likely to go up towards topside for level 1. We've already seen LeBron doing
junglers.
The backup junglers, yes. We've already seen LeBron doing it early doors in a couple of their games. Wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Carrier just decides to try and match that pressure a little bit to see if LeBron oversteps, because you're not taking your Shield of your Eclipse level 1. You're likely taking your Zenith Blade or your Shield of Daybreak if you want the shorter cooldown, if you want to be able to gap close, and then you are a little bit squishier on the Leona. So we'll see what happens on the top side of the map early on as we get into this best of 5 between the best of the LEC and the second best of the LCK, but often the best in the world, T1. Let's make our way
back-to-back defending world champions. So
technically at the moment,
they are the second
best
seed
from the LCK.
That's how I would put it. Second seed,
sure.
You know?
And there we are. LeBron moves up towards the top side early on.
Yep. It is really important, even just playing for the wards, because even if you don't think there's going to be like a full-on cheese gank or something like that, being able to actually get the ward in that mid-brush is so important in these melee versus range matchups, because otherwise all that happens is this range champion pops out, hits you back into the brush, drops him in the aggro over and over and over and over. So that is why he is up there. I think he is expecting that Carrier or someone would be up there dropping a ward. And of course, Leona has the ability, especially if you do see that ward going down, you just level Q, you can instantly kill the ward by yourself, and that can shift these matchups. But T1 elected not to actually get up there and place a ward, so it is just going to be a ward in that far back brush for Doran. And BB will know that and will be able to play around it, but still can use that mid brush to do, just as I was saying, drop that minion aggro.
Yeah, just dash out, get those extra auto attacks in with the tumble. The last time we saw a Vayne top from an EU team here at MSI, it was Kana, and he tumbled directly into a Gnar wallop. So I'm hoping for better fortunes for Broken Blade today. He is 3-0 on this Vayne across the course of his career. Caps and Faker trading in the mid lane. Flash Frost into the Frostbite. We'll take Faker down to about half, and it's double Deathfire Grasp in the mid lane, so that damage will tick over a little bit more.
It is also worth noting that it is going to be Exhaust on the Vayne. It is not going to be Ghost. It is not going to be Cleanse that you sometimes do see against the Renekton as well. So is depending upon that Exhaust. In the early level all-ins against Lethal Tempo with Exhaust, you can never get bait into a trade or it will go bad. But we got to talk about the history between these two teams dating all the way back to 2016. You can see it started out very T1 favored, but
Center play forward should just walk away, using that aftershock to tank up a little bit of damage. But as you say, moving on to 2019, when it was the
golden
G2
era.
favored, the golden era for G2, and then since then has not gone their way. In fact, they've only won a single best of one against T1 in the last 7 years, excluding Red Bull League of its own, where G2 did win last time. So I'm taking that G2, obviously the better team right now.
But they did go 5 games in 2024,
That
right?
is true.
And I think to me that means a lot. You know, that shows that they can actually get close. They can be competitive. Earlier level 3 from T1. G2 got to be careful here.
Sweep in from Carrier. Zenith Blade doesn't connect, and the hookshot wall dive there from Carrier used defensively. And stepped forward with the tactical sweep for the slow, precision protocol, and then knew he could get out of the fight.
Yeah, you can see Hans going for the Doran's Helm, so very defensive. Owner does have the HP advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Skumon spotted Owner, and we do have a pause as I see Cap CPing back to the mid lane.
I think it's probably on the G2 side, just based on the player cam. Skumon was looking over. We'll let you know as soon as we do find anything out. But a little bit surprised Skumon actually just kind of walked out, seeing Owner there, because Owner is full health, and that is going to mean he's going to get pushed back almost immediately. He can flag and drag out. He shouldn't die or anything weird, but you know, generally when you know you can't win the 1v1 and you don't have necessarily that backup from your lanes, you'll just go the other side of the map.
My other thought was, and we're not going to pontificate too much about why a pause has happened,
we'll just wait
Caps
and
was
find
TPing right back into lane, so maybe there was an error with the shop if he auto-board or something. Sometimes that can happen. We'll find out what it is, and then we'll tell you as soon as we know.
So the update is that it was a G2 pause. It was Hansama having issue with the comms on stage, so they're going to be, you know, adjusting his levels, fixing up whatever it is. You know, maybe he just couldn't hear his teammates as well as he wanted to. And hopefully that will be able to get fixed pretty quickly.
This is actually deep EU magic, by the way.
Okay.
Have you heard of the Fnatic pause hack?
I have, yes.
Well, G2 have adopted it. Fnatic haven't made this international. So
I don't know if you want to be bringing Fnatic stuff into a best of 5.
What different skills can we adopt from other teams in our region? You know, we'll take KC losing 0-3, right? So they've already adopted that.
Okay.
Now they're taking the Fnatic pause hack and incorporating that into their skill set. This is what G2 do so well in Europe. They just grab different bits from different teams. Like, oh, we can do this, we can do that.
I feel like G2 are doing pretty well against Fnatic for the last, well, ever since
they keep stealing their strats, dude.
I thought it was more about stealing the players.
No, I mean that.
More about getting
that happened a long time ago. But yes, that is probably.
That was a quality steal.
It was a very good.
That was a high value steal.
You're stealing home with that one, aren't you? It's definitely gone well for G2. Caps has been their main man for a while. For T1. You continue to see them go from success to success, but MSI has actually been a bit of a thorn in their side, I will say. 2017, the last time they won. They have won twice.
A little Huni magic.
A little Huni magic back in those days. But
need some holo.
Yes. And again, T1 showing us you can
Stole
adopt
it from
EU
Fnatic.
magic. Yes, exactly, Azel. We're on the same page.
Absolutely.
But yeah, T1 often level up across the course of the entire year.
Yeah.
And then when you get to Worlds, never count them out. You always know that T1 are going to show up at Worlds. But MSI has been a bit of a struggle for them over the last few years, and we'll see if that changes. They did lose to BOG, so this is, as you said at the start of the day, an elimination match between these two games.
Yeah, and I will give the caveat that a bit of a struggle for their standards.
Yeah,
right?
they went 5 games.
They went 5 games against Gen.G in the finals.
Exactly.
And so it's, you know, me personally being from the LCS, I would be happy to take on those struggles. You know,
same.
I only got to the finals and got to game 5.
Faker, if you want the weight off your shoulders, we'll take that.
That could be us.
Yep.
we'll happily lose in the finals.
You have.
Yeah.
A couple of times, in fact. COG and
happily.
TL, yeah. We'll happily win at the finals again if we can.
Yeah.
But for now, we're going to get back on into game, as it seems like the comms issue has been solved. Skumon is being forced away by the Dustbringer out of Owner. The lower health he had, making it a bit tricky for him to really take this fight. You can see Broken Blade thinking about moving from the top side. Faker with the push in mid, though now Skumon will just... I mean, he keeps stepping back. It feels a little greedy to continue to look for this play, especially with Carrier moving out on the map, where he's also on top side. Doran slices, dices, but is still taken out by BB.
Yeah, Doran got way too far forward there, and Skumon has Lebrov behind him, so that's what he was trying to delay for. He was trying to keep them messing around here because they had the move from Lebrov. Carry is there as well. but Doran with the overstep. And that is what I'm saying. When you were playing against Vayne, early game, lethal tempo plus exhaust, no matter how good the trade looks, it's almost impossible to win the all-in. And obviously he was moving up there because BB had the first move into the river, was looking to actually support at that Scuttle Crab. Doran thought he had an ability to actually push out that wave. But well played there by Broken Blade. Flash follow, finishes him off with the Silver Bolts, proccing that with the Condemn.
Yep.
And that was nicely done, and not the start that you want if you are a Doran, because this matchup is very difficult. Anyway, and it just looks like a bit of a greedy base. He thought he had the reset here, and BB says, you know what? You can't actually take it from this position. And Doran, I think, hesitated a bit on, like, can I fight? Can I run? Took that split second to
Meanwhile,
decide.
the Razor Beaks, there's a Fear Tether onto LeBron. He flashes away, still hit by the Fear. Caps can't move from mid lane again because Faker is holding him pinned beneath that tower. This was really nice from Keria. After taking the topside Scuttle Crab, he actually pathed into the G2 jungle towards the Razor Beaks to stop Lebrov from stepping forward. And then, as the bot side Scuttle Crab was taken by Ona, he stepped in towards the Razor Beaks as well to try and contest those.
And look at this, Skewmon trying to move up and actually get something here. Faker has been pushed back, he's out of mana, so now Caps can move into assist because Skewmon got double scuttled.
Now, Ona on the wrong side of that Crystallize, does still have Flash. Keria on his way. Faker stayed around. The Razor Beaks almost secured, down to 200 as Caps tries to trade in. Keria across the wall will get one Fear Tether towards the top side, as well as Caps is already down to Faker. Lebrov too late. Skewmon has to flash across the wall. Ona flashes for the chase, and G2 are just too damn greedy. T1 punish them for their hubris.
It's a horror from G2 here, as Keria has the first move, and yeah, Faker is low on mana, but still able to actually contribute, and you can't win that 1v1 realistically as Jarvan into the Nocturne,
yeah.
So as long as they kept Caps busy, it was always going to be tough, and then Skewmon flashing up, I just don't see a way in which he was going to get out, because he was kind of just flashing straight into Doran anyway, and it's a good couple of kills there for T1 after BB did open the scoring. Faker comes around here, realizes he's going to be able to back him up. And this spell shield coming in, they land the Fear on the top side, and Caps had no egg, which I think he must have lost off screen. We didn't actually see that. So Keria comes in, able to easily get that kill, and then Skewmon flashes over the wall. Doran is there, realizes, you know what, I don't want to give it to him. I don't want to give over an additional assist. But Skewmon looking pretty frustrated already.
Yeah, he's lost both Scuttle Crabs. I think he lost his Razor Beaks, and he's lost the Razor Beak fight, and then he's lost his life. Lebrov too late to join. Petrifying Gaze does not hit onto Caps, as a bird just flaps his way over that snake.
And it is, I mean, I think Faker, you know, he's not known for the laning phase, but I do think in general. Oh!
Keria
Swing and a
miss. Caps flashes, doesn't get the hookshot wall dive. Faker there with the miasma. Lebrov forced to walk away. Paranoia, paranoia! Everyone's out to get you. Caps as Shroud of Darkness comes down onto Ona. Underneath the tower, he takes a couple of shots. Caps with a great Crystallize will lock Ona against the wall. Shield of Daybreak for the stun. Flash Frost for the follow! And Ona is frozen in the enemy jungle while Broken Blade tries to trade with Doran towards this top side. Final hour has been used. Dashes away from the Dominus and won't go for any much further trading. Behind the tower, behind the alcove though, he gets sliced up by Doran. No escape for the Vayne.
Yeah, that is tough. That was your one winning lane right there. And now he gets solo killed by Doran. Broken Blade had not spent his money for quite a long time, and Doran comes back with steel caps and says, you haven't based. You're sitting on a lot of gold. After the death, BB combined his two daggers into the upgraded Greaves, bought the Ruby Crystal and the Longsword. So he was sitting on about 1,000 gold this early on, which is almost a totality of combat power that Doran had.
Well, and Skewmon looking for Ona here. The reaction from Keria, fast, rapid as he tries to get across here in time. The True Shot Barrage will take out the T1 jungler. And this is what G2 can do well. When they get Lebrov and Skewmon on the same page, they can look for these picks, look for these plays. T1, though, still with a 400 gold lead, mostly through Ona and Faker.
Yeah, credit, though, to Lebrov. He has been good on the map, moving around really well, and Caps, you know, we didn't really get to talk about it because we went right into that 1v1, but a good job by him. Lebrov covers him, and he gets this well-timed flash over the wall to kind of disjoint this. Keria looks for the E-flash, and a rare misstep, a bit short change there from Keria, not able to quite close the distance. They say, Caps is so low, I can just go in and finish him off. But the exhaust mid-air from Lebrov comes through and reduces the damage of the ultimate as it lands. That allows Caps to survive. He flashes over the wall, and they're able to finish him off with the auto attacks. And then this is tough. when you don't have a ward for that further up brush, notice how Doran plays on the edge here. He's basically just holding on to that line, not allowing him to walk in. He had his ward this whole time, waits for the cooldowns to come back off by basically just holding the edge of that brush, because you can't win that fight in melee range with Dominus up. So he pushes him back, waits for the cooldowns, goes over the wall with the ward and kills him. Really well played there by Doran, and a pretty big mistake from BB, fighting without having bought yet.
Yeah, not actually using any of that gold lead as the flash. Zenith Blade goes in, Paranoia on the backline. That's going to be the egg out of Caps, but the fear going out, he manages to escape. Skew1's already killed off Faker. TPs from either side as Pays joins the battle, as does Hans Summer. Ono in the midst of them all, caught out in the Cataclysm, and now locked in the cage by G2. Broken Blade trading with Pays towards the bottom side. He condemns him back as he condemned him to death. The good Satchel allows Pays to extricate himself, but G2 still win out on the fight. Hans Summer forces the flash, a true shot rush, that's not connecting. Pays went up, not to the side.
But that was still great for G2 there. Looked like a 3-for-1, I believe, at the end of the day for G2. We can watch this one more time. T1 are trying to look for a play set up here onto Caps. You know, they're trying to get pushed through mid, but you can see Lebrov had moved into the river. Faker used that ult early and then flashed in to try to finish off Caps. Wasn't able to do it, so he was missing really all of his resources. And that is what prompts Lebrov to go in. Faker walks up, you know, no Petrifying Gaze, no flash. In comes Skew1, in comes BB. Immediate flash forward there from Lebrov. Great target selection. And watches BB just kind of fights through Keria, ignoring him to take him down. Then kiting back here on the side, flashes out from that bouncing bomb that Pays throws over. And even with Doran getting into the middle of everyone, he flash follows, but the egg is back up, and that is all he gets for his life. So great job there, absorbing the pressure from Faker in the mid lane, and then Lebrov to punish. Lebrov, I think, is playing an excellent game.
Had some really good games against top esports as well. And for Skew1, that series against Hanwha Life was not acceptable. I think for a lot of G2 players, it was not. Says he clearly got stomped. We need to bounce back, and this early game has been showing that they can fist fight in that first 15 minutes of the game. Keria is looking up towards this top side as Doran tries to get on top of Broken Blade. Final hour to try and get away. Broken Blade looking for the silver bolts. Keria going forward. BB dashes away, uses the invisibility well. Skew1 flag drag, Caps here too. BB, you just can't find him! You just can't find that Broken Blade! And with it, he'll slice you up a double for Caps.
Beautifully played there. The TP immediately from Caps. Skew1 coming in to back him up, uses the flash, and Broken Blade buys so much time. He had no summoners, but he uses the final hour. Notice how he's not auto-attacking during the tumble Qs, allowing the invis to stay full duration there. And again, Keria just short on a critical hookshot. The same thing happened mid. This time, he guessed right the way that Broken Blade was going to go. He did go for the hookshot up, but couldn't quite get in range. Broken Blade bought enough time there for Caps to arrive. And that is a 2,000 gold lead here now for G2. It started quite well for T1, but these last couple skirmishes going heavily the way of the LEC. And we can watch it one more time. And you can look on the minimap, both Keria and Skew1 immediately are coming up here, and they're waiting to try to combo the Renekton stun into the hookshot. But then look at this, it couldn't quite get in range. BB is invis, lets it go full time. Keria guesses slightly wrong, knew he went up, but went a bit to the side, expecting a juke. Bought the time for Caps to arrive. Skew1 flashes in, gets the flag and drag knockup, and once Doran goes down, there's no damage from Keria to make anything happen. And G2 getting into a very comfortable position now. Gold leads across the map here. Early Roa finished up there by Caps, and G2 feeling like they're cruising.
But we have seen T1 in this sort of position before. Their team fighting is what puts them head and shoulders above other teams. They have fought back from much, much wider gold gaps than this. I think it was 6K in the TL series that they managed to battle back from.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't won until their Nexus has exploded, right? Like, that is the reality, is these are playmakers.
Exhaust on Doran, no flash for him. Slices first flag and drag there for the follow-up, and Doran just doesn't get a chance to move. Broken Blade with his second of the game.
Yeah, really well played, just goes in. They commit a lot of resources there, but they make sure of the kill, and now Owner.
Out of Darkness, Cataclysm, he has to flash out of that. The follow-up from Lebrov was there, has the Solar Flare as he's gone to level 6. Keria is down towards this bottom side looking for Caps, but Caps is just recalling.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really well played. I mean, Nivea, tough to dive with the passive, clears out waves, has the wall. Ezreal also very tough to attack, you know, really shifty character. So they can send their resources constantly up here to help out BB. And it's tough for T1 to punish elsewhere on the map. And also, they're not really winning the 2v2s and the 3v3s right now either. So it does become a pretty difficult problem to solve here for T1. I mean, we see Lebrov just walk up, use the exhaust immediately for the slow on to Doran, get the CC. Owner knows he can't fight. They know the carry is not there, and he can't make a cross-command play, so it's just fantastic from G2.
Good bit of vision from Carrier towards the red buff and towards the Razor Beaks of G2's jungle. Next objective, though, still a minute 20 away, and we'll be on the top side of the map with that Rift Herald spawning. G2 were able to take the 3 grubs as T1 took the Drake, so we have that exchange of neutrals, but G2 did manage to get a little bit more gold in their pockets as they were giving up that dragon. Paranoia onto Hans Summer, no way out for him. Great combination there from T1.
They are going to be able to take him down, but that was not an easy kill. That is flash ult from Carrier, that's ult from Pays, that's Nocturne ult, so that is quite a lot of resources spent to kill him. They are going to get some plates off the back of this, though, as Zig's going to go to work on that tower. So nicely done there by T1. They know they cannot allow the G2 carries to just safely farm. You need to have some sort of pressure on them. Thankfully for G2, though, Hans does go down, but doesn't even use his flash.
Yeah, I think as soon as he's in the hexagon, all you're doing is flashing over to the other side of the wall and you're dead anyway. There's a massive bomb about to land on your head as Doran's forced back a little bit by Broken Blade. Those ultimates, though, already half the way off their cooldown, should be up about 15-20 seconds after the Rift Herald has spawned, apart from the Hexagon Maiden, which will take a little bit longer as Owner trades with Lebrov. But Lebrov puts up the Eclipse, also has the Protoplasm Harness complete. So if he does dive on towards that backline, has a little bit of extra healing. The rest of T1 on their way across, and G2 for a moment will have to fight a 2v4. Solar Flare lands the double stun. No way out really for Lebrov. He's going to have to flash the wall. Broken Blade tried to trade with Doran, but a flash with this Predator into the Petrifying Gaze doesn't quite get the CC. BB looking the right way to avoid Medusa's gaze.
Yeah, it is a trade of flashes between the top laners there. They get the flash off of Lebrov as well, though, as this time T1 bring the extra member. But look at Caps in the bot lane. That is the cost here. So T1, no, we need to get more because we are losing plates down here in this bot side. We are losing minions down here in this bot side, so they are pushing for this neutral. Going to be able to grab the Herald here, I think, uncontested. But no one goes down. Trade of sums. Caps gets gold. So for now, G2 still pretty happy about the play.
Yeah, it's still about a 2,000 gold lead for them as the Flash Frost comes out from Caps. Chips away at Doran with the Glacial Storm alongside it. Lebrov is looking around that blue buff area, but Doran will be pretty hard to dive, even with his Dominus down.
I will say Broken Blade needs to be pretty careful for these next couple of minutes. You know that Nocturne ult is now going to be back up after their earlier play. You know you have no flash, and it will be difficult to find an outplay there. And T1 know it. They're sending 3 members top. Even if they can't kill him, they want to zone him off this turret. But G2 have moved way faster on this bot lane. They're going to be able to get the first tower for sure. So BB just needs to evacuate. Just get out of there, accept it.
As soon as you see Carrier on the ward, you're out of there. There's no point staying around. You could try to outplay, but you'd purely be trying to outplay.
That'd be a vein spotting moment.
It would be in vain, as you'd say, yes. Broken Blade steps back. As Owner did start his recall. Will be spotted walking away on the ward that G2 had there. Caps in as well, using his teleport. There's the Drake. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. T1 might want to fight this. Caps has just TP'd away, and Broken Blade doesn't have his TP up. Because of that, G2 begin to back away. Carrier looking for the Paranoid. Great Hex, they automate him to stop the flag and drag out. Means that it has to be a flash invested from the G2 jungler. Caps has moved down from top to try and make this a 4v5.
I think Lebrov CC'd up Owner, though, so he couldn't actually get in range to ult in onto Skewmon because Owner activated the ult, but he never was anywhere to be found. So I have to assume that he was just out of range, was trying to use the Hextech ultimatum to get there, and I see Lebrov had used his ultimate, so my assumption is he stopped him from actually getting in range. Even though Owner is level 10, he's not 11, doesn't have the additional range on that ulti yet, so would love to see that replay, but I'm assuming it was Lebrov saving him. And yeah, Lebrov just runs straight up, blocked by James, locks him down, not quite in range. Otherwise, Skewmon would be dead. Not only does that save a kill, that means you get a dragon here in a situation where you otherwise wouldn't have.
Broken Blade can get chased down here for a second, carry on his way. As you say, there's the Drake to G2. Second of the game. And one apiece so far. That gold lead not extending for G2 so far. T1 have done a good job of kind of curbing any enthusiasm that G2 had as T1 take a tower on the top side. Faker gets himself a very slight gold lead, 32 ahead, but lead still for Broken Blade and for Skewmon on the side of G2.
Yeah, still feeling pretty comfortable here. It's going to be about the team fights, though. It had opened up to, I want to say, around maximum 2.5, 2.8K lead for G2, but T1 closing that gap now down to 800, which really means it's nothing. It's about the execution in the 5v5s, which is where T1 really earn their reputation. This
really
team is just so good, has so many playmakers. Faker and Doran, people can be critical of their laning, but you cannot be critical of the team fighting, of the ability to find the right angle, to find the right moment. And these top LCK and LPL teams have shown time and time again this event that they are so fast at pulling the trigger when you make a mistake. Sometimes you don't even know that you have made it yet, and they already know they won the fight.
They're so good at that. Also really good at getting the vision control whenever they do have a point of pressure. They get a lot of wards down towards that bottom side, which allows Doran to push up, but also stops Broken Blade from catching the wave any further up. And it means that Lebrov then has to spend his time around that red, clearing out vision, putting down a control ward of his own. And now G2 will try and push forward and get a bit of control towards this top side. Caps with a slight gold lead in the coin-based gold grind. As Dominus comes out, there's a paranoia on his way as well, as Owner's looking for this. They need to spot the Vayne. It might just be the Dominus and nothing more. Broken Blade wisely not stepping up. You can see Skewmond on his way across. Dominus about to expire, and BB waited it out well. Solar Flare on Faker. Zenith Blade there for the follow-up. Great Petrifying Gaze. Clips Cap's wings for a second, but with a True Shot Barrage coming down and the exhaust there as well, Faker's going to have to work some magic to get out of this one. The rest of T1 on the offensive, though. Faker will fall, but at what cost for G2? The dive in with the Hexag Ultimatum as Caps has turned into drumsticks. Lebrov, no Protoplasm Harness can save you from Pays as the chase continues for T1, and Lebrov falls to the bouncing bomb.
And G2 fall prey to the Faker global taunt, calls him up to that top lane, buys enough time with his flash and with the Petrifying Gaze, catching Caps in this moment. And the Avengers flood in. Everyone from T1 does arrive up on that top side to help Faker punish G2 for that play. Still, though, it is a lot spent by T1 to get up there, and G2 do get a kill of their own. But it's just all about the delay. You look at the mini-map here, you realize everyone is coming very quickly. Look at the time that they are responding. Immediately, you see Carry moving up. Immediately, you see Pays moving up. Immediately, you see TPs coming through from Doran. Double teleport, everyone running. They are there to protect Faker, and he narrowly gets taken down. If he was able to avoid just a tiny bit more damage, Caps had been egged there, so Lebrov was really out of damage, and if he lived for another second, it would have been a 2 for 0.
Yep. Great reactions overall from T1. Had that deep vision as well with that ward further up in the lane, meaning the double TP from Pays and Doran was easy to execute. The setup around the Baron right now, no surprises as it's 21 minutes into the game, and T1 do like their quick Barons when they can find them.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about Hans because the game hasn't really been about bot lane, but he has picked up 3 kills, right? You know, he got some with True Shot Barrage. He's been kind of lightly involved in some of these skirmishes. Mostly him and Pays have just been kind of farming. But Hans is at quite a strong point in the game, working towards his 3rd item alongside Pays. And he is going to be really important, I feel like, in these fights. Ezreal on 3 items is absolutely a beast, and they are going to need multiple threats here to be able to deal with T1, because they can dive and one-shot someone. The rest of the members of G2 have to then step up. If they one-shot BB or Caps, you got to go big if you're those other carries.
BB running up from the bottom side. Faker looks towards top lane to see if he can push out there. There's a couple of pings from T1 on wards that G2 had placed in the top lane bushes. Possible flank positions for a TP. Drake up in 30 seconds, and looks like T1 have XU-entered stage left as they look down towards that dragon instead of the Baron.
The other thing I really like for G2 in this game is that they are playing double exhaust, and it's not even Spellbook exhaust as BB.
Broken Blade dodging away from Carrier, who tries to find him with the flash. The blast cone there for him, will use it after the Hexagol made him pull back straight into the waiting arms of Pays, who gets his 3rd of the game.
Yeah, Carrier looks for the hookshot flash, does not find it, but it doesn't matter because he finds him with the ultimatum.
Solar Flare down onto Faker. Zenith Blade there for the follow-up. A Petrifying Gaze will buy him a couple of seconds, but with the Flash Frost coming in, Faker is no longer on the rift. Paranoia used in response. It's only Owner here, but he's enough, it seems. The chase away from Caps and Lebrov with Carrier on his way. A flash from the Shield of Daybreak, but the Frostbite burns him down. G2 able to take a 2 for 1 on the top side. Meanwhile, Doran and Pays stayed bot to get the tier 2.
Man, this is a crazy game. So much action here. Almost a kill a minute. Well, it is a kill a minute now at this point, pretty much. As 21 kills in 23 minutes here. But Doran is literally hitting the base towers, and no one responding yet here from G2, so they have to back it up and look to play for that. Dragon is on the map here as well. And that ultimate from Pei is actually pretty important because it's going to hurt the tempo even more so from G2, who did overstay a bit on this top side, whereas the solo laners from T1 have already based. They're coming out. Doesn't look like they want to rush in towards Dragon, though. Instead, just playing to get vision around this Baron, so it's not going to amount to too much.
And TP coming out from Caps, who does have a 1.5 thousand goal lead. Area in the vicinity, looking to see perhaps if there's a way for him to take down this bird.
And he has Seekers, so that's going to make it that much more difficult. And what I was going to touch on before is normally the only time you see double exhaust is if they're spellbooks, right? They actually are just straight up playing double exhaust. And exhaust scales insanely well as far as a summoner. So when you're looking at these late game team fights, a properly timed exhaust on a Nocturne, on a Cassio, on a Ziggs, on a Renekton can be game-changing and is so much more valuable than a heal or a barrier late on into the game. So is something really working in the favor of G2 if they can use this exhaust to great effect.
Definitely agree. T1, they'll be looking to catch people out, get that dive in with the Paranoia Hexic Ultimatum combo. BB not trading with Doran, just trading, pushing the lane up bit by bit as Faker just clears out the mid lane. True Shot Barrage comes across. G2 looking for a little bit control around this Drake that they will start. T1, do you stick or do you twist? Looks like they've decided they're not sticking around. They'll go up towards the top side. They'll give the Drake over to G2.
Yep, just second Dragon of the game, so no stress there for T1. They didn't feel like they had the proper setup, so instead they do just back off. But going to be really interested to see what defensive items that Hans does go for. We have been seeing more these days, usually only as like a 5th, 6th item, but 80 carries go Seekers. And honestly, this is a game for Hans where I wouldn't mind seeing him legit go Zonias as like a 5th item instead of a GA. I feel like GA doesn't always get that much value, but if you just get Nocturne ulted with Ziggs ult coming in or Hextech Ultimatum with Ziggs ult coming in and you just immune that, you're giving them so few good targets because you could have, Zonia's already being worked towards on Caps. Broken Blade is going to be going for a much more tanky build on the Vayne top.
Carrier going for Caps. He does have Egg, but in the Hexic Ultimatum, in the Paranoia Solar Flare, there's the Seekers. The stopwatch from Caps with the Crystallize down. He will get scrambled. The question is, will the Egg fall as well? Super Mega Death Inferno bombing up with Faker and the Twin Fangs, and now T1 continue their advance. G2 on the retreat through their own jungle. Doran looking for the flank across towards the side, gets the Rufus Predator stun. Lebrob's going to fall to T1 as Ona takes that kill. On Summer stepping in, but he's on Miasma now. You don't step to Faker.
Flashes in and gets punished by the GOAT there. Goes forward, shifts in, could not flash out because of the miasma. Gives away another kill there, and we'll see, does T1 start the Baron? Looks like they want to. And with the Cassio, it is going to be going down in a hurry here. Skumont is around, has ult, has no flash, but Paze is going to be there to try to bodyguard. It's up to him and BB.
It's G2v4. Doran with his pets, a flash across the wall. Skumont Cataclysm doesn't come down in time. As with the final hour, maybe the final breaths here for Broken Blade. He'll get the enemy jungler, but it's not going to be enough. T1 know they have the time to take the Baron as G2 lose another 2 and lose the big purple worm.
That one really hurts as this fight gave such big rewards over to T1. No hesitation as they move in here with multiple members. You can see they had 4 members topside. They were hunting for Caps, and as soon as they see him for a split second, instantly Carrier goes in. He just caught a hint that he was there, but G2 is on a reset timer. Look at all the rest of their members. They're just now joining the fight as Caps can't really do anything at all in this one. G2 has to go into a full retreat. They do one-shot Carrier as he goes in, but Doran then steps over the wall. Lebrov goes down, and that was the reaction to the mistake we didn't get to see in the replay, but Hans shifted forward, Faker had the miasma, and then you cannot flash out, you cannot outplay it, you get taken down. And with Hans going down, that really did result in the Baron. If he had stayed alive, maybe with a 3-man contest, you can actually stop them.
You have a little bit of poke there as well. With the Vayne and the Jarvan, you don't have enough. You have to really face check into them. As now it's a 3,000 gold lead for T1. They have this Red Bull Baron power play for the next 2 minutes alongside it. A hat for Paze alongside the Void Staff, the Shadow Flame, and the Luden's Echo. Like, The Hextech Ultimatum into a Mega Inferno Bomb is going to hurt as they look for caps again. The flash from Carrier, and here's the combo. Solar Flare, stopwatch pays, brings down the bomb, but caps flash out, so it's in time. Petrifying Gaze doesn't land the stun. The Crystallize to try and divide the fight. Trisha Barrage coming across the side as Lebrov does fall low, healing up. Not enough from the Protoplasm. Stumont gets across and dives on Faker. The Cataclysm down, Stumont heals with the Sundered Sky as Broken Blade tries to dive on the back line, and T1 have stepped a little bit too far. And G2 are punishing. Dorman will fall. A 3-for-1 so far in the exchange as Unsummer wants more out of it. You'd think he'd be a little bit more apprehensive of Arcane shifting forward after how it went last time, but this time no miasma to meet him.
Yeah, this time Faker goes a little bit too deep, trying to finish off Lebrov. Really wanted to get that kill onto Leona. Is able to take him down, but then G2 realized, all right, if we actually kill Faker here, that's the highest consistent DPS threat that is there. So the initial fight goes in, but look at how much time this Stasis buys. He's able to flash out of the Zigzal, and then here's Faker going very deep on the side. He sees Lebrov is low, they get the satchel, he goes in, but he's tanking the tower during this, and the Flash Frost there from Caps catches him. He gets locked in by Skumon. That buys space for Broken Blade. And Carrier tries to go in with the hookshot onto BB. He can't get him. We're back to live.
Ona caught. Broken Blade looking for more as Carrier dashes in. True Shot Barrage whistles behind Ona, who does use the Paranoia defensively. It was a 3-for-2 on the top side. Skumon did die just on the end of it. Good satchel from Pays. Drake up in 18 seconds here, Azale.
And you can see how threatening Broken Blade is in these moments, right? They realize you can't just run away from the final hour. He'll chase you down that spot. So Carry goes in to give his life. Doran goes in to give his life to try to buy space for those carries. Lebrov here on the side looking to threaten, though. G2 have a pretty good angle.
No
Owner
flashes
split
at all on T1 right now. Hans has his. This is, in fact, the only flash that's available in the entire game as G2 get control of the mid wave. T1, as you say, pathing towards topside. Pays showing on the top lane without teleport means that T1 have given up this Drake. And Pays will try and take a tower. We'll be able to do it quickly with the short fuse and the satchel.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see when we came out of the replay, you know, how Owner was taking that damage. Looked like maybe they were trying to defend mid and they got chunked out, but he lost half of his health. And again, G2 has the better setup for the Dragon. T1 do have the gold lead. They're playing the map well. They have maintained this advantage for a little bit. But G2 now are on sole point, and that will more than erase the gold lead if they are able to claim it. T1 have no more cards to give. They can't just say, you know what, you have this Dragon for free, we're going to trade. They will be punished next time, so we're going to have to see how the setup will be, because you can look at the setup currently around this one. Look at all the vision here from G2. All of these wards in the area. They even had a deep ward over on that other side. And that is what prompted T1 to say, you know what, we actually can't get in. We're just going to have to give this one up.
I think the question is as well, we have a Baron before that Drake, Azale, and T1 around a Baron is something always to be feared.
It is, but I really think that Baron is fake news in this season. I think it is so much weaker than in the past. Even games sometimes where you take 2, 3, 4 Barons, it feels like it's not actually getting it done.
Okay.
If you have extremely powerful side laners, I think Baron is really becoming pretty valuable. But I just don't think Baron has that same level of power. So to me, it's like, even if T1 gets a Baron and you get Soul, you are so heavily advantaged unless you make a critical error and you get picked off during the Baron. Because if you all die during the Baron, then obviously the game is just over.
Yeah. And here's a pick, perhaps, as the Paranoia goes in. Broken Blade with the final hour, still going to get feared, and Doran's here to help. Pays comes in just to make sure that the LEC top laner is taken out. T1 find a pick.
Yeah, and the critical thing here is the timing, right? Because 50 seconds on Broken Blade's death timer, 50 seconds on the Baron. So they may try to instantly start it, but BB, it's hard to see his teleport cooldown. I think it might be up by the time he respawns. It's going to be close. On that roll quest TP, we'll see.
It is difficult to see on this overlay.
It is really hard to see.
Especially when it's in the grayscale.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
It'll be close.
Yeah, it definitely will. T1 are pushing through mid and bot while they have a player advantage. G2 trying to find them. It's Shroud of Darkness from Owner will spell shield the Solar Flare. Carrier and Faker alongside Pays able to take down the mid tower. The gold lead extends to about 3.5k.
Yeah, and I mean, some critical items coming through, honestly, on both sides. Obviously, Caps working towards that death cap, desperately wants to get it before the next major fight. Faker has completed his 4 items, getting very tanky, very powerful, has had the actualizer for a bit. And Pays, as we know, already had that death cap, already had all the flat pen, but now has a Seeker's Arm Guard on top. So, the luxury items.
That was nice from Skumon. The Oracle's Alteration gives him the silhouette, and then steps back because of it. Faker uses Petrifying Gaze, should be back before the next big fight.
Yeah, but that is well played, unless G2 want to force now, because the Baron is up, right? So if they want to say, you don't get to wait, we're actually just going to start this, of course there is risk with that, and it looks like G2 more want to play for vision here. They want to make sure that T1 don't have any Baron shenanigans going on, but Labrov is in a little bit of a spooky spot here, but has the team around him.
Item-wise, we have a Zhonya's complete on Pays. He has 5 full items. A Guardian Angel for Owner as well. Vital, the Actualizer and the Crypt Bloom for Cassio. On the other side, an Endless Hunger for Hans Sommer. And they need Rabadon's Death Cap actually for Caps, just finished up.
Yeah, and Endless Hunger to me is where Ezreal kind of reaches late game, right? Where you get so much ability haste from this. You essentially have no cooldowns on your Q. You hit a Q, the Q is back up. And if you're on point with that, you really can start to tear through these fights. And Broken Blade really going in with the Stormrazor, obviously, has the Hexblade, so he's going to have a ton of move speed between Final Hour, between Stormrazor proc, and is going to be pretty difficult to lock down. But of course, if you make a misstep on Vayne, you're so reliant on the invis, on the mobility. If you get stunned, you can get one shot. He has no QSS. There is no Mikhails on Labrov, so he's got to be so careful about how he positions.
Yeah, he really does. You can see G2 really realizing that their side waves are not in a good spot. They have to back away. There was a moment where I thought T1 might just rush it for the inhib tower, but Caps is back here in time. 55 seconds on the Infernal. Soul possible for G2. There's the Rabadons that we talked about for Caps. And on its way, another item for Broken Blade. But we're at that point where it does just feel like it's execution more than anything.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we are fully at that point. 2K, yeah, 2K is nice if it results in a completed item. You can see some of those big items, obviously. We've talked about the couple Zonias that are in the game. The GA is there for Owner. These are the things that matter. But if it does not result in an item completion, the 2K gold, it just means absolutely nothing at this point in the game. And the question is, who is going to execute better in these moments? A lot of squishy targets on both sides. But I do think for T1, it gets harder and harder and harder to find that perfect target. If you full send on Caps, he has Zonias. If you full send on Broken Blade and he gets into the Final Hour and is invis, that can be tough too.
Doran looking for a flank. We'll feel the pain of the storm from Caps. Solar Flare doesn't land the slow, and because of that, G2 will not fight any further. Infernal Drake begun by T1. You feel G2 are just saying, okay, we'll play for Baron. We'll pull you over here. Infernal Drake stopped by T1 as G2 start up the Baron, and this is it. Do or die in this game one of this best of 5. T1 begin to collapse. The battle line's drawn between the two teams as Carrier dives in. The Mega Inferno Bomb just kills Broken Blade exactly where he stands, and now it's all on Skumon and Hans Sommer alongside Labrov to get this one through, but it's a double already for Pays, while Doran distracts and delays G2 from getting any closer to the damage dealers. Baron secured. Carrier hit by a flash. Frost dives to the side of Caps, but with the rest of T1 here for the chase, Caps is doomed. A bouncing bomb and flashed across, but there's no tower here to save him. Carrier could go back in, but Caps with the storm will slow him down, try and take him out. He dodges to the side of the Malignants and manages to walk out of the fight.
A little bit of Caps magic there to stay alive, and Skumon limped out of there with about 5% HP as well, so they still have a chance. They're actually pinging onto the Dragon here. T1's trying to reset. Skumon already did so, and they're going to TP in on the flag here. Pays is in the area.
Up. Mega Inferno Bomb already back up. The flag will spot Pays. Hans Sommer across the wall, trying to take it down. True Shot Barrage clips onto Pays. 4K on the Dragon. Mega Inferno Bomb once again! T1 just pulled the rabbit out of the hat.
It used to be Guma, and now it's Pays. The T180 carries and stealing objectives. Oh my God, that was a big one. That is the denial of soul, and that is a tough one. To be fair, yes, Smite has been buffed in this season, but that is a Ziggs on full items, combining the ult with the Q. So I want to see that one back in slow-mo, because that is not an easy Smite. Yeah. That is not a gimme at this stage in the game.
There was a moment, I think it dropped below 1,000, but it was purely for a moment. The timing from Pays, pretty impeccable, as now G2 have to rebuild their ranks behind their inhibitor towers. T1 have the Baron for the next 1 minute 20. A lot of EU fans are praying that Azel's wise words come true. Baron is not the game ender anymore. It's not as strong as it used to be, which is definitely the case. The catalyze from Caps unable to catch Owner out.
I mean, honestly, I think it's very hard for T1 to end without a team fight outside of the base. I think if you push up, and you try to dive to close the game, you're probably going to die. We can watch this one more time. Let's see how low it gets. They're trying to rush it down before Owner can get there. 1,737.
Yeah, you had that moment.
Yeah, it was a split second, and that slowed down, and it was a split second. The ult did 1,300 damage, and the Q landed at the same time. I mean, that is just beautifully played there by FaZe, and what can you do? I mean, it's frustrating for sure, but that is not one. There are outplays and there are misplays. This is just a great play from FaZe. This is not some horrible misplay that Skumon should get flack for.
It's an error. It's not an unforced error.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you there. As now G2 trying to step out of their base. Broken Blade was pushing out the top side. Hans Summer on his way across here. Nothing really to fight over apart from, you know, a couple of jungle objectives and a bit of vision control, and that's exactly what both these teams are doing, locking horns, butting heads where they can. For G2, you now have the Fiend Hunter bolts completed on Broken Blade, which is a fitting item, I have to say, on the Vayne.
It is.
And you have the Cerilders for Hans Summer, so he is almost caught up with FaZe, who only has a needlessly large rod over him, even though he's 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and Hans has made the call that he doesn't need to go for a defensive item. Nice sidestep there by Lebrov, avoids petrifying gaze. You know, I talked about the potential tech of 5th, 6th items. Sometimes in a situation like this, people will go Zhonya's just a limited additional target. Sometimes people will go GA. Sometimes they go BT. Sometimes they go QSS. It really is kind of dealer's choice here. But Hans has said, you know what? I am not the one dying. I will play safe. I will punish you when you go on my other members who he believes are more vulnerable. And we'll see if he can position correctly to do that, right? Because if he never gets caught, this is absolutely a better build. Don't go defense, go full offense, and shred T1 when they engage on BB or Caps. But as we saw at that Baron, if you misstep at all, you are insta-dead, right? And Broken Blade, he is tankier than Hans, but he gets hookshot flashed, and he's dead before the stun ends, basically. So you have to make sure you are playing pixel perfect against Keria.
Lebrov even getting the Knight's Vow, I think, to help out Hans Summer in these fights. The extra healing he'll get off that if Hans Summer is untouched will be absolutely monumental. Absolutely huge.
For sure.
As now we see, again, both teams warily stepping out into the map. I think the T1 obviously have control, but even then we saw them going all the way back to their tier 1s when G2 was stepping forward. We have a minute 30 on Infernal, would be third for T1, would be Soul for G2. A minute 32 on the Baron as G2 do something we've seen them do quite a few times before, which is allow Caps to step out with the rest of the team shadowing.
From both teams. They're both going 5 top. And if one team gets the jump on the other, it could be pretty huge, but they are both very well aware. And man, the pressure in a game like this, playing in an elimination series, endgame scenario, 40 minutes in, you want to be the hero, but you do not want to be the person who missteps a little bit too far and costs your team a game, because you know to take down an opponent as tough as really either of these teams, you got to be on point. You can't give away games for free.
Importantly for T1, they have a little bit of vision behind G2. A ward towards the red buff, and actually a ward in the lane behind where Caps has walked. And G2, they've passed that with their sweeping. They're now trying to get their own deeper vision, but it's not that deep at all. What do we have in terms of TPs? Well, Doran's got his. Two-Shot Barrage takes the spell shield off of FaZe, but Lebrov takes half his health for the pleasure of stepping forward.
Yeah, FaZe is now on full 6 items there. That Banshee's Veil obviously doing some work. Blocking that True Shot Barrage actually really important in a situation like this where they have to fight for this dragon. But Lebrov getting chunked out is pretty tough. G2, though, has played for mid prio. You can see BB has full
Keria
push.
was spotted. Keria was spotted on the flank as the Rift Scuttle Crab, the first target. Skumon gets it. T1 force back. Doran and Broken Blade trading in the mid lane. Keria looking for the flank. Crystallize doesn't find him. The Drake at 7k. T1 trying to find the poke. True Shot Barrage goes through Faker, takes a third of his health. BB the first to move here, but Doran TP's behind on that ward we previously mentioned. Paranoia out the smite, 90 HP taken by Owner. And now the fight perhaps for T1 as the Paranoia goes in. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't collect anyone as Lebrov is taken out first. Owner with the GA. Caps trying to walk away. Flashes the wall. Doran condemned to death. Broken Blade trying to get out with the final hour. The flag and drag in as Hans Summer kills Owner. Faker falling low, as is Keria in G2. Still have 4 alive. survive, and they want to make sure T1 don't walk out of this without another scratch, without another skirmish. Faker almost down, flag and drag out from Skumon. The TP back in from Broken Blade as he wants to chase out Faker and Pays.
They got to try to get out of there, but G2 don't want to let them base here. This is not going to be an easy way to get out. BB,
a final hour, gets onto Pays, locks him against the wall and takes him down. Faker will escape. Faker will survive, and G2 only will get the Baron out of it. The Drake secured by T1.
And some big outplays on the side of G2. Caps was just dancing back and forth in his own ultimate, and Doran tried to get in range to actually stun him, and he just gets slowed so massively that he couldn't actually close the gap. Then Doran tried to flash in and get spaced completely. T1, the start of this is great. You can see they're going to TP in on the backside. They turn out the lights, make it very difficult on the contest. It went down to 90, but then watch up here. Look at Caps. Instead of running, he kites back into his ult, so the slow lands on Doran, and then Doran flashes, Hans shifts away, BB contends him, he can do nothing. Then, next up, Faker. BB had the sidestep on the ultimate there. He avoids it. Both the soul laners from T1 accomplish nothing with their flash forward, and Pays was not able to hit the skill shots in this one. G2 were just sliding around that fight, dodging so many skill shots. One or two more bombs hit, and everyone on G2 could have been dead, but it just felt like Pays could not hit anything. G2 played it out really well.
It's game one as well. It's game one of the longest.
Lock in, buddy.
This is the longest game in MSI so far. As Owner's Cork jumps in with the paranoia onto Skumond, and he does have Faker as backup, but that's the ultimate down.
And that was an ultimate not used offensively, that was used defensively. He's ulting away from the other G2 members towards Skumon to get out. And we'll see, Pays just working to wave clear here. G2 on soul point as our T1 and this Baron doing some work. And there's the Seekers for Hans that we talked about so far ago. I really do think it's smart, especially with no flash being available here for Hans. Makes it so much harder.
Fine gaze onto Lebrov, looking for the CC, can't land, it just gets the slow. G2 pushing in mid, Doran going to be answered by Hans Summer, and a couple of pings come out on him immediately as it's like, who? Why is the AD carry down here? Because Broken Blade can continue to push in on the bottom side.
And Hans has TP, so that's why he's answering right now. There's no TP on Broken Blade, so Hans answers with his teleport, so they can't get the extra man. Doran is trying to sneak in behind him, but G2 are pushing with this Baron.
Goes in with the slice with the dice, gets the Ruthless Predator, looking for the stun as Hans Summer just absolutely eviscerates him. Turned into shoes is the Croc, as G2 find a solo kill on the top side.
I mean, Hans made that look so easy. I never even saw the stun come out.
Yeah, nor did I. I was so sure it was going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with Doran. Something definitely strange going on there. But now they're going to TP in. It's 45 seconds here on Doran. They've already lost 2 inhibs. And T1 need to hold on. Only 30 seconds left on that Baron buff, and then maybe they can wave clear, but G2 want to end game 1 right here, right now.
T1, everyone on the defense. The Nexus Tower is the first target for G2 as the miasma goes down and Caps chases Owner out. Caps has that X. First Nexus Tower fallen. G2 looking to raise the base of T1 and raise the flag for EU as the dive comes in. But the die comes in for T1. G2 defeats T1 in game 1. They take them out in the team fights.
Beautifully done here from G2. Even Broken Blade had a Seekers at the end. There's just no targets left for T1 to go for. 3 Zonias being built towards there, 2 exhausts as well. Great answers to the dive comp. AD, how about that for a game 1?
Let's go! Hell yeah! Sorry for your headphone users. Sorry for
sorry for your ears and everybody watching at home. But guys, I thought we were cooked, and we find the solution right in the end. After they take the Drake, we take the fight, Diddy.
And fret not, you're still on track for 3-1, but we'll worry about that later, because right now we've got that one BB cooked appropriately. It wasn't raw, it wasn't well done. Nice medium rare vein pick with a few mistakes for flavor, but
it's okay. What matters is the fact that we take this one, and I want to take a look at that last fight, the one where we lose the Drake in our HyperX reflex replay, but it doesn't matter in the end because they managed to turn that fight, Diddy, and they take it, and that's what gives us the win.
And I think it's really by the thinnest margins here. We are losing Drakes, we're losing 50-50s, but the patience, the fact that they're able to peel back, deny so much of the damage. Watch the footwork from Caps, just barely getting away from that chip damage. It is the tiniest margin, but we make it work. Broken Blade not being stunned by Faker. The littlest, tiniest decisions in that fight really the only thing that saved us from what was an incredibly dominant performance from T1.
I feel like that cap sidestep is everything, because honestly, the one fight where they were able to get on caps and then turn on the first Baron was where T1 were able to take a fight. But it got to the point where if this Anivia is here, it creates so much space for Broken Blade on the Vayne, for Hans on this Ezreal. It comes down to this double ADs behind just constant, consistent Anivia damage, and that was the huge difference maker to me. It was basically, can they get on caps? And they couldn't get on caps.
BB, my man, with the redemption game, I feel, you know what? We always say that BB on carries lately, it's not what you want to see, but look at this career win rate on Vayne. My guy is undefeated on that champion, and he proved it once again.
Everything feels good.
It feels great.
It feels great, and I would love to live in this moment forever if possible. Unfortunately, it's not a best of one, it is a best of 5. So maybe, Jat, it's time that we talk about pays, because I don't think we've solved the pays problem.
So,
you have not.
I don't think we have.
What's funny is when he completed his 7th item, I turned to you and said, well, the good news is he can't get stronger. It was actually good news.
It was good news.
But he was a problem. Pays is a problem. I mean, I'm very happy for both of you.
And you needed them to get one.
I mean, yeah, I actually really didn't. So the fact that T1 was 6-0 against TL, 3-0 against KC, this is the first game that T1 has lost this MSI to anyone not named BLG. So when we're saying like they can't keep getting away with it, they finally couldn't get away with it because they were, I mean, we know how loose and fast they're trying to play every single game. That is how they play against BLG as well, to be fair. But G2 was able to punish them. I gotta give it to them.
But I feel like during BLG series, we pointed out the fact that T1 didn't have optimal drafts against them. I do feel like it got better here. What do you feel on the improvements for T1 in that department?
I don't think it was a draft issue. I think it really did come down to really slim mechanical margins, as Emily was highlighting, a sidestep here or there. I think Doran had a rough game, kind of as you expected of the Vayne. He had a lot of good moments where, you know, he's able to get the flash, a great trade for him. But
yeah, 60k damage.
Really? You already said, Emily, and I'll let you say it again. It's like the triple carry threat, making sure that it's a weird strategy, but just ensuring that the kill combo of the Camille and Nocturne couldn't just remove you from a team fight entirely really helped out a lot.
Woo! 1,300 damage.
Yeah, but he didn't win.
He didn't.
So it doesn't matter.
40%
Berserker played this earlier and he won.
40% of his team's damage.
What does that say?
That says we still have to be really scary. There's like, I predicted 3-0. This is already a fantastic start. I don't want to say I'm happy. There's more work to be done. It's alive. It's alive.
You should be very happy. You should take this moment. Celebrate.
I mean, the reaction we had coming here for me is justified simply by the fact that when you look at the Hanwha Live series and how horrendous it was for Europe and for G2, I'll take those improvements any day.
And I was worried that after that game, because as close as it was, that if they had lost, it would be mental collapse, which I don't think it needs to be because that first game was so close. But the fact that they win builds that confidence in themselves. I love to see it. I am still nervous. Again, the elephant in the room that we've already talked about, but we have to keep addressing, is Pays, because he can miss skill shots on Ziggs. He can't miss auto attacks. The dodges don't exist unless you're picking Jax. And so the Kalista, everything else, the mages are already enough.
They're coming.
But there's more things coming. He's a scary, scary man.
The look on Skumon's face when the Infernal Soul was denied by a Pays RQ made me think that they were going to get swept. So to win a game like that is so mentally powerful because it tells you that even when you get tilted, you're able to persevere against T1. And I think that could speak volumes for them throughout the rest of the series.
And it's so important that you're saying this, Jad, because for me, this mental aspect is what matters for G2, is what matters for Skumon. And as long as you have Skumon in a good mental state, winning a game like this, when they were down, when they kept on losing drinks, for me, that sets them up perfectly for the rest of the series.
I completely agree. I think there were good looks in the early game from G2. There were some big fumbles, but they recovered very well, and that is the thing that matters most. We talk about this breakneck pace of game that the best teams in the world are playing. If you lose your footing and you can't recover, you're done immediately.
That's one. That's one for G2 here against T1 in Daejeon. We need 2 more. We'll see what happens. Let's send it over to break and get ready for game 2.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. And besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
No rewind. Nah, man, boy, up pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time, and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. Can't you see?
됐습니다. 이번에도 팬분들이 현장에서 한번 만나볼 텐데요. 이번에는 특별히
특별하게 해외에서 온 팬분들 한번 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Hello.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Yannick. I am a mid laner.
Oh, where are you from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Here for MSI?
Yes.
Who do you support for?
G2.
Okay, please send message to G2, please.
I don't think I have to. They know what they can, and we all believe in them. Let's go G2!
Woo! Thank you. And where are you from?
Hello, I'm Aaron. I'm also from Switzerland.
Oh, good. What's your score prediction for this match?
I just hope we get 4 more games like this. In the end, 3-2 for G2.
Oh, 5 games and 3-2. Okay, thank you. And hello. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Oliver and I'm from Denmark.
Denmark, here for MSI also?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's your score prediction?
3-1. The circus is done now, so now we log in.
Okay, for T1. Hello. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Knut from Germany.
Germany. Okay, please send message to T1.
Please win.
Okay, thank you. 네, 이렇게 해서 해외에서 오신 팬분들 만나봤습니다. 2세트도 재밌게 즐겨주세요. 여러분, 준비되셨나요? 2세트 만나보겠습니다.
And here we are back for MSI 2026, where G2 are 1 game up against T1. Pretty surprising, I'll say, after the early game.
And this greatly reduces the chances of T1 winning 3-0.
Thank goodness, man. They've had enough of those.
They have had enough
of those.
Let's
go to a 3-2.
You know?
Let's make it close. In fact, we could just say they'll lose 3-0. Or is that?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
We're looking for some good games here,
True,
okay,
we
buddy?
are looking for 5.
Yeah, exactly. We're in Korea. That would just be rude.
Can't do that to your hosts.
Exactly.
Like, what are you
Come
doing?
on. They invite you over for dinner, flip the table.
I mean, G2 even practiced in the T1 headquarters.
Exactly.
So.
It makes it even more rude.
Yeah.
But G2 not going to be too concerned about that. Really competitive game number 1. I did like the way that they played it out. I think that T1 obviously had a strong comp, but I do think as it got later and later onto the game, it's more and more difficult for their comp to actually function. We could see that it was tough for them to actually close the gap and get in on the back line. The double exhaust meant a lot for G2. And by the end of the game, they had 2 Zonies and a Seekers on their carries. And there's just no good targets left for T1. So really nice game 1 here from G2. Very back and forth. Let's see if they can keep going.
We move into the second set of picks and bans that we've had. As we see the Jason, the Orianna already taken away by G2. Last time they followed that up with a Vi. Sivir added to the bans from T1 alongside the Nautilus and Akali they banned in game 1. They also banned the Poppy in game 1, so that's another switch that we've had, but it's the same old story from G2.
Yep, we'll see if G2 continue to try to cook here in the top lane. BB the Vayne, I think, really did pay off pretty big time. He did die a couple times here and there, but he was such a threat in these fights, right? And I do think having these multiple threats against the comp that is so adept at just one-shotting one person really was critical. They had good spacing in the team fights, spreading out, not allowing T1 to ever catch their carries grouped up. Faker going to get his iconic rise, though, which is going to allow T1 to play more towards the side lanes than I think we saw last game, where it really was kind of dominated by G2, obviously, with Broken Blade, having the backup, being able to play through those sides on the Vayne, and it is going to be a Bard here for Lebrov. I mean, it's terrifying to give Bard over to Keria, and also Keria's answer to Bard has been Camille, which is already played, so those are 2 pretty big points in G2's favor for grabbing this Bard.
I do love looking at Faker's stats from time to time. Can you guess how many Rise games he has all time?
17 million.
101.
I was close.
It is the 15th of all the games he's ever played competitively. So 1 in every 15 games he's brought out this Rise. It will be matched by the Syndra. G2 would usually look towards the Anivia or the Cassio as answers. You can also look to Talia, but Caps had a great Syndra performance just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, right? Because we are seeing some of these traditional counters already were taken away in the first game, right? Camille, the traditional carry answer to that Bard. Instead, he brings out the Pike. And as you said, Anivia and Cassio, traditional answers to Rise, but those were both played in game 1, so we see the Syndra. So we kind of see that evolution. What else is in the bag for these players? And there are very few players I do trust on the Pyke. Keria is absolutely one of them, going to be paired up with that Mel. So back to the mages for back-to-back games. But G2 did get a win, hey, with Hans playing AD carry, with him playing that Ezreal, even though it was against that Ziggs, which has been so incredibly strong, it feels like, throughout MSI.
Oh yeah, the Ziggs can be so powerful. The Mel as well, incredibly strong, especially in Paze's hands. It does make me wonder whether the Syndra would ever be flexed down to the bottom lane for Hans Summer. He isn't a big mage player. He doesn't usually bring it out, but there's always that possibility.
I have a question for you. I don't know if you've seen this interaction, because I haven't actually seen it myself. If you rebuttal the Syndra ult, does it get all of the orbs, or does it count them as individual spells?
Oh.
Because that's actually pretty big, right? You know, I'm not actually sure how that, that
I'm not
works.
sure. I know with Silas, if you seal it, you get 3 orbs, but I don't know exactly with Mel, but we'll see.
Yeah, because that'll be an interesting interaction, right? Because not only do you take less damage that way, but if you reflect every orb of the ultimate, if that counts as that, you know, that one spell that you're fully reflecting, then it's also super dangerous to use your ult, right? Yeah. So will be interesting to see how that works out. Rebuttal is a very tough spell to play around, and a lot of playmaking here for G2. We have both the Bard as well as the Pantheon. They can attack side lanes so heavily. So some great answers to Faker, who's going to be split pushing, you have to assume, later on in the Rise. And we are seeing T1 here still giving respect that it could be a Yone top, that it could be a Syndra bot. They're taking away, you know, some of these lanes here. They're not taking it as a given that the Syndra is going to be mid, or that the Yone couldn't go top.
Yeah, I think it's smart overall to assume flexibility from both sides of this draft. There's the Poppy taken away by G2, and we'll see where T1 decide to go with their final ban, as they already have their bot lane shored up. Keria, the only player to win on Pyke here at this MSI. Pyke sitting at 2 and 3. Keria obviously with both those wins, and there is Gnar removed by T1.
Very interesting. So, yeah, definitely respecting the chance of flex here. It is the Mbessa ban as well as that Poppy from G2. Poppy obviously such a good denial pick. I mean, you look at what G2 have been drafting for. They're clearly looking for a lot of playmaking. They're looking for these snappy engages. Poppy is something that can answer those incredibly well, so I think it is an intelligent ban. And T1, I think, just trying to set up some stability up on that top side. Lucian Bard is pretty interesting. I mean, Lucian we are seeing quite a bit of these days, but Lucian is almost in like Melio jail, right? For a long time it was Lucian Nami, and then it went to like Lucian Brahma for a little bit, and then Melio, and now we are kind of seeing the next evolution here. Of course, you're not going to have quite as powerful 2v2. You don't have that Melio passive interaction, which is so much of the early game power from the Lucian. But Lucian still can be a real threat and does have some pretty good mobility, some ways to actually deal with some of these problems. Interesting to see a Gnar ban into Yorick. That seems bizarre to me because Yorick is usually picked into Gnar.
Yeah, because you can chase him down with the Morning Mist and your ghouls just continue to chase him, and then he can't really control his Mega Gnar as well. So we'll see. Pardon?
I said that one's a bit of a head scratcher for me.
I totally agree with you. As we'll see T1 round out their comp with jungle here. Nefiri is the lock for Ona. Okay, some aggression. Teams up really well with the Mel if she can land her Searing Brilliance and then have the Golden Eclipse coming down at the same time as the Hound's Pursuit is there for the follow-up. You do so... This is the hardest counter for Yorick top, man. I hated playing into this when I was doing my Yorick top challenge.
Okay, so I will say, I don't agree.
Yeah, I know you don't. We are entirely on opposite sides of the coin here.
So, I think that Cho'Gath is a good matchup into Yorick, but there are ways to play around it if you're an experienced Yorick player. You literally just do not summon your ult and you make him hold his feast.
Sure.
Because the interaction that makes this so advantageous is rank 1 of the Maiden can be basically one-shot by the feast and you get a feast stack, right? But a lot of times in pro, people are not comfortable with Yorick players. They don't play it a lot, so they just auto-summon it. You can play the lane without your ult, and then as soon as he feasts, then you can summon your ult, and then you have that cooldown duration to actually play with it pre-6. Once you're level 11 and above, the matchup does really start to swing more towards Yorick because Cho'Gath can no longer one-shot it. So I want to see if Doran actually knows the interactions. If you just hit 6 and you summon your Maiden insta and you let him have a free stack every time it's up, then that is not going to go very well for you. But you can win in the 1v1 without your ult. You can just fight, and if he ever uses his ult, then out comes the Maiden, and now you have that kind of little bit of breathing room. So I do think it is a good pick into Yorick. I think that it is a great denial pick into some of these squishy, engaged champions. If you're Piker and a Fury and you go in and you get silenced before call to pack, you can just get one shot.
Does a lot.
I think that is really kind of what I'm looking at. I see it as an answer, not as a counter, personally.
I 100% understand that, and I think perhaps that shows the difference between our top lane skill levels. I am Emerald in top lane, Master in support, but not good in top lane, and you are usually Master Plus, let's be honest, in all the roles. The Skumon steps forward and is met by Ono and Doran. Caps coming in, looking to land a Dark Sphere, doesn't quite connect, as Hans Summer has gone for the Doran's Helm first on the Lucian. As you said, it's not as good as the Lucian Melio because Lucian's passive was updated for heals and shields. You'd still be able to get the extra damage from the Light Slinger. You can still get it with the Caretaker Shrine and with some immobilization. If you land a Cosmic Binding, you are still going to get that extra damage.
Yep, of course. Melio passive also working in there, though, and that's kind of so strong. So I'm going to be really interested to see how this top lane goes. I don't think it was a great game one from Doran. Did kind of struggle in the team fights. Some of that is compositional, of course. You know, G2, very shifty characters. You got Anivia and Vayne and Ezreal, not easy to get in on these champions, easy to get kited out as that Renekton. But I'm curious to see, you know, how familiar is he with this matchup? Is he just going to insta-summon the ult and give those free stacks to Broken Blade? Or is he going to hold the ult and force Broken Blade if he wants to get stacks to use one on a minion? Or hold it for that summoning of the Maiden? Because that can make things really, really interesting in this 1v1. And also, how Broken Blade is going to be able to use that Feral Scream in the 5v5s is just so big. It is such a good denial tool against playmakers. You get silenced on Pyke or on the Fury, you might just be dead before the silence ends.
Yeah, definitely. It's so difficult to escape from those situations, especially if you're starting to dash in and then you get silenced, you go forward. We saw LeBron with a good Cosmic Binding. T1 support matchup here with the T1 Bard versus the T1 Pyke, which I'm sure Carrier is happy to see.
A lot of T1 skins.
Yeah, quite a few around. As Ona jumps across the wall here, does know that Skumon is on his Razor Beaks, puts a ward down. Skumon has been well tracked by T1 in this early game, mostly because of that Razor Beak ward. It indicates that he's on the top side. Then when he comes around, see the Neferi just jump in and get a little bit more vision. I think Ona there unwilling to take the fight because of the movement of Lebrov from the bottom side. Faker forced to use both of his summoners as Caps does use the flash in mid.
Yeah, trades that flash back as Lebrov came in. And I think Faker had a false sense of security because of that move up, but this is the shared champion pool and the individual champions for each player. Broken Blade has a lot of wild ones up there. Obviously the TF, the Yasuo, the Malphite, the Warwick, the Yone, a lot of different picks than Doran, who is much more of the kind of standard meta player that you would expect out of a, a top LCK team. And I do like that Broken Blade has these different styles of champions in his toolkit. And Carrier recently passed Faker to become top all-time in the assists internationally. And now he's the first ever to reach 2,000.
That is incredible. Caps
really
also passes Canyon for 5th most assists ever internationally with 1,298. So I'm sure he'll be looking to pick up a few more in this game. But Carrier, I mean, the guy is just the GOAT support, right? If Faker didn't exist, I think you'd start to have conversations as to whether he is just the greatest, right? I think there's...
So pesky, though.
He is. He's always around. Like, even here, just trying to hold the wave. Lebrov comes across to make sure that he can't do that easily. Faker will be back out on his way. He gets the CC. A magical journey out of Lebrov will manage to extricate himself from that situation.
Yep, he is A-OK. That last auto from Lebrov made me a little bit nervous. At first, I thought his auto was going to go on Carrier, but it was, of course, on the tower. So you're not pulling turret aggro. You are not in danger of going down. But Cap's already with a 300 gold lead, of course. Some of that you would expect to even out. That's why Carrier was trying to actually hold that wave. But wasn't fully able to kind of keep it off the tower. So Lebrov getting it in means that Caps will maintain a pretty large lead here. There's 3 minions for Faker to get, so he can get to 32, but then there's going to be 5 or 6 available for Caps. So he is about 2 waves ahead already. That trade of summoners obviously pretty big, and I think that will draw a lot of attention here mid.
Yeah, Carrier is always looking to see if he can be drawn towards that mid lane, so perhaps catch out the fact that we don't have those flashes. And Skewer, Lebrov sidesteps it, whether aware or unaware. He still does not get hit by that spear out of Carrier. Last time we saw Cho'Gath top was BB, by the way. He played against Whippo's Yorick back in MSI last year. He did lose that game. So hopefully better fortunes for him in this one if you're an EU fan. That series did not go well for G2.
No, it did not. But this one has already gone a lot better. And I have to say...
they got 1 game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, I mean, compared to the HLA series, right, where people, I think, were feeling pretty nervous, like, oh, God, is this our form? Like, is this our level? Are we just going to show up and get blasted? And we have the longest game of MSI in game 1. Very back and forth. G2 comes out on top.
Flash forward from Carrier into the Bone Skewer, and Ona's here for the chase. He won't even be needed, but lands the Darking Daggers and does take the kill.
It is always a masterclass, it feels like, for Carrier, and here's the interaction. Doran is not a knower, so he's going to use the ult and give over a freebie on the stack. And that is why you don't want to use it. And if it's confusing, why you're saying, well, just what do you mean don't use your ult? Well, Cho'Gath needs to get stacks, right, to be stronger later on in the game. So if you actually hold your ult summon, he can't just sit there and never use his ult to get stacks, or he's going to be put way behind the pace of the game. So that forces the Cho'Gath to say, all right, well, am I going to hold it in case he summons a Maiden, or am I going to use it on a minion and start getting this moving? And then as soon as he uses it on a minion, you have that couple minutes or a minute or whatever it is. I can't remember the rank 1 cooldown, where you can actually play with the Maiden and get prio.
Yeah, about 80 seconds
There you go.
rank 1 on that feast without any ability haste as Bone Skewer from Carrier whistles behind Labrov's ear. Doesn't quite find its connection, but good kill overall from T1. Gets Ona ahead on this Neferi, and you can see Faker also moving, thinking about a Realm Warp towards this top lane. Caps is going to catch him out. Spots the fact that there is a Rise waiting in that bush, and T1 have a very slight lead, predominantly because of that first blood.
Absolutely is, and Oner was the one who grabbed that first blood. Looked like they kind of wanted to give it to Carrier, but Oner wanted the assist and did end up getting the kill with one of his dogs, I do believe, finishing that off. And still, not like you're going to be sad about Neferi getting an early first blood, as this champion really is feast or famine. You know, you go in, you are looking to put so much pressure on the back line. You want to be able to push back Caps, push back Hans, and draw a lot of pressure, right? Which is where that call to pack becomes so important, and where that interaction that I've been talking about with the Feral Scream, with that silence, becomes so tough. Because if you try to really ride that line and you get silenced before you can get that call to pack immunity off, then you may just die without ever being able to use it. And if you use it too early, well, you can get CC'd up after and potentially die too.
Yeah, it becomes a huge problem if you are caught out. And there's so much damage as well for G2. And point-and-click CC, which I think is very important when you are looking to try and
harder to outplay.
It's much harder to outplay, man. I miss the days when Tarek's Dazzle was just point at the enemy. Okay, you're stunned.
Skill shot.
Yeah, I loved it. In the bottom lane, Pays slightly behind Hans Sama as Broken Blade is put into a little bit of a cage, but it should be fine to walk his way out. But really the supports haven't been down here, and Pays so consistently when he is playing these majors manages to get these leads. Looks like T1 are setting up around the Drake, as there's the Bone Skewer. Soulless Snare not connecting. Hans Sama dashing forward as they look for the Realm Warp behind. Magical Journey out. And G2 will manage to extract themselves.
Yep, going to be A-okay here. This is Pays on Mages, 3-0 on Mel, 1-0 on Syndra's. First loss on Mage last game on the Ziggs was taken down there by G2 as Faker did use that Realm Warp early, and T1 were hoping to get a pick into the Dragon. Because they did not get the pick, and Faker has to go back mid, or he's going to give up all these plates and minions. They decide, you know what, we actually can't spend the time to claim the Dragon now, so they are forced back by that disengage.
Oh, Grand Star full flash forward as there was a flash away from Doran, but Broken Blade's here for the chase. Caps across the wall with the Scatter the Weak as well. Won't allow the Undertaker out. It's Hell in a Cell, and G2 are winning.
Nicely played there by G2, looking for a play up towards that top side. Doran tries to use the cage and the flash to escape, but Skumont is there to get him. Really the only thing I think Doran maybe could have done is you try to put the cage right kind of like where it fully blocks off thing, and it can mess up pathing. And there's some weird tricks you can do with that, but pretty hard to escape 3 members.
TPM from Broken Blade as T1 trying to secure at least one of these grubs. Don't have the smite on Ona, but will manage to take it, so it will be a 1-for-2 grub exchange as Broken Blade, after teleporting, looks like he is just going to go top. Pays and Carrier have been swapped up to that lane. Ansama's going to be left to his own devices against the Yorick down in that bottom side.
Yep, you can see Doran has his ult back up and just trying to get to level 11, where that Maiden cannot just get one shot there. Well, it's not true one shot, but close to one shot by the Feast. Close enough that it doesn't really matter, as that Bone Skewer just
I did go between the minions, which I think does show just how good Carrier is at the pick. They're managing to weave it through that, but Broken Blade didn't step too far forward. Currently at 3 stacks on the Cho'Gath. 10 stacks is where you get the really increase, like every time you ult and feast something, you get increased range on your ultimate as well. And 10 stacks, it's the maximum increased range it can be, which can help in fights. Like Cho'Gath doesn't have a gap closer. That little bit of extra range can really help you. Yeah, you are.
It is tough at times for sure. And you get 6 of those stacks just straight up from the minions. And then, of course, you can get it on epic monsters, dragons, barons, heralds, things like this, as well as champions if you do get that last hit. So going to be trying to stack that up as best he possibly can. Already up to 4 stacks. So I love when Cho'Gath players are just pressing the button. Like, you shouldn't just sit there and wait and wait and wait for this like potential all-in that might come. You need to get stacks. It is so much of your power later on. You're not only increasing the range, but also, of course, based on the health that you're gaining, it is increasing the damage of the ult, which is making it more likely to get those subsequent stacks. And they are sending 3 top here again, potentially looking to try to punish Doran, who is missing his flash. And he knows it, so he will be able to back off, but that is going to cost them some plates. That is going to cost them some minions.
Doran's keeping to bot lane tower.
They're looking,
they're going to put the Maiden down and immediately try and race this. 2 grubs to 1. That sort of race will go in G2's favor, but T1 already have the wave pushed in. They'll take the Drake as well, as G2 invested a lot on towards that top side.
Yeah, they absolutely did. York, of course, fantastic at killing off these towers. But Caps and Broken Blade still racing for this, so let's see who is going to win it. I think it is going to be T1, but it's going to be close. I mean, T2 got back on that tower faster, so it looks like they might actually win.
The Sheen Last Rites can do quite a bit of work. There is the Maiden helping as well, of course. It's going to be incredibly close between these two, as the first tower of the game is so
Owner's coming.
Owner comes across. It will be T1. They'll get it with the Last Rites. G2 just 2 seconds too late.
And that's all that counts. And they're able to get it. You know, you can see Owner wasn't 100% confident that they were going to get it in the 2v2, so he's like, all right, I'll get down there, try to give a little bit of assistance. They do get that first tower gold, which is pretty nice, and just about all the difference in the gold splitting these 2 teams. You can see Broken Blade already with that Heart Steal completed. Going to be looking to try to scrap a bit, start getting some stacks. Cho'Gath so powerful with that additional HP.
Faker has to use the Ghost here. Tempered Fate comes out, and with the Ghost, he can very quickly sidestep that, then steps back forward.
It is cool seeing the T1 logo from the bar just like splash on the ground beside the GOAT, the T1 legend himself. I mean, Faker has what? I think it's something like 9-10 skins now.
Grand Starfall in, there's the shield bot as well. Hans Sommer dashing forward, pays, able to get the rebuttal off. Carrier's going to have to dash across this wall to escape, as Owner looks to hold that culling, uses the dogs to do so.
Yeah, and they're going to try to keep BB away from this top side. Doran was trying to get up there and get some access to that tower. So we did get the 1 feast off the Maiden, but even without Doran, you know, just kind of delaying the summoning, it hasn't really mattered because they haven't really been laning that much against each other. And Doran closing in here on level 11, so we'll see if BB can one-shot that one more time before Doran does get that level up, where the Maiden later in the game starts getting pretty tanky. It becomes difficult to actually knock it down as it scales up with those ranks in the ult as well as with your stats.
Yeah, especially if you play well around it as well. You can manipulate how much it steps forward, how much it steps back, as Lebrov and Caps look for Faker on this bottom side. Unleash power onto Faker, takes him down to a 3rd. Carrier on the flank, though. Lebrov will land the stun onto Owner, stopping T1's idea of taking this fight. G2 investing 4 players around here for now, as Caps perhaps will just look for the Crystalline overgrowth, as Faker wisely walks away from the Dark Sphere and the Force of Will.
It's actually the Crystalline over GOAT that he was going for there.
Oh, they jump onto Caps. It's Carrier, death from below as Caps is taken out. Lebrov trying to chase out this Pike. Hans Sommer on his way through the magical journey. Carrier needs some fancy feet to get away, and Hans Sommer comes in to secure the kill. A lot of gold to Hans Sommer there as Skewmond and Owner butt heads in the river. And both of them able to escape. The flash from Skewmond enough to keep him alive.
The stat sheet will show a solo kill for Carrier, but of course, Caps was very low.
Skewmond just to the side of the steering, brilliance. And with the Tempered Fate, pays, rebuts Lebrov. Solar Snare out as well, as Faker is looking for more. He has the flash, and Skewmond now in range. The Aegis Assault, no movement speed for him. Faker takes it. Hans Sommer now needs to get the hell out of dodge, but T1 are collapsing perfectly. The flash across the wall.
Here comes
Where's Carrier? Pike can smell blood in the water. A Bone Skewer goes to Narnia, but it didn't need to hit. Faker takes the kill.
Yeah, Faker looks so good on these sort of champions where he can get out on the map, where he can roam, where he can really play. just so proactive, right? You know, just getting busy on the map here, moving around with T1. They're looking for Caps.
Phantom on the toe, Carrier down to Caps as Owner tries to trade back in. LeBrob going the long way around, looking for the Caretaker's blessing, and it will be enough. The magical journey. Owner still dashing, a Dark and Dagger will get him with the bleed, but Caps gets the shutdown in response. Meanwhile, Broken Blade trying to survive on the top side as Pays brings down the Golden Eclipse, but it's not enough even with the ghouls chasing him out. Broken Blade will heal up.
Trying and succeeding to survive on that top side as LeBron and Skumon now hunting. He gets the slow.
Faker gets the movement speed though, and will just walk away. I don't think Skumon and LeBron would have had enough damage to take down Faker easily, especially since he's still holding on to that flash. Doesn't have the Rod of Ages complete as of yet, but probably has enough in his inventory to finish that one up, and you can see he's now backing away. Next fight, likely around this Rift Herald, although we could be looking at a second Drake play.
Yeah, there's the Roa coming in. Faker also working quickly towards that Archangels. They're going to TP back. They don't want to give up this Herald. I mean, Owner is so strong right now. He already has the Cyclo Sword. He's closing in on a second item. And when he gets it, he is going to be so threatening, especially for Caps, who's going to be very reliant upon his team to keep this guy off of him. Obviously, you can sidestep as much as you want, but that's only going to do so much.
G2 are TPing Broken Blade in here. Oh, great dodge with the call of the pack as Broken Blade tries to step forward onto Faker, who will just walk away. Doran, their next target, shield rolled in from Skumon. Doran flashes into the back of the Herald pit. The rest of T1 now trying to collapse on Caps and LeBron, but Doran is just nom by Broken Blade. G2 wrest control of the Herald pit out of T1's hands, and it looks like T1 have given up the ghost on it.
Yeah, that was really well played there by G2. They just kind of came in and they split up T1. They push back Faker as well as Doran on one side, and Doran got stunned up there. And once he got stunned up, he was so low, he didn't feel he had time to actually get over to the wall and flash to safety over the wall. So instead he had to flash into the pit, but T1 couldn't force their way through on the other side, but they will look for a play of their own, going for this second dragon here. And we'll find out if that early work on the dragons is going to be rewarded by a powerful soul. G2 definitely hoping it will not be, but it is Ocean, which definitely not the one that T1 are hoping for. They're a relatively squishy team. Ocean not going to do much for champions like Nefiri and Mel and Pike, but any soul is a valuable soul.
Death from Below used for the stun with the Realm Warp follow-up. Caps, you can unleash whatever power you want, but Faker and Carrier combine to take him out.
It's just like watching a Pike tips and tricks. Like he's showing you all the combos here, just beautifully done. What he is doing there is E and then ulting on behind you, which teleports you to them, making the E undodgeable. Then you're stunned. The Bone Skewer is already coming out. That's undodgeable too. It's just so clean, so precise from Carrier on this champion. Gets them another kill and does start to push Faker ahead. BB trying to get some gold back on the other side of the map, and he is the big advantage for the team. He has got to be the guy who is creating space for those carries, getting into the mix, but you don't want to overextend because this champion is so slow, so low on mobility.
Grand Starfall onto Faker. T1 running up through the river, but Faker's running the wrong direction and has no Realm Warp to get out of this one. They might try and just give it over to Caps. Skumon orders one more time. Caps is here. The shutdown does go to Skew. Meanwhile, Culling used into the rebuttal. Broken Blade tried to trade onto Pace. Hans Summon dashes in, and Carrier is devoured. The Temper Fate not quite in time to save him from the bleed as G2 find 3 across the map.
I mean, look at the turnaround there on the Feral Scream from BB. It looked like it might be going bad for G2, but he lands a silence across 2 members, and they just burst them down with the Feast and the Feral Scream and all the damage coming through. And pretty much just got a double kill there, and now Broken Blade up to 8 stacks already, 1,500 gold ahead individually. And he is not going to be an easy champion to take down. Yes, T1 will have a lot of damage as you get later on into the game, but this is going to be a tough champion to deal with who also has a lot of kill threat on your squishy champs at the same time.
I think as well, we haven't talked about it, but you get bigger the more you feast. And the fact that you can stand there and block the Bone Skewer coming out from Carrier as well, you are just bigger and bigger as the game goes on, and that's the Heartsteel is going to help out with that as well. As Skumon forces Carrier away, the Maiden. Unfortunately, we're going to see... Ooh, I thought Doran was going to become a widower, in fact, but the Maiden does survive.
Maiden does survive, and T1 playing towards that top side. G2, a lot of members down here, but the Dragon is not up. Someone's got to go.
Minutes away.
Yeah, it seemed pretty early to be playing, so heavily down on that bot side, but they do get Caps back up to collect this wave, so no big deal. Faker pushes it in and does start to try to steal away from some of these camps, but you can see both teams being pretty active here. Caps looking to steal that away with the scatter, but Owner is covering him, and Skewmont is stealing away the Gromp on the other side. So tit for tat across the map here, as both teams staying active and trying to find a window to punish their opponents.
The push comes in from T1, and with the grub damage, the tower will fall. Faker walks in to make sure it does. As the mid-tier 1 taken for T1. They're third of the game, only 2 for G2 right now. Gold basically even, but again, you have to look at where it sits. Like, Faker is 800 gold ahead of Caps right now. 2 items complete, Rod of Ages, 4 stacks on it. You saw what was the ooh for?
IE just got bought.
IE did just get bought for
as a second item. So that is a bursty build.
That's a big ooh.
That is an ooh, because if you get silenced as Carrier or Owner, and I didn't mean to interrupt you there, I thought you would just keep going past my ooh.
It was such an emphatic ooh. Yeah. I was like, oh, I've missed something really important, and I'm glad we stopped so that you could highlight the fact this Infinity Edge has been bought.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's ooh-worthy, in my opinion.
I agree.
And we'll see. I mean, because he doesn't have to go in towards like Navori or anything like that. This is heavy AD. This is a ton of upfront damage, upfront burst. And it is a scary, scary, scary game to be Carrier, to be Doran, even Pays. I mean, you're so reliant on rebuttal. If you get Feral Scream flashed by Broken Blade and you're silenced, well, you don't have that. You might just be dead instantaneously. So it's going to be about the execution here, as you can see G2 dropping Herald mid, trying to pressure. Faker still pushing bot for now. Does have the Realm Warp.
Maiden pulled back with the force of will. Taken out with the charge from the Herald, and even with the Dark Perception, Skewmon's still able to get away. Look at Faker coming up. He's going to have the Realm Warp, but look at Doran. He has nothing left. Another charge here. It's Caps riding the Herald towards the tower there. The plates, rebuttal out. Faker still waiting to see if he can come across with the Temper Fate hitting, and Pays with no escape. BB on a rampage. This Cho'Gath is unstoppable, as Owner's forced to eviscerate away as G2 eviscerate T1.
Yeah, T1 getting punished so heavily there. I think Doran really didn't realize the amount of health on that tower, and now G2 are just going to go to Baron because he thought he could defend there, but the tower was one-shot by the Herald, and now this is problems for T1. They're just going to decide to give it, but T1, it was dead even just a minute ago, and now it is going to be an over 2.5k gold lead here for G2 as Doran dies for free, and then the rest of T1 kind of caught off guard, and it felt like overstayed their welcome. Pays goes down as well.
Importantly for T1, they will get an Ocean Drake. They are on soul point now as Doran has stepped forward, and a Grand Starfall into a shield bolt. Oh, Doran, you just got back out on the map! Skewmond with his second, and for T1, things are falling apart.
They are, especially for Doran and maybe Pays.
Puts the rebuttal down. They haven't unleashed power from Caps, but he held onto it. Bone Skewer out. G2 will settle with 4 plates out of that tower as Broken Blade the target for Faker and Owner, but BB might just win this in the 1v2. Feral Scream dodged away from TP behind as Caps looks to join the play, and T1's desperation has turned into G2's desert. Caps comes across, Owner out from the unleashed power, a Realm Warp out from Faker, the Scream. Not quite in time to keep him around as he had some earbuds in or something.
He's going to be able to get out of there, but still, that is not much of a win to have one person survive when you were going for a 2v1 play on the other side of the map, after you just lost Baron, after you just lost your mid lane tier 1, almost your mid lane tier 2, and Broken Blade is just comically tanky at this point. Skewmont's behind Pays.
Has to flash away from the Temper Fate. TP coming in from Broken Blade as T1 are very much on the back foot. They've been hit by a jab and a haymaker. Can they get back off the camper? Because right now, it's looking like G2 with this Baron push are going to go to about 5.5k ahead. The Red Bull Baron power play, still 90 seconds remaining on it here, Azael. The gold exploding.
I mean, you never want to count T1 out, but this game is starting to look very, very grim for them. Doran has been completely useless on this Yorick. Really put down and not able to do anything in these team fights, and they just can't get past the Cho'Gath. I mean, look at him. He's just standing in their face, tanking all the damage while tower after tower dies. Doran's still pushing top, and we can see it in the Coinbase gold grind. Massive lead for Broken Blade. Owner's trying to threaten something, but T1 at least clear out that wave and buy some time for Doran to get some towers.
Good damage from the Spell Flux out of the Rise. It was bouncing onto Hans Sommer, onto Caps, and Broken Blade can't block that.
And a big spike for Faker is going to be coming. He's at 8 stacks on the Roa. He's almost 15. He's going to slingshot to 16.
Actualizer soon as well, hopefully for him.
And that would be very, very important. But you can see 3 items done for Hans, 3 items done for Caps. Broken Blade miles ahead of where this Yorick is. And they have the damage to follow it up, and they have the playmaking tools. They have the ability to engage, and they have the ability to deny a lot of what T1's carries want to do. This Fed Cho'Gath just creates so many issues because you can't ignore him or he'll kill you if you just walk into melee range of him. If you spend the whole fight kiting, well, Caps and Hans and Skewmon are going to kill other people on your team, so it just becomes so tough for T1, and that is why we are seeing these hit-and-run tactics. That's why they're going to the side lanes, trying to find some way. We need to get a pick before we go to a 5v5.
They're looking for a pick with the Bone Skewer, but Hans Summer wisely backs away from it. For T1, they do have that small sliver of hope. In 2 minutes, Ocean Soul. If they can win a fight around that, get the soul, they start to get back into the game. I don't think it's a game-winning fight, but it's very much a first step on the ladder towards success.
It's something that could help to equalize for sure, right? You know, and as we touched on earlier, I don't think it's the best soul for their comp, but any soul has a lot of value, period. The difficulty is 50-50 should not go in your favor against level 3 Feast.
True.
You know, that is really, really hard. And the 5v5s have just looked tough for them. So they need to find a way to get in, to claim vision. But when you're looking at the mini-map right now, this is just nothing. The furthest upwards for T1 are back here. Like, that's kind of what they got, right? They have no vision outside of their base on the dragon side of the map. So instead, they might just use the pressure of that soul to say, all right, we're going to make a play elsewhere. We'll send maybe 2-3 top, try to overload, force for an inhib, force for a response where maybe we can punish you, because I just don't know how they're going to actually get over to that dragon realistically.
I very much agree. Incredibly hard for them as Lebob steps forward. Bone Skewer just short of clipping him. Ona does manage to take away the Gromp. G2 will push up through the top side. Baron also up in about 90 seconds time.
Well, you can see Skewmon moving bot. They're actually pinging assist down towards that Yorick. They're going to go with Hans and Skew and try to pick off Doran.
Doran wisely backs away. I have seen Yorick's outplay. I will say a 2-item Yorick into a 2.5-item Pantheon and a 3-item Lucian would be tricky.
It's a tough outplay.
That would be tricky.
I think that puts you more in the realm of misplay that you're hoping for.
Yeah.
But it can happen for sure. I mean, if you ignore the ghouls, if you ignore the Maiden, they put out a lot of damage. Yorick does have those abilities to make some magic happen in a side lane, but has been tough. And you can see T1 still not getting over there. So I think the call is just to give up the dragon. And the question is, how does G2 manage this? Do they send multiple members to defend the side lanes? Do they just send one and try to solo it out? And it looks like for now, it is just Broken Blade basing for top, but now they're going to try to look with more potentially. He was definitely nervous that more members were coming.
Yeah, Ono is coming across here to see perhaps if he can find a steal. Quarter of the pack will jump him out of any CC possibilities, but in the end, G2 do get the Ocean. The gold lead after the Baron push was 5k, now down to 4.2. T1 doing a good job of finding all the gold they can on the map before what is likely to be a big fight in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the question just becomes, does the game actually get better for you as you go further on? I kind of feel like it does not, but that does not mean that T1 can't find an outplay, because of course, everything goes out the window when Pays, you know, and Keria one-shot Hans or one-shot Caps, right? But, you know, if G2 do get good vision down, do have Broken Blade being that kind of first line of defense that they have to get past, I think it is so tough for these playmakers on T1 to just walk through the Cho'Gath.
Stepping forward here. Darking Daggers almost connect. Faker with the damage. Didn't pop the actualizer, now does have it completed.
Yep, and he has 16, as we talked about, so he's almost 17 now at this point. So Faker definitely, you give him an angle under your carries, he could take them down, but Skewmon just completed the GA. And Feast, great for securing objectives. So if G2 wants, it's not a 50-50. They could go over here, secure vision, try to force T1 to come to them, and look for a Smite plus Feast combo to secure it, and that is exactly what they're trying to do. They want Doran to TP at the very least.
Doran still pushing through the bot side right now. Broken Blade pulled back into the Baron pit. Keria there, Grand Starfall towards the backline as they go for Owner. Tempered Fate hitting onto 2 as well. G2 looking for the fight instead. The knock-up from Broken Blade means that Paze has no place to go. Doran does TP, but too late to save anyone. Another knock-up, another Doran death as G2 find 2 around the Baron.
The Yorick has just been digging his own grave this game time and time again as G2 making it look easy, and Labrov has been catching everyone with these ults. The 2-man ult on Paze and Faker post-Paze flash means that it is just lights out for T1 in that fight. Owner trying to find a way in, but this is not a 50-50. I just don't see it happening.
I mean, Broken Blade is the one marking him, so if Owner could get past BB towards the Baron, it would have been, but G2 do secure their second of the game.
Yep, and Faker down towards that bot side was briefly the only one with the gold. He was up 2 gold on Caps before he took that wave. But look at the advantage now for G2. The Soul has been stopped, the second Baron has been taken, and it is big leads on much more consistent champions on the side of G2. It's much easier to play out the fight to get value on a Bard, on a Pantheon, compared to the under level and very poor Keria and Owner. Keria is level 10. Cho'Gath is level 18. Mid lane is level 17. You know, Keria is 3 levels down on Labrov. So in the best of times, it's hard to play Pyke in the late game. In times like this.
Bone Skewer onto Broken Blade. Rupture coming down. There's a Solar Snare for the follow-up. And Faker's here from the side trying to machine gun down this Cho'Gath. But Faker realizes there's only one big dog here as Broken Blade's going to force him away. The Tempered Fate hits the backline and G2 pounce. Paze brings out a golden eclipse, but there's only darkness for T1 as Keria is forced away, and the culling finds the Undertaker. Yorick down, 3 down, G2 pushing through mid.
G2 are about to bring us the match point here. Keria is trying to cut the wave, but they still have the Baron cannon. G2 just have to defend it and push in for the win.
BB is absolutely massive. The Hound's pursuit does nothing against G2. It is 1 away from glory, 1 away from their first best-of-5 win against T1 in 7 years. G2 are on the cusp of victory.
And this one looks so one-sided. Last game, very back and forth. This one was all G2 all the time. They're on match point.
One more is all we need here against T1. It started wrong, honestly, this game, but they quickly ramped it up. You can smile, G2, because it's more than a lot of us expected coming here today. Oh my God.
I feel so smug. Broken Blade. Broken Blade.
What was your prediction?
It was 3-0.
Oh, wow. You
And it was insane.
It's the only
It was
alive
completely,
prediction.
absolutely ludicrous. But if anyone can make me look like a genius for saying something completely unhinged, it is G2 Esports.
Do you want to double down right now on the 3-0?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
You have to.
You're that confident they're going to win game 3.
They blind picked Yorick, bro. They're dizzy. They don't know what's happening.
I mean, think about it. After a game like this, after this draft from T1, after this 1-2-3 on red side, I was like, we might be cooked. Turns out, BB was cooking even more.
100%. Like, look, I was nervous. Mel, Pyke, if there is any
Right?
2 players that can 2v8 a game on the face of this planet with those 2 champions, it is Paze and Keria. But the counter pick worked so fantastically, and in general, it just felt like G2, once they got the ball rolling, unlike the previous game where they couldn't really push a lead, were able to just deny T1 any avenue of coming back into the game.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to this man, right? Because this is who they've been saving these counter picks for. And, you know, the Warwick might not have worked out. I actually liked
Warwick
it.
was good.
I liked it more than I think a lot of people did. But I like the fact that G2 have been stable enough, like mental stability, we talked about that going in, to still be like, no, BB has so many answers for what they can do topside. We are still going to rely on his picks. I'm sure, we couldn't hear the cast because we hear the Korean cast, But I'm sure Azael was super happy about the Cho'Gath too, because he was always calling for that as a specific Yorick counter.
And that's the thing, when you think about BB, historically, counter picks is what he's known for. Lately, though, hasn't been working so well, so I'm really, really happy to see that he's cooking again, he's got that confidence, and now he's in this position in draft again where he can make those champions work against T1.
I mean, that Cho'Gath pick was just so mega.
It was so good.
Because it's not just the Yorick,
it's
it's
so
the fact that it's into double AP with no tank shred whatsoever. Like a lot, so many of these mage bot lanes to me are predicated around reliable AD damage or tank shred, because you need to solve the problems that you give yourself when you remove the AD carry position. T1 did none of that, and the Cho'Gath completely blocked it all.
Yeah, and I think it's super interesting because if you just snapshot the first three and nameplates off, I would have been like, that's a T1 draft. But one thing I really like that G2 also did is instead of being like, oh, we have to lock in our AD carry now, they picked the Pantheon for Skewmond, which he's 15-5 on. He has a 75% win rate. I think it's his 8th most played. And they were like, this is what we want out of this comp. This is the start of our comp, and we can fill in later with that BB counter pick. I thought that was like a small thing that I really liked out of them as well.
I like it a ton. I think ultimately it just feels like T1 were not ready for the Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
You can see they banned double options. They're really trying to set themselves up for success, for comfort here. But the Cho has clearly caught them totally off guard. I think it's a hard thing to ask for as we go deeper in the series, to keep having these mega picks, right? These picks that feel like they single-handedly counter an entire draft.
Yeah.
But setting G2 up where they just need to win one in the next 3, like, I'd love if they win the first one so I can look like a genius, but I'll take 1 and 3. You know, they have so much time, and the deeper we go, the more and more value these BB fringe picks really have. And again, you can see how good the execution was once they took control of this game, and how little room there was for T1 to really make any kind of counterplay. All these immobile champions against the Cho'Gath, easy pickings.
Yeah, I really liked how they just rolled down mid here with the Herald. I think another underrated thing is we talked about how strong Paze is, how good he has been on this Mel pick, how good Keria has been on this Pike pick. Keria pulled off some insanely sick plays. I know you were losing your mind about Dracos, but the way that G2 also, A, just stayed steady, B, used their top side pressure really, really well to take over the top side of the map was so important, because it's not like they focused necessarily on shutting Paze and Keria down. They just leveraged the pressure they had really well.
Yeah, this is basically the plot of the first episode of Attack on Titan. In case
I cannot kill
one
the
Titan
Cho'Gath.
just murdering a lot of people. A lot of people. It was super dominant. I like that we're getting the sizzle roll in the final moments, and as excited as I am for BB and G2, I'm still a fan of International League of Legends, and for T1 to be in this position, incredibly weird feeling.
I mean, so they played almost every day. They played so many best of 5s here. They've swept the majority of the teams that they've played. This is going to be going into their 20th game so far, this MSI. And I did have to check. T1 have 3 reverse sweeps in their history.
All right.
I think that's in play.
How many of them are against KT rules?
I don't know. All of them?
Don't mention it.
So
I was like, can you add a little context to this?
I hate to say it because I didn't state it clearly, but I kind of was afraid this would happen. I was afraid that G2 was going to be... I'm a hater. Like, you can give it to me. I respect that G2 is...
You can talk your talk, it's
G2 is
fine.
the only team that can do this, but I was afraid they'd be able to do this to T1 because we've been seeing how many game 2s was T1 down like 2,000 or 3,000 gold, and then they come back because, they're always amazing at team fighting, but G2 is the team that can punish that because G2 just has better drafts. Like this was such a good draft that they could play out. So T1 couldn't get away with their crap of just like running around doing whatever they want. And now T1 has to play like an elite team if they want to come back.
And that's the thing. The comeback after this horrendous HLE series, the comeback in game 1 in a game where everything was completely lost, showing insane preparation here in game 2. Didi, you were coping. For me, we're full on EU hopium right now.
Apparently, we're geniuses. We're just the smartest people that have ever lived. Your prediction wasn't there, but I'm sure you would have been 3-0, no doubt, having my back. But what I will say is, if T1 want to come back in this series, like, you talked about the drafts especially, and one person who has been completely sold out by the drafts thus far is Doran. Now, individually, Doran has had a rough tournament in my eyes, but I don't want to just completely throw him under the bus, because again, that top lane matchup is not playable. But you're in a situation where, again, this is the struggle. We saw G2 completely collapse against HLA because it did not matter what they picked. 1v1 top was always winning in HLA's favor. That is not the story between BB and Broken Blade. Doran needs support in the draft, and when the drafts are already shaky, having a player who needs a bit more setup is really going to make it tough for T1.
Final thoughts here on this matchup. We've talked about Doran, we've talked about the T1 drafts.
As the hater?
No, you can. This is when I want you, because what can you say, Jack?
Okay.
Tell me. Tell me your hater wisdom, Jack.
Listen, Pays is the best AD carry at this tournament, and he's yet to play one. So he's not. He has no Ziggs, no Mel. T1 currently is done with that stuff. They're throwing Keria and Pays into lane-dominant bot lane stuff, and they're going to play through that. So if Hans and the Brav beat that, they're going on to the next round to lose to Lion. They can do that themselves.
No, what? Don't sneak that in. The next round to lose to Lion?
I mean, we'll see what happens. NA has had EU's number lately. Either way, that's not the point right now. This is T1 possibly having their worst finish ever at MSI. They would be outside the top 4 for the first time in their history. And they need to lock in. They have to win 3-0, which, by the way, hasn't been a problem for them up until this point. All of their series have been 3-0.
Yeah.
Except for BLG.
And they got the crowd behind them, but can they show more here at MSI? They're back against the wall for the 10th world champion. Here we have G2 taking us to match points in this elimination series. Can they close it out? Let's find out after the break.
This is your time, this is your moment, this is your fight. Fight for your life.
Actually, my team at W. You're weak my W, okay?
Alright, it's fine.
You can touch it, man?
This guy's plenty to fight, no? After?
Yeah. No man, yeah. Done. I'll W me.
Yeah.
One shot.
Nice.
Come on. No, guys, come on. He might smite it, kick him.
Yeah, I'll take it anyway.
Good job. No W Mel. Yeah.
Mel.
Nothing, one HP, nothing.
Yeah.
Huge, guys. We got flash. I'll flash him too.
One away from glory, one away from their first best of 5 win against T1.
Oh my god! Oh my god, they're on match point!
I didn't understand, sorry.
They're on match point!
Yes, yes, let's go.
One more game, we got it. Let's go.
Okay, what's your names?
Yannick.
I'm Aaron.
Weren't you were on the other broadcast too, right? Or weren't you? Or there was some, yeah. So you've been telling everyone how good G2 is?
Absolutely, yes. They deserve to win, I'm telling you.
So what is so good about how they're playing today?
I think it's just Broken Blade taking these picks. They don't know what to do about it. Just a team synergy at all.
Yeah. How happy are you? But it's not over yet, yeah?
Yes, it's I'm keeping my excitement contained. Yeah.
Yes, me too. We're doing an interview. This is not a monologue, just so you know. Let's go, G2!
Let's go!
Shocks there. Love that. Very innovative too. Risky, I would say.
I mean,
risky.
I don't think it's ever backfired in the past. It's fine.
I mean, surely there's no way that T1 can come back from a position like this.
Too good.
Congratulations, G2.
But let's talk a little bit about that, because I think both you and I agree that T1's drafting has been on the poorer side today.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I mean, I think that it's two sides of the same coin. I think G2 has had really good solutions and really good drafts, and I think they've been clever about how they've done it, and they've played well enough to actually capitalize on that, right? You know, game one, I think having tons of threats versus a comp that is so adept at killing one person is actually really, really smart. If you play a 2 or 1 threat comp, one of your carries is instantly one shot, it's very, very tough. But if you have Vayne and Ezreal and, you know, and you have Anivia, so many tools, the double exhaust was really smart tech. The Cho'Gath, I don't even think the lane matchup really mattered, but I think Cho'Gath just denies the ability for Naafiri and Pyke to really do a lot in these fights, especially when he is that accelerated. They didn't actually have the consistent damage to even deal with him. So I think that was really, really good. And I also think, we talked about this too, Labrov, I feel like, has been insane. To me, Labrov has been the player of this series thus far. Yes, I think BB's going to get a lot of attention because of the cool picks, but Labrov was everywhere he needed to be in game 1 on the Leona. And game 2, how does every single winning fight start for G2? A Bard ult.
Yep.
He was catching them at least 1 carry, sometimes 2 carries to start off the fights. I feel like Labrov has been brilliant today, and it is really cool to see how well he is playing. You know, you play a signature champ of Keria against Keria, and it's so easy for there to be egg on your face, right? For it's like, oh, why would you play that against him? He knows it so well, right? But he did incredible, and I just feel like G2 are out-drafting them, outplaying them, and I feel like Doran is having a horrible series.
Agreed. I think Doran is really struggling in that top lane. They talked a little bit about on the analyst desk, but his TPs, especially in the Yorick game, being very out of place. He tried to put down the Dark Possession and didn't actually get it in front of the Rift Herald, so it still managed to charge into the tower.
Which meant he died.
Which meant the rest of his team died, pretty much. So overall, like, all credit to G2 for how they're playing, but there have been some glaring errors from T1.
And that is kind of your hope if you're a T1 fan, is that these players, as they have many times before, can turn it around, right? I think that it really is mostly Doran that I'm kind of looking at as playing, I think, pretty far below where you would expect him to play. Game 1, obviously, a very, very tough game. You're playing into the Vayne as Renekton, but some of the team fights, I think he really struggled to get value. You know, hesitating to flash early and then flashing late and couldn't catch them. You know, some of these moments, it's like you have to capitalize on those moments when you're lane countered and you don't really get to play that much in the 1v1. And then the Yorick game, it just wasn't even really about the lane. The lane wasn't really a problem. They kind of just were farming.
They got feasted once. Like, the maiden died once.
One time. And it just felt like every time he TP'd, it was to a location where he was instantly going to die. And at the start of every fight, he was getting caught out and stunned against the wall. And if he flashed, he was already cooked after he flashed. And it just felt like he couldn't get any value in that game. And that is, you know, again, two sides of the same coin. It's G2 being in the right position to capitalize, punishing mistakes really, really, really well. But it is also Doran making some unforced errors. And T1 need to clean it up if they want to have a chance. I mean, I did not think we would be talking about T1 having to reverse sweep to win this series.
Very true.
I did think coming into this series, if G2 were able to play to the level that people were expecting them pre-tournament, that they would have chances. Because I look back at the T1 TL series, and I think coming into this tournament, I thought G2 were significantly better team fighters than TL.
Sure.
And TL got T1 to a point where they're a team fight away from winning the game, and then lost every team fight, right? T1 were able to capitalize, but G2 are able to get themselves to that point and then go toe-to-toe in the team fights, and that is what is really, really impressive, and that is where these individual players stepping up and having those great moments is just meaning so much.
Yeah, I entirely agree with you, Azael, as we do have a short pause on stage. One of the T1 players' monitors has gone black, so they're just making sure that's rectified. It should be hopefully fixed in a couple of moments. We were asked for an additional minute about 30 seconds ago, so we'll see exactly what happens there. For T1, people often talk about the T1 circus. This hasn't felt like that as much. It hasn't felt like, oh, we're making happy mistakes. It has felt like we're making actual mistakes, and G2 are punishing us very well. For G2, it is that evolution, that step up. I think BB has had a really good day today. Those counter picks have worked incredibly well for him. I was one of the counter pick doubters, especially into Doran. I felt like you can just go toe-to-toe against Doran on conventional matchups.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he can, right? But he's getting tremendous value in the team fights.
Agreed.
Because sometimes it's a compositional counter. Like, again, I don't see the Cho'Gath as like, York can't breathe, he's not going to be able to CS. But what it did actually against the other champions, had a good lane against York, and then against these other champions that they drafted, it really shut down their playmaking. I think we saw a much more hesitant owner and carrier because of the Feral Scream. Because
how'd you get past?
Exactly, you're going to try to run through the Cho'Gath that could, silence you and kill you with Feast in that silence. You're going to try to flash into the back line and hope you don't get Feral Scream and just die. So I love those kind of compositional picks, and that's where I feel like the praise has to be as loud as the criticism, right? And so many people get on BB for his picks when they go bad. But I think he has been a huge part of G2 being 2 up on the back-to-back-to-back world champions. So he needs to get his flowers for that as well.
Entirely agree with you, Azael, is that G2 are still 1 game away from claiming their first best-of-5 win against T1 since Worlds 2019. A long, long time ago. Obviously, as an EU caster, I have to talk about 2019. It was an incredible year for the region.
In the contract, actually.
G2 making it to MSI, making it to Worlds Finals. They did obviously fall at that final hurdle, being denied that golden road, but it has been a long time since we've been able to get back to that point. I think there have been years where it looked like G2 would challenge.
I would say this year, at first stand.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. Against Gen G and BFX, G2 have started to challenge. The question is here, is T1 they're not an HLE, but winning this series is that first step along the ladder, perhaps a matchup against BLG or against HLE.
So, I mean, it is interesting, right? And everyone's going to have their own opinions. I think, especially because T1 is down 2 games, people are maybe going to kind of like do a little bit of revisionist history. But to me, coming in, I can only talk to my own personal opinion. Sure. If I gave you my tier list from pre-tournament, it would have been T1 on the same tier as BLG and HLE as tournament winners. I think those were the 3 favorites to win. I wouldn't have had T1 as the favorite out of that, but I would have had them on the same tier where I wouldn't have been surprised. I wouldn't have even blinked if you're like, I'm from the future, T1 won MSI. Yeah, okay, that's fine. When you got to the tier below that, I would have been a bit more surprised, but I think a G2 would have been in there, a top would have been in there, and that would have kind of been my next tier where it's like, I can see it, but
it would be a bit of a shock.
It would be a surprise.
Yeah, I get that entirely. I think I very much agree with you that HLE would be top of mind, then BLG T1 on the secondary tier, and then after that you're falling down to the how did TL and G2 get to the MSI finals sort of level, right? So this would be a massive win for G2 if they can lock it in. They're going to ban away the Vi to kick things off. T1 once again selecting first selection with their right of first selection, and G2 deciding that they want to be on the blue side. They're going to have the Vi and the Jace removed by G2. Same as usual, they've been banning the Orianna as well. Seraphine, a new ban here from T1.
Yep, Seraphine going to be banned away as they feel like, hey, okay, we've lost Mel, we've lost Ziggs, we've lost some of these kind of top-tier champions. And also, you know what makes Seraphine a lot better is the fact that Lucian is gone.
Yeah.
Because the traditional answer these days is the Melio Lucian to the Ashe Seraphine. So if you're not going to be willing to actually grab that for yourself immediately, you're not necessarily going to be willing to give it away. And we'll see where T1 wants to take us, because they're the ones with the pressure now. And G2 has had the creative answers. It feels like they have been better prepped for the draft, and pressure is on. T1 at home.
Let's see where
down 2-0.
Yeah, it's a massive deficit for them. We've only ever seen 6 reverse sweeps in the history of international League of Legends. One of them was this tournament, G2 taking down Top Esports, but before that, I think it was back in 2023 where BDS reverse swept PSG. at Worlds, I want to say play-ins. So it's been a while. It's not a very common affair as the Lee Sin is going to be locked in for Owner.
Well, Owner is an incredible Lee Sin here. It's going to be Varus as the answer, and I wonder if Skumon would go towards the Skarner. That has been something that a lot of pros do really like. Because the CC, the ability to actually answer those, and it feels like an obvious answer. I mean, Lee Sin takes the Sonic Wave in, you hit Ishal's impact, you scoop him out of the air, you throw him into the wall, you ult him up. It is very tough. It is, again, about this denial of plays, more so than the offensive plays themselves. But Skarner, of course, can look for those offensive plays as well. And T1 had spent their ban on Poppy, which is another one of those kind of defensive answers in a similar boat to Skarner in my mind. So I like the pick here already.
We're going to see an early Silas here from T1. Chain of Corruption and Impale are very good ultimates to take away. We'll be locked in.
They're definitely not bad, but I don't think it's on that top tier. And
it's not an Alistair level.
Exactly. And one of the things that I don't love about the early Silas is, I mean, Silas is just a strong champion. If you get ahead, you can just snowball the game if you don't have those S-tier ults. But I will say, when you early pick Silas, you ensure the other team is not picking Alistar and Malphite and like anything that's crazy, right? And so, yeah, Chains of Corruptions is a good pick tool, but it's not the same level as some of the other ults that are, you know, sometimes available. So I'm curious if they're seeing it sometimes as a denial as well, right? If they're like, hey, we don't want to play against this, maybe you can't pick because we have Silas.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Silas on the side of G2, you've already got a Dragon's Rage and a Gnar. Those are good ultimates to have, right? Good displacement is
BB.
This will be BB in the top lane on his Yasuo. Often picks this into the Gnar. Seen as a counter pick. In fact, at that MSI back in, when was the 2-3? Was that 24? Back in 2024, I remember this pick. I remember him flashing, doing the Keyblade combo to catch out the Gnar in the top lane.
I mean, it's a real advantage of Broken Blade, and I have to feel like if I'm in Doran's seat, he knows he's not having the kind of series that he wanted. And again, now you're getting counterpicked here. You're in a matchup where if you make a mistake, you could die, right? It's not just going to be a 5 CS advantage. If you are making mistakes, you can cost your team the game because this Yasuo could snowball. I am curious, though, are we going to see things, banned out here that are going to be enablers for the Yasuo? Because we don't have great enablers for the Yasuo yet. You know, are they worried about a potential like Yasuo Yone? Are they worried about more, champions like Nautilus? Are they worried about, the engage tools there from Labrov that could be kind of up and available, like a Rakan or something? To me, if I'm T1, I'm thinking about, okay, how do we make it difficult for him in the 5v5?
Well, they are worried about that Nautilus. They're going to take that away. I wouldn't be surprised by a Rel as well. One of Labrov's actually favorite champions when he was on BDS. He played it, I want to say, about 80% of the games that he could play it, as that was before Fearless times. We'll see what the second ban is.
The Dark Ages.
Yeah, man. Imagine if we had Fearless here. So, we'll play Cassante and Gnar into each other over and over again as the Karma is taken out of possible picks for T1. Their final ban, we expect it to go towards the support pool to try and remove some of Labrov's agency.
Whether it's Rel or Rakan or whatever. I feel like it's dealer's choice. It's which one are you most worried about? And they are also going to be considering, like, okay, what 2v2 are we considering? And which support would both help the Yasuo and be most annoying with the Varus? So T1 obviously going to be considering a lot of things, but my expectation is you just get another support ban.
We'll see where T1 decide to go. Lulu, I mean, does help the Yasuo. We've actually seen Labrov flash Wild Growth with with Broken Blade's Yasuo just out of range of getting the last breath.
And in T1C, you're thinking about, oh my god, G2 has been so annoying with these denial picks. The Skarner, now we have the Cho'Gath. If you're thinking about, okay, we want to be playmakers, we want to get in there with Yasuo and Silas and Gnar and look for big plays, well, Polymorph is pretty darn annoying. When you are looking for those types of angles. We're not going to see the Blitz blind. I just don't believe it.
I don't either.
But it would be fun if we did see it, but I just don't believe it.
Yeah, Aurora makes much more sense. Caps has a absolutely top tier Aurora in my mind. Saw it at first stand specifically against Gen G. And now we'll see what he can do with it in this game. Leaving support for last on G2's side, whereas T1 now going to look towards their AD carry and their top laner. It's going to be a difficult pick for them because, not top laner, sorry, support. It's going to be a difficult pick for them because you do have that counter support for G2.
Feels like it's probably going to be the answer here.
Yeah.
And then the question is, what would be the option for Labrov? A couple of cool stats. The last and only time T1 was ever 3-0'd at an international was Worlds 2017 finals. the oh-so-famous Malzahar series. With Faker, in tiers on stage after that. That is an iconic moment. And G2 has never been reverse swept. So there is kind of these two things, working
Unstoppable
here.
force and movable object.
Exactly. G2, has not been reverse swept, but T1 never really gets 3-0'd. So those are two sides there.
I mean, so here's the thing. T1 could win this game and then G2 win, and we still fulfilled the T1 never gets
split the middle.
Yeah, well, we still fulfilled the T1 side of that bargain as we see the Renata locked in finally for G2.
Renata seems like a really good pick here, I'm not going to lie. I mean, when you are looking over and you are seeing Silas, Lee Sin, Gnar, I mean, he's melee and teamfight, let's be honest. He's going to be mega. And then as well as the Rakan, you're looking at 3.5, 4 melee champions, and you have Hostile Takeover. You have Bailout if they look for a full-on one-shot. If they full send it on someone, kick him in, try to delete him. Hostile Takeover, the Bailout, really good tools for denial. Has been a theme these last couple of games to me. Double exhausting game 1, Cho'Gath with the silence for the playmakers in game 2, and game 3 we come in Renata, Skarner. It's all about denial, it feels like, on the side of G2. Even the win wall really going to cause problems here. So I like the kind of, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, the theme of the drafts for G2 has been really, really intelligent. And I think they've correctly identified that a team whose success is based on team fighting is very often based on their playmaking, right? And especially so with T1. When you look at both in the LCK as well as here, when they come back, when they win in team fights, it is an explosive engage from Faker or Carrier or Dorian Gragas or someone, right? And so G2 is just saying, we're going to draft everything that stops that.
Yeah, make sure that you can't actually get onto our backline. Make sure that you can't actually find these Sonic Wave resonating strikes from Ono. As Skumon steps forward, we'll be looking for a ward around those Razor Beats, places it to make sure that he can track where Ona is in the early game. And there's a counter ward coming out from Faker towards the enemy Razors. Both junglers going to start on the top side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Ona do the 3 camp into reset into longsword and then go back down to bot. We often see that on the Lee Sins as Lebrov and Hansama try to step up.
And I will say something we haven't talked a ton about is the bot lane 2v2, and I feel like that is a huge victory for G2, right? Because one of our biggest questions coming in is, are you good enough to hold up in the 2v2 against Paze and Keria, who have the ability to make so many of the world's best players look silly, right? And it just hasn't even been a conversation point because it has not been about the 2v2.
Speaking of, Paze getting chased out here. Loyalty program doesn't get him, but they do manage to take a couple of autos out of him. There was a heal used on the side of G2, and Carrier hits the Gleaming Quill, so that will heal Paze back up. He's only gone through one of his potions so far.
Yeah, you really got to dodge the Rakan Qs. It's very similar to Soraka, where when you hit a Q, not only is it a positive trade as far as the damage, but it's a third of a potion every time. And he just hit 2 in a row, so that's plus 100 health there for Paze, which means he gets to hold on to his potion, no problem. Owner very early up towards top side, though. They feel like they need to get Broken Blade involved. I think Dorian not being level 3 makes it pretty tough, though.
We talked about the possibility of a 3 camp into longsword. He's actually staying around a little bit longer here. Owner, as Broken Blade goes in, what doesn't connect. Owner here with that level 3. Broken Blade looking for the Mortal Steel. Has to try and dash away, but still, even with the wallop falling short, Broken Blade has no way out. First blood, Owner.
Nice pathing there from Owner. BB did about as well as he can, given the circumstances. Dorian, he was able to avoid some of the skill shots coming in from Dorian, avoided the boulder toss. Didn't just dash into the wallop that was pre-pressed there by Dorian. But Lee Sin's auto-attacking you. You're going to go down in that spot. Skumon going to get back what he can on the other side, so he does steal away one of those camps. But it is going to be an early pickaxe buy here for Owner, so he's going to be big man on campus. And T1 trying to put Dorian into a more comfortable spot. Faker versus Caps, though, one of the most iconic matchups in international history. These guys have battled so many times, and there are the accolades. Domestic title 17 for Caps, just absurd. As Dorian did receive a gank and then received a trade that made him want another.
Yes, he's like, oh, I've got my Cull. It's not going to be enough to survive through the Yasuo, who can continually jump onto you and then dash away. Windwall also doing really well into the boomerang because Lebrov flashing away from Carrier there was going to get caught up in that ground entrance. Well played by Carrier. Blade Caller won't get the root.
It is always a weird spot when you have 600 gold, which I'm assuming that's what he based with, because he goes Cole refillable, right? Oh, Paze.
Skumon in with the Ishtar's impact. They'll catch Alpeo's handshake back as well, but Paze able to survive. Burns the barrier with the flash! but Hans Summer burns it down and flashes away from the Gleaming Quill. All summoners lost for T1's bots.
That's a big-time gank there from Skewmon, and great follow-up from Hans and Lebrov. Pace thought with the barrier he didn't have to early flash, and he was made to regret it big time as he allowed the Ishtal's impact to get him and gets punished there big time. And Broken Blade doing a solid for Skewmon here, chasing him out of his jungle.
Faker. Caps won't be able to kill him, but because Faker can't move and because Doran doesn't want to move from top, as you say, Broken Blade comes across and saves the Grump.
I mean, that's the dream as a jungler. You get to make a gank on the other side. The payment is supposed to be your camps. But your top laner says, no, you don't get that either. So let's watch this one more time. You know, Paze easily could have reacted to this with a flash, but his calculation is, I have barrier, we have heal, you can't kill me. So they use the heal early, but look at the redirection of the angle there, and it looked like the handshake connected as well, I do believe. You know, so was able to get that follow-up, and then Hans Q flash in, does take him down, and then the reactive flash, even though the bailout was quick, the bailout doesn't matter if you die because you're not going to carry in that spot. And they are pumped up, to say the least, there on the G2 side.
Yeah, leads across the bottom of the map. Caps as well with a 300 gold lead. Doran is ahead of Broken Blade, and Ona does have an advantage over Skewmon, getting towards that level 6 as well. Just short of 5 right now as Broken Blade looks for a trade onto Doran once again. We haven't seen too many rush Drakes in this series. Often actually seeing the grubs taken around the same time. As that's a good, I think, BB's going to hit 6 off the next minion, and Doran, expecting that, didn't want to get caught out.
Well, Doran got his E interrupted, and he could go for Q flash.
Broken Blade flashes in. A last breath for Doran, begins to dash away, but he has no flash left. The Steel Tempest needs to connect, and Broken Blade with a full blade is able to get a solo bolo.
Top gap. Doran gets solo killed there. Big misplay as he tried to use the hop.
Faker going in onto Caps. Caps will use his own Between Worlds to cause a Venn diagram of escaping to happen.
So Doran tried to hop out and got interrupted by the Q. He didn't actually wait for it to come out, so he got interrupted there. Then he just kind of panicked, got nervous, had to flash early, and then no flash, no jump, and BB is massively ahead, 600 gold up after you got a 3-camp gank from your jungler. That is a disaster class from Doran, and G2 up 1K early.
Faker here as well. Jumping in as they look for Lebrov, and Lebrov will fall. Skewmon trying to contest with only his support. The Blade Caller there for the root. Skewmon needs the Ishtal's impact to get away and will manage to survive. Caps was unable to move from mid, was actually recalling when that started because he was still low HP.
Yeah, they do get them off the Dragon, though, so that is going to mean the early Ocean Dragon that is so effective, T1 not able to actually get. So G2 do go over there, cost them a death, but they stop the Dragon. So not the worst, not the best. BB on these counter picks, showing up big once again here, you know, putting that pressure onto Doran, and Doran just not rising to the occasion thus far. You know, felt that pressure, early flashed, early jumped, then had neither, and gets caught by BB, who still had his flash available. And that is just such a big time play here, and it's all about this earlier one. So E flash, he has no flash, and he has no jump because he used both on that previous attempt. If he had either one, he walks out and he's chilling, but he has nothing, and Broken Blade makes it look easy, hits everything, finds the all-in, and that is what you want from your players in these big-time moments.
That's what you want from Broken Blade as well. If you're a G2 fan, this guy has been... He's been on the struggle bus, Azael. He has not been dominant in the lane as much as you'd want him to be. There have been questions as to whether his performance is of higher caliber enough to be on G2, and now, after the HLE loss that was so disappointing for all of EU, to show up like this, to have 3 games where he has been dominant, as we see the handshake coming back, grand entrance there as well. Featherstorm, Hans Summer has a bailout on him. Chain of Corruption down, Hans Summer will come back to life with the barrier Paze, flashes away and survives, almost dies. Lebrov flashes for him, but the auto can't get in range because he's not able to see him. Great play from the T1 bot lane to get out of that alive.
Yeah, and T1 bot lane, they needed some momentum, they needed some life in this series here, and they show up big time when they need it most. Hans, did his flash come up after he died? Was it that tight? I really want to see that back. And maybe the observers could track that.
Blade Caller, well played. Paze walked around outside of vision. Lebrov trying to hold the way for his AD carry, but it costs him dearly.
Yeah, and Hans not going to be able to get in and get anything. Faker looking.
I think he's just distracting Caps as Ona was doing the Drake Impale used. That's sidestepped by Caps.
A good sidestep there. Big couple kills, though, for T1. And Broken Blade getting a nice little chunk there. Doesn't want to fully commit because Doran was about to Mega out. You look for the all-ins after the Mega. Here it is one more time. Pays and Hans, both level 6. Gets the pull through. Really nice start. And then in comes the handshake. They don't have it for the disengage. As soon as that is used onto Pays, Keria says, "You can't stop me now." Goes in immediately. I love how Pays plays the wall there the whole time because it's all about getting the damage down and then flashing out before he can get the reset on the bailout. So he gets all of his damage down, hugs the wall the whole time so he can flash over. Then we see there from Labrov, he tried to follow and kill him off, but he lost vision as he went into that brush. Even with the ward, it was a little bit too late. And now Pays very close to having his first item.
Chase onto Keria, impelled to pull him back. Ona's on the way across, and with a battle chance, the chain of corruption will land, but Ona is here now, and T1 will try and turn the play around. Pays so low, flash from Skumon gets him, a grand entrance onto Hans Summer, but the turnaround is turned into a hostile takeover by G2. They'll find 2 on the bottom side.
Yeah, they lose out on the 2v2, but they bring the extra man this time. Skumon making the difference, gets down there. Hans, Labrov, and Skumon getting a couple kills, and Broken Blade might look for an all-in.
Not back. Broken Blade, can he land? Doesn't go for the sweeping blade in the end. Storman forced away again, does have the TP. And the question now for G2 is, how do you accelerate this Yasuo? Like, he is winning in the 1v1, but do you want to get him out on the map? Do you want to play around that next Drake in 3 minutes time? They have got 3 grubs, so all the time that BB has alone in that top lane is advantageous to him.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think it's going to be up to BB and when he thinks he can no longer punish. Keria tries to go clear for some vision. He had a ward over the wall, but not on that side. Skumon was not spotted, and this Chains of Corruption was huge. And look at the confidence from Hansama. He does not delay. Flashes in with the Q. Once again, they get that final auto as Skumon flashes to follow as well. If they slow play it, I thought there was an angle for Owner to turn this around on them, but instead they just go immediately, and now G2 overloading top side. 4 members top. Doran cannot play.
Caught out by the Steel Tempest. Last breath coming out from Broken Blade as well as he forces Doran away. 2 plates still remain, almost 1 on this top lane tower. 11 minutes in, G2 with 4 members strong. Owner going forward. Great handshake from Labrov. He'll tank the tower instead. Doran has the mega quickness from the side. Chain of Corruption coming out from Hansama, but he's caught with the wallop. It shoves him back from Skumon into the double impale! G2 always have their teammates back. Faker forced down towards the bottom side. Skumon looking for the chase as Doran jumps the wall, but Caps is here, and he sends Doran into the afterlife. T1 try to defend, G2 turn it on its head.
Skumon trying to burst him down. Can he finish off Faker? He has a Kingslayer.
He gets a 1-for-1. Keria does not do the same. Caps secures that kill to round it out.
The other story, though, is that Pays was pushing bot lane the whole time, getting solo gold on that plate. G2 do get the first tower, though. They finish it off critically. At the end of the day, they had 5 members top. T1 only had 4. G2 have a 2,000 gold lead here on match point. The pressure is on. Pays with those early kills isn't even up gold anymore.
The weirding out only with an alternator there for Caps. Does have 4 stacks on the Dark Seal, but now for G2, the 0-3 loss against HLE, a distant memory. I think a lot of EU fans, myself included, were like, oh, it's going to be 0-3, 0-3, and now against the 3-time back-to-back world champions, T1 look battered and bruised. They are finding things, and last time we saw a big gold lead for G2, T1 were able to eke their way back into the game. But it can be a struggle. Keria on this Rakan has had a great game so far, and he'll continue to look for these picks.
He really has, but I just feel like, again, I like G2's tools more, right? You know, when you think about how the fights are likely to go, you have Gnar going Mega, and when he is Mega, T1 are 4 melee champions against Labrov here, who is going to have the hostile takeover, against Skumon, who has the Impale, all this AoE CC, all the damage that can come in from Caps. And Pays, you're relying on him to get so much of the damage done, but Windwall makes that very, very difficult as well. So you are relying on one of these picture-perfect engages that we know that Owner and Doran and Keria and Faker are capable of delivering, but they haven't really been able to find them so far in this series. G2 has just had great answers throughout.
Pays, the only player on T1 with a lead, does have the Essence Reaver complete to the static shiv for Hansama. Drake up in 3 seconds' time. Caps caught out by the wallop. Doran just looking to take him low. Caps doesn't have TP. Doran does. So if Caps wants to make it a 4v4 around this Drake. He needs to chase Doran out as they look for the engage on Broken Blade. The quickness lands the charm, good wind wall, but BB can't survive through them. T1 find a great pick around the Drake, and because of that, G2 unlikely to take the fight. A handshake, okay, good deal. You can have that one. You took our top laner.
Yeah, they're going to look to try to get a couple plates here. Skewmon and Lebrov not looking for a fight, just looking to keep them away from these minions here mid, as Paze and Carrier try to make their way back over to defend this tower. And that was a bit of a risky position that Broken Blade was in. He did have the flash, he had the wind wall, so he felt he was going to be in a decent spot to find that angle, come in behind them, punish T1 as they went for that dragon. But there's a lot of mobility on this T1 roster. The ability to chase down with the quickness, with all of the dashes on Faker and Owner are showing, why you have to still pay that respect.
Caps gets his recall off just before Doran checks the bush. Broken Blade trying to defend this tier 1 on the bottom side, but we talk about the dashes, and Broken Blade might need to find a way out of this one. Last breath used by Faker, the sweeping blade from Broken Blade. He doesn't have the shield, and Paze will take his life.
They do the Yasuo combo to the Yasuo. They got the Lee Sin to set it up for that stolen last breath. Caps, Lebrov, and Skewmon all coming in, but Faker is still behind them. They don't know!
They flash in, they look for the engage. The hostile takeover lands, but only onto Faker and Owner. Paze not auto-attacking his teammates. In the end, T1 able to defend for now. Paze with a good blade caller. A TP behind. Skewmon now on the back foot. Ishtal's impact interrupted. The weirding from Caps doesn't find its mark, and Doran's here to join the party. Skewmon with the impale only lands it onto one, and Faker very happily will be pulled into his grasp. T1 with great reactions on the bot lane fight.
It's been about Paze and Carrier for so much of this year for T1, and when they need them most, they are stepping up. Absolutely. Owner and Faker being active, but Paze now on 2 items, 700 gold lead here, and Broken Blade got caught one time, one mistake on the flank, lost his flash, lost his life, and that prompted T1 to go right back at him, because without that flash, it is so difficult to escape from those situations. And now Doran going to be able to get back in this off that tower. He's up 300 gold, Paze with a nice lead in this game. Going back ever so slightly in T1's favor. They have the dragons, they have a tiny gold lead, and we'll see what they can do with it.
I mean, the 2K deficit that T1 were in has disapparated. It's gone. Now T1 with the advantage, with the 2 Drakes held, started by Broken Blade, but not really a true contest out of G2. Caps trying to farm up in the side lane. One of the small gold leads that G2 have, it's on his shoulders, but it's only 160. As T1 have fought back valiantly in this game. G2 trying to contest around the Herald. Faker goes in the impale, just short of the stinger there.
Yeah, not quite gonna clip him. And yeah, Caps isn't up a ton of gold, but he is very strong, and he is going for a really high damage build here. He's going Sork Boots, and we're assuming that could be even a Shadow Flame second. He's looking for burst, and there are some squishy members over on the T1 side. If he can catch Paze, Paze is that strong member. Yes, you have the Xyle. Yes, you have tools. But sometimes Aurora just needs one combo and you are gone, or at least you're put so low that you're out of the fight. We can see G2 just trying to force this.
T1 looking for the contest. Faker hasn't hijacked an ultimate as of yet. Sonic Wave hits onto Skewmon. Smite comes out. G2 get the Herald. T1 unable to find purchase in a way they wanted to start that fight off, and G2 don't really need to force it.
Yeah, T1 were trying to delay because the hijack is just back up right now. So I think they were hoping, okay, we used the impale early. Maybe we can get them nervous about the fight, pull them back, steal and alt, then use that as a tool. Because as much as I have talked about hostile takeover, a stolen hostile takeover is also very, very dangerous. Yes, you have wind wall. Yes, you have tools to maybe answer that. But they have to be there. They have to be available. So T1 was trying to keep them around. That is a lot of crystals on that turret. So Paze going to grab some more gold for himself as he just keeps on farming, hoovering up all this gold around the map. And he has just been a monster in the team fights.
Skew looking for Faker. Has the flash, has the rocket belt. Ishtar's impact comes in. Faker dashes away, uses the flash, uses the rocket belt, but Broken Blade's there for the chase. And with the impale, there's no escape for Faker. BB with his 3rd of the game.
Nicely done there by Broken Blade. Skewmon and Broken Blade get up towards topside, kill off Faker, get his flash. Don't have any flashes of their own to spend, and they don't even need them. A little surprised that Faker actually even went for the flash from that position, given that when you looked at the map, no one was right there. Often when you see Faker spending the summoners in those spots, it is to buy time for someone who's sprinting up the river. They didn't have that in position. And we can check in on the Coinbase gold grind This is the big advantage right now for T1. It is gold on Pays, on the Xayah, a champion that can be so dangerous in the team fight. But again, G2 with a lot of tools to answer. The wind wall, the potential dive, the flank from the Aurora, the hostile takeover he has to be careful of. There's a lot of things that Pays needs to play around.
You only have one Featherstorm, and that one has to be used perfectly. The rest of it on that Mikhails that Keria has picked up, the quickness to distract the enemy team as well, the Gnar as well. There's a lot of tools in T1's collective toolkit to keep Pays safe, but G2 have a lot of tools in theirs to try and dive on that Xayah. TP towards the mid lane here by Caps. Broken Blade waiting in the darkness towards the top side. He's pushed that wave into Doran, but he doesn't want to show too easily. Doran's just gone Mega Gnar. The Drake down to 5,000. It's T1 who are sitting on it right now. Broken Blade trying to chase Doran through that topside jungle. Caps goes in across the veil. Keria just short of getting clipped by that handshake. Double TPs come out as Doran is matched by Broken Blade. Infernals, Drake secured for G2. Ishtar's Impact coming for the follow-up. There's the Featherstorm. Pays charged into by the Rift Tower, but a great charm on the backline. Keria finds all four of them. Pays takes out Skumon. Between worlds we go, and to the afterlife go T1. On Summer on the chase. Doran trying to escape, but I think the G2 have got him. Broken Blade slices him in twain as T1 only Faker and Keria remain.
The Battle Herald did so much work for G2 in that fight. They go in, they got the early Featherstorm off of Pays, and that Chains of Corruption from Han Sama chained to 4 members, I believe, from T1. They were getting rooted up one after another after another. Everyone from G2 piled in. Caps immediately flashed onto Pays, and we can watch this one more time. They summon up the Herald, and they decide, okay, the threat of the Herald is enough. Both top laners are TPing in. You can see both coming in the back of the fight. And then after they secure it, the instant Herald from Caps. Caps is going to charge in towards that backline, and Pays uses the early on the hostile takeover, but then lands on the Herald. And now watch Caps. As soon as he pops out of the Herald on this side, he's going to insta-flash onto Pays. He goes in onto him, pushing him back. The Chains of Corruption came through and just immediately rooted up so many members there. Caps survives that final auto, gets out, and is able to knock him down. And just so well played there by G2, and just putting that pressure on the backline.
Ishtar's Impact coming out. Dragon's Rage has to be used for the disengage. Faker was chasing Caps in the picture-in-picture, and in the end, Faker and Ona will be allowed to retreat out of the lane, it feels, because there's an Impale and there's a Flash. Between Worlds also available for Caps. Keria looking to see perhaps if Broken Blade steps up a little bit too far. Skumon finds him. Faker found and locked against the wall, and Faker in this bot lane is destined to fall. Caps secures it, a killing spree for the Aurora. Mid lane pushed in, it looks like bot lane's going to be 2. Doran allowed by Broken Blade to take this top lane tower because Keria was nearby.
And just like that, we're back above where the gold lead was before. It is now 2.3K here, 2.4K briefly for G2, and they are pushing in on this next tower, looking to extend that gold lead even further. Caps getting so fed right now.
T1 still have all those options. We talked about them a bunch. We talked about how good their team fighting is, and although they have not shown it to their epitome in this series, you know they can turn it on like that. T1, such a resilient team, such an experienced team. All it takes is a single blink. You take your eyes off them, and T1 look for players like this. Faker behind. Broken Blade looks to recall out. Doran's on his way. Faker spots him with the Scryer's Bloom. A 2-level advantage at the moment for Broken Blade, but it's going to be a 4-man advantage for T1 when the rest of their team reacts. Wind wall down. Keria here, a grand entrance, and a swift exit for Broken Blade. The last breath, the last he breathes. T1 with great reactions.
Yeah, great reactions. Now they're going to force the Baron. Guaranteed. This is a T1 classic. Get a pick, go to the Baron, force the issue here, but Faker has no ultimate up to steal anything, and he is low, so T1 say, okay, G2 responded too quick, we gotta get out of here.
And it's moments like that that make T1. They are so good at finding those little avenues back into a game after they begin to fall behind. Smart of them to back off, I have to say. I think a Chain of Corruption hostile takeover between worlds combo there would have been pretty deadly as Ono is showing here on a ward.
I think he's trying to maybe look for a side lane play, but he doesn't know he's been spotted. The bot lane from T1 is in that top lane brush, I still believe. So they have 3 members up there, but all of G2 are coming. They're outnumbered. They don't know.
Skewmon will face check. Keria and Pays are waiting. There's the quickness. They jump on Caps. Lebrov here with the bailout. Featherstorm out from Pays. The bailout on Caps won't come down in time. The dash back, the hostile takeover. Only hitting onto Keria. Chain of corruption out of Hans Summer. Grand Engine's going to get him all knocked up. Pays getting chased out, slammed against the wall. Hans Summer opens up and Pays falls. A double for the Varus. T1 now on the back foot as Broken Blade looks for more. Needs to land the knockup. Faker dodges with the rocket belt. Keria, Gleaming Quill for the heal. G2 might turn their attentions towards the Baron. Dorman halfway to Mega.
Has no wind wall. Hostile takeover.
Hostile takeover. Only clips Lebrov. And Dorman, even with the Narv against the wall, still gets knocked up. Faker dives in. Hans Summer at a 3rd HP. Slammed into the wall by the Ishtal's impact. And the impact of Skewmon's Singer is felt again as Faker now on 10 HP. Chased out of the jungle. He's going to try and dodge away. Keria's on his way across as well. But here's the Scorpion King as Skewmon finds him.
Nicely done by G2 again. T1 making the best of a bad situation. They were outnumbered. That ward from G2 spotted Owner going up there. But G2 was not aware. Oh, no, they were. They were aware that even Keria was up there. So they pinged out both. And they knew that this is a possibility, so that's why they overloaded this side of the map. I wasn't sure if they had spotted Keria or not, but we got to go back to live because it's a solo kill onto Caps. How did that happen?
I have no clue, Azale. As the TP comes in and T1 are calling for the Baron. Owner actually at the Inferno right now. It might just be Dormant looking to get a little bit of vision. G2 are the ones around the Baron right now. Inferno Drake has been begun by Owner. Would be their 3rd of the game. Put them on soul point.
So Pace did spend his flash in that, so it has to be some sort of E-flash that did catch him off guard. We'll see if G2 can punish Pace. Missing that summoner, it means that T1 will go to soul point. So we'll see this one more time. Caps just goes into stealth. It's got to be an E-flash to the side. Yep, just caught him with the E-flash. Brilliant play.
Impale happening on the screen as Faker uses the hijacked Impale as well. Keria trying to get the quickness on towards the back line as the hostile takeover. Catches onto Faker and Dawn on the back. Pays has Featherstorm available as Keria tries to step forward. They'll jump onto Hans Summer, kicking back. He almost takes out Dorman, but Pays gets the kill. Caps TPing in, but T1 are turning it around. Once again, their magic reigns supreme as T1 win out the fight.
Pays getting that pick triggers everything here for T1. He gets the pick, they force the issue, and the trade of Impales there between Faker as Keria's behind Caps. Are they going to look for the turn? They are. Here comes Faker.
Grand Entrance comes out, but across the veil goes Caps. Lebrov and Broken Blade trying to trade towards the top side. Pays getting chased out by BB, but he can't get the Steel Tempers down in time. Pays gets the kill. Lebrov going to get taken out by Faker as well. Between worlds we go, and into the grave goes Lebrov. Caps able to survive, but look at the turn from T1. Baron buff for the next 3 minutes. Caps recalling. Keria and Faker do not want to let him get away. They'll chase him down and in the end have to dash out.
They do delay the recalls though, so that means they're going to get mid lane tower. They're pushing in multiple lanes. Doran shoving up top as T1 really starting to battle back here. They needed some big performances. They've only been swept once in international history, back in 2017. That is a long time ago. And they are trying to stave off that defeat here as Skewmon could be in trouble.
Quickness out of Keria. Skewmon trying to get out. They'll go for Hans Summer instead. The Dragon's Rage kick, though, saves him. Hans Summer kicked across the wall by Owner, and now with a double impale, Lebrov there with a hostile takeover as well. They'll pull them back underneath the tower. Owner takes a tower shot, still gets the kill. No, he doesn't. In fact, he went in with a resonating strike, and now Skewmon is a little bit too deep as he is going to get taken out by T1. The collapse continues. Hans Summer chased out by Keria. Needs the Gleaming Quill. Needs the auto attacks. He'll get them. Lebrov falls as well. Broken Blade slammed in by the Gnar. T1. It looked disastrous, but still they get a 4-for-1.
And that is what makes T1 such a special team. A mistake from one player, but the others are there to cover, there to make up for it. T1 pile in. Only 3-0'd once at internationals, and it looks like they are on the brink of guaranteeing that will not happen today. But G2 not out of this just yet. Caps is back.
The threat
and will be able to hold on.
With the Between Worlds is too great for T1 to stay around. They'll take the inhib tower and the inhib. The recall comes out from Pays and Keria. A 4,000 gold lead now for T1. Well, have another look at this. because Hans Sommer should have died.
He absolutely should have, and this is just kind of a miscalculation here. Thought he had the damage to kill him with the Dragon's Rage, but saves him. And in comes Lebrov, and this is where you're thinking, this is a disaster here for T1. But the problem is, no TP on Caps, and Caps is pushing top lane. Everyone from T1 is piling in. Had Caps been able to join, if he was TPing in behind them in this moment, it's a completely different story. But even with that mistake, it does not matter because all of T1 comes in, they support the play, they pile in, they wipe them off the map here. And T1 making up for that misstep from Owner. It's a rare one from him on Lee Sin, and they have the full court press now.
What a game, what a game. T1, and with 10 seconds left on their Baron power play, will just back away. They have a massive lead for Pace, 2.2k ahead. Only, well, it's 4 items to 4.5 really between the two AD carries. But we'll see those resets coming out. We'll see if we get more in those inventories.
And the amount of damage that he's going to do with this build, this is a full offensive build here. He's got his IE, his LDR, he's 100% crit, and he has the QSS on top, plus a McHale's from Keria, and Keria went Bandle Pipes, so he is kind of playing that pseudo-enchanter role.
Oh, Keria steps in, Battle Dance away. Infernal Drake up in 50 seconds time would be sold for T1. Skewmon with the smite, Impale used by Faker, he pulls back the Skarner, and Paze begins to open up, and Paze just rips through Skewmon, the hostile takeover torch to the side as well. Lebrov can't escape, T1 as a 5-man squad, just chase them down, between worlds we go, the quickness on the back line as Owner with the kick this time, delivers Hans Sommer into the waiting arms of his team. No sweep today, no 3-0, T1 with the resilience, with the experience, will not be denied a series.
T1 battling back here, showing some life in Game 3. And Faker smiling as they march on the Nexus. This one was a huge one, and we have got ourselves a series.
We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Okay, T1 keeping it interesting in the end here. This will not be a clean sweep. Jad, you have thoughts?
I mean, Medic's been amazing. He said no sweep today. I feel like there's a way there is still a sweep today.
No!
No, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Get him out of here. I don't want that.
Their aura is incredible. Like the
Oh my God.
even the plays that don't work seem insane.
Yeah.
Paze, they're still making some mistakes. Like there was a dragon fight that I don't think they should have fought when Paze wasn't on his items yet, but it is out. That's it. Everyone's called it.
Yeah.
They've just...
They closed the game so quickly, I could not get this done in time. This took me
Oh my God.
less than a minute to draw. However,
we thought this was over. Even like 15 minutes into this game, we thought G2 was sweeping.
We did. What did it take then?
Paze.
Yeah. Back on 80 carries, and you said it, you cannot miss auto attacks on 80 carries. So.
No, Paze and Keria together especially were fantastic in so many of
here
these
we
fights.
go.
Oh, we missed this.
This is actually, what? Okay, so I was wondering what that was because that starts off this entire watershed of events. T1 are so quick to punish that mistake, and without Caps, this is how they just end up having a numbers advantage in this fight, despite the fact that at this point in the game, G2 really looked like they had things in hand. Then when Caps does come back, he has to back off. They kind of try to do this contest, but it really doesn't work as T1 is still taking the Baron. And this was such a massive swing.
I really want to be able to see that solo kill again because like that is the breaking point of the game.
Yeah,
it was so back and forth, and that's what allowed them to get the upper hand. And it was also so surprising to everybody. I mean, Caps, Paze, it was during a replay.
Holy.
1,350 damage per minute, Emily.
Insane.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, we were asking like, okay, what can T1 do, right? Return to standard bot lanes. This was an amazing game from Paze. They started early too when they were doing really
we have the solo kill again. I need to figure out how this happens. So it's just Caps. Caps goes for the kill, and Paze instantly flashes in his face.
Murders him.
Oh my God. So this was Caps really feeling the moment, but getting it turned around by Paze. That's crazy. Did Paze dodge?
Just flashed into it.
He just
flashed towards him.
Yeah, that was such a big moment in this maybe in this game for sure, but potentially in the series.
Definitely in the context of the series. It really felt like G2 had been finding so many favorable fights in a series where they're already 2-0 up. But again, Carrier. How many times did Hansama win a team fight just in the next fight to get picked off, to get picked off, to get picked off again? Broken Blade getting picked off so consistently. Rakan almost always involved in those plays. 40,000 damage on this Xayah. No doubt when it comes to winning team fights, Paze was at the heart of it. But Carrier on this Rakan feels like he just dismantled G2 in the most important fight.
Bot lane. That's what we said at the beginning of the day. It's going to come from bot lane, and whenever T1 finds solutions here at MSI, it came from bot lane every time. How do we want to readjust expectations from this series after that third game?
I feel like Dracos, you go.
Awfully silent here right now.
All right, we're gonna get a little bit of copium. I still think G2 are doing fine. That's not copium. But what I will say, my cope is Renata is off the board, so Kalista Renata is not available. And as we go deeper and deeper into this best of 5, I think Carrier gets scarier, which is really concerning. But I think Doran gets significantly less threatening. And we've already won that lane matchup 3 times consecutively. So it feels like the story of this game is going to be the story of Game 4 and Game 5. Can T1 keep this level of consistency up, or will G2 find a niche counter or actually be able to get it over the finish line before Carrier and Paze just find a way to win these fights?
I also think if Doran starts beating Broken Blade, the series is over. Because Broken Blade has been pulling out insane performances. The Cho'Gath game was insane. The solo kill on Yasuo was super hype, but they weren't able to pull in the win. And it's not a shock if G2 wins. We need to be very clear about this. They're currently 8-4 against the LCK this year in International Best of Fives. They're actually a very good team, but T1 is a behemoth.
They can maybe do it, but it's never over as long as T1 is standing. The T1 Circers, though, let's tone it down a notch on this one and let's see if G2 can fight back. However, before we head into this break, let's talk about Summer Split a bit because it is just around the corner. And you guys in the LCS are going to head to Atlanta on October 3rd. Excited?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I have friends in Atlanta too, so hopefully I'll be able to visit my friends.
Yeah, you guys have announced yours already, but I feel like Dracos, we're due an announcement on when it comes to the LEC finals. We know where we're headed and we're happy to announce the Summer Split finals location with pre-sales launching this afternoon. Regardez, let's take a look.
Les gars, qui vient là?
Le flash out de Caliste.
Ça marche, les side step. C'est incroyable. Attends, c'est moi qui viens attaquant.
Le fight dans la river. Faut prévenir tout le monde. Faut prévenir tout le monde. Faut prévenir tout le monde. Qu'est-ce que c'est ce bouquin?
Mais qu'est-ce qu'il a à gueuler comme ça, ce couillon là? Oh. Ah. Hé, petit. Pichon, viens. Je suis en game. J'ai pas le temps. 2 tickets, tu vas me chercher. LEC catégorie 1. Et pas derrière un poteau.
Stepping on snakes, blade as big as garden hose. Shoot up, I like the oak trees. Feeling sweat, they never cheat. Left on my lunges, every scar's running deep.
Oh mon Dieu.
Eh ouais, catégorie 2.
Mais oui, je veux parler à le avec toi.
Crowd screaming.
Petit, viens. Regarde, les beaux billets LEC, comme ils sont beaux.
Catégorie 2 et 3. Ouais, non, désolé.
Bah non.
Every scar's running deep. Set all my prayers, but now I'm right back on my knees. Cut me down and knees bent low. I step it slow with a red does blow. Fresh off speed when the big A swing. Every man here can approve one thing. Chain on my wrist, but my eyes stay calm. Be the next track like a line in a song. Crowd wants blood, they were names to fall. I hear my mama in the rough, not at all. Just me and the man in the blood.
Ouais, qu'est-ce qu'il te faut?
2 places catégorie 1, s'il vous plaît.
Catégorie 1? Ah, c'est chaud, hein. C'est chaud, hein. Non, je rigole. Tiens, vas-y, éclate-toi.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Ah. Yo.
Madame!
Ah! Bien. Merci, Et maintenant, tu files t'entraîner. Tu me ruines pas la game comme la dernière fois où tu m'as trop la jungle.
Ouais, ok, j'y vais.
Allez, file, petit.
Daejeon, Louis, Beach, Westside, Saturday, Daejeon, license, required LAX to ICM back in July. Take off G sounds, I don't go back, no rewind. Nah, boy, pedal to the metal, to the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time, and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go.
Can't you see?
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where T1 have fought back and are now only 1-2 behind G2 in what has been an epic best of 5 so far, and hopefully will go on for 2 more games.
It has. I mean, game 1 was 43 minutes, 44 minutes, whatever it was, absolutely back and forth, incredibly close, G2 outplay. Game 2 is where you start to get worried if you're a T1 fan, because G2 slammed them, and that game was not close. Game 3, again, much more back and forth. There was periods where you really felt like G2 was going to win it. There was periods where Pays got ahead and you think, okay, surely this is what's going to be. But it was a very competitive game, very exciting stuff. And we were just talking about a big question for me is how much does G2 have in the bag as far as top lane cooks? Because I think their picks in all 3 games have been great. I think that the Vayne, the Cho'Gath, and the Yasuo have all been effective. Yeah, they lost the Yasuo game, but I still think BB did a great job, especially in that 1v1, and has really made things difficult for Doran. So I really wonder if he can continue to do that. We know we've seen his work into Mbessa. Maybe they can try to let that up and try to bait them into that. We know he loves Kled and the Scion. Maybe they can try to force that matchup. He has a lot of different stuff still in the bag, which is honestly what makes G2 my favorite team to watch in Europe. Like when I just want to watch European League for fun, I'm always watching G2 over any other team because
you never know what you're
Blade
gonna
is
get.
one of my favorite players for that reason.
100% agree with you. G2 sticking to exactly the same bans that they have this entire series, whereas T1 have moved away an Akali ban and have added in a Nautilus ban.
Yeah, very interesting. So G2 had the right of first selection this time,
They
so
chose
they chose blue side,
yeah.
and T1 chose first pick. And I think that is pretty smart when you're thinking about the way that G2 wants to draft. I think in all 3 games, G2 has been very responsive, both in draft and in game. They've liked to take the playmakers and let T1 kind of have those, and then take the denial pick. So we are looking at Caitlyn, very scary pick. You're thinking of pairings such as Caitlyn Elise, Caitlyn Lux. There's a lot of different angles you can go with that.
I will say, like, Pays is undefeated on his Caitlyn, and Carrier is undefeated on his Lux, and they've played them respectively 8 and 5 games. So I would not be surprised at all if we see a Caitlyn Lux coming out here from the T1 bottom lane. Ashe is the lock for Hans Summer to try and answer it. Seraphine off the table because T1 removed that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly what G2 wants. And Ashe Karma, definitely a very strong laning duo. Karma, if it is into that Lux, obviously has less playmaking. You don't have the CC in the same way. Obviously, you do have the tether, but it's not the same. And it's so much about dodging skill shots and being able to just poke down the Caitlyn Lux. Because if Lux hits 1 binding, sometimes that's really all it needs, because that guarantees the Piltover Pacemaker into another trap, into a 90 caliber net, which gives you double headshots. All your skill shots hit, and sometimes you just get 100 to 0. So,
especially when Pays gets ahead. We saw it against Team Secret Wales as well. Pays was 3/4 health in people with headshots. It was pretty devastating for the LCP #1 seeds. And now for G2, they know what they're playing into. It is that Caitlyn Lux. They've picked some push for themselves. Where will T1 go with their final pick here? Will it again be something safe for Doran on the top side?
And I really wonder how G2 wants to problem solve this. Obviously, you have a poke-heavy lane. You have 2 really, really strong laners. But I also think, generally speaking, when you're playing against Caitlyn, you want to be able to punish this with ganks. So will they go towards something that is either a really strong early ganker, or B, something that allows Caps to get down there? Like you're going to go towards a Talia or a TF or something that can really get active on the map and allow him to put that pressure on them. Because I don't think you want to allow them to get into that comfort zone where this team is just chilling on these champions that they are 100% win rate on so far this split. And it is going to be a step back to the pre-MSI meta, it feels like. Karma, you get an Enchanter, you grab the Bruisers, and
very first standing when you're looking at it. And Xin Zhao, obviously a good takeaway from Owner as well, probably the best Xin Zhao in the world on his day. Wukong locked in for T1, and now we move into our second phase of bans. There's the Akali taken away, this time by G2. We have mids and tops on either side left to pick.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. I mean, there's tons of picks obviously still left up and available for mid. I'm trying to think about, why they could be worried about this potential Akali. Obviously, a lot of people do like into Azir, but Azir has been so low prio where I don't think we're going to see that. In general, there are still a lot of strong control mages up and available. Annie is something that has really kind of fallen off the radar for most teams throughout this event, but G2 does have the Ashe Arrow for engage, but I still feel like they want something else.
Agreed.
And I think that you don't want Broken Blade just playing like Ornn to get it for you. So in my mind, I'm trying to think about, like, does the Annie here make sense for Caps? Or is he going to go for like a Galio or something? Because I just feel like a playmaker makes sense.
Ari is still available if you want to look for a playmaker. Warwick taken away by T1 alongside the Annie and the Akali bands out
They're looking
of
for
G2.
Mbessa then.
Yeah, definitely an Mbessa look here. I mean, G2 know that, and they haven't got rid of the Mbessa, so they're accepting that top lane matchup.
And the other kind of standard counter pick into the Mbessa, or answering pick, whatever you want to call it, Renekton, is already been played. So Renekton is gone, Warwick is gone, and this is kind of where you start to wonder, okay, what else does BB have for these kind of more standard meta picks? What can he cook to really make things difficult? Because you are absolutely expecting Wukong goes in, Cyclone comes out, public execution over the top. You could pick it away, but then you have to be comfortable blinding the Ambessa and being less on something crazy where we're kind of expecting that from BB.
So it will be Victor in the mid lane. I have not seen BB play Ambessa. He's played it once this split, so it's in spring. It's not really a champion, I think is synonymous with him. But it is still going to be a counter pick for the top side for G2. T1 now need to lock in their mid and their top laners. As you say, still a slew of options. You could even take the RE yourself if you just want some push in the mid lane and the ability to follow up on the Wukong. Olaf would be very interesting. Oh, Olaf locked.
Okay, so it's... Wait. Olaf blind.
Olaf top blind because,
that is...
I mean, Vayne is gone, I guess Varus is gone.
Yeah, but you still can just kind of like... You could just pick Scion here or something and just kind of not care. I mean, yeah, if you take an all-in, you're going to die, but you can just park the wave outside your tower and just farm. Kled would be super spicy. He's going Kled. Oh my god. Okay, we're betting the game on top lane. This is
full top lane.
This is the polar opposite of the Scion pick, where you're just looking to farm and looking to make it difficult for him. Kled, traditionally in this matchup, I have seen go Ignite, and it becomes like an all-out slugfest, because normally Olaf wants to go Ghost Flash. If Kled goes for Ignite, you can deny a lot of the healing coming through, obviously with the Conqueror, and you need to have that kill threat to actually be able to burst him down. And it is scary. I mean, Broken Blade, you want to look in every Kled matchup for heavy trading and early dismounts where you can then remount and kind of get the addition of that extra health bar. It's kind of similar to how some players play with Anivia, right? Like, you're using that passive. You have to be scrapping. You have to be fighting. But at the same time, a well-timed gank as you dismount can be lights out for Kled. You can just get burst down before you can actually remount. And so much of it is around the timing of your W passive. When that comes up as you dismount, it's so much easier to get that remount off. But BB is probably the pro player I trust most in the world on this pick. It has been a classic of his for a long time. But traditionally into the Scion, I haven't really seen much of this matchup.
Not much into the Olaf at all. It is something that he
blind
does.
Olaf tops in Pro do we see? Not a lot.
It's something he does do from time to time, and we continue the creativity from the G2 top lane. For T1, they need a reverse sweep. They need only the 7th ever in history, and for G2, is it 7th year lucky? 2019, the last time they toppled T1 in the best of 5. All of those years ago, and since then it has been the crowning jewel on the top of the G2 experience, the G2 history, really, that year. Searching for ways back to it. This year already have taken down 3 LPL or LCK teams in best of 5s. To add a 4th this early in the year would be incredible.
Especially... People are always quick to say, well, first stand is just first stand, and this is just this, and well, top, they're a choker.
Yeah.
T1 at MSI, this matters, right? You know, this is T1 at MSI in Korea. This is a big deal, and the G2 have them on match point, and we'll see how this bot lane goes. This is getting scrappy.
And he was coming out. Lebrov looking for the empowered Mantrid Inner Flame as Hans Sommer is the one on the losing side of this trade. Keria begins to step further forward, flash away from the Lucent Singularity. Hans Sommer with the Ghost and Pays with the barrier means there's more battle summoners on the side of T1, and they use that extra effective HP.
But look at Skew1. He's going to go for a level 2 gank. You never see this in Pro anymore. The timing is spotted, though.
Spotted on Ward. And immediately will back away. Gives him a nice little thumbs up. Will turn his attentions back towards the red. Both bot lanes get their level 2s. Broken Blade trading with Doran, dismounted from Skull. And you can see the reason that G2 want to focus this bot lane if they can. Pays having an exemplary performance so far here at MSI.
And Broken Blade's not level 3. He doesn't have the W.
Doran is just going to chase down Broken Blade. Kled has nowhere to remount. Broken Blade needs another, but Doran chops him down with the Axwell Faker. Almost falls in the mid lane.
The pot.
Death by a touch, not enough to get through the pot.
The pot keeps him alive, and Broken Blade there. If you're wondering why he's hitting the minions, he's trying to get 3. He didn't go for Q and then hold your W. That's what a lot of Kled players will do. Instead, he went QE for the more aggressive trade, tried to depend on the fact that he would be able to push quickly for level 3. Then Dorian realizes, you don't have W, bro. You can't remount fast enough. So he is all-inning on him, while Broken Blade is desperately trying to get level 3 here. If he gets level 3, he gets the fast W, he gets the quick remount, but it came in way too late. And here it is, EQ in, If you time that well, it hit confirms the bear trap on a rope, you get the dismount, and now is where you're vulnerable. He really needs to go for that level 3, but Dorian realizes, you don't have the time. I'm just going to go for the fight right now. Pops the ghost, chases him down. Broken Blade flashes back to get level 3, but it just doesn't matter. Faker might solo kill Caps.
Caps splashes away, but still the winds of war from the king of mid lane. Enough for T1 to be 2-0 up.
And Caps is best in the West, but Faker is the best ever, and showing him why. Laning, not what you talk about when you talk about Faker these days, but G2 in trouble. Owner's behind him.
Owner's on a gank. We'll see the Lucent Singularity coming down. There's a snap trap as well, and Pays and Carrier can just 2v2 it. Owner comes across the wall to claim the kill.
That's classic jungler move.
So, I've got a Nimbus strike this one, man.
I needed the assist, guys. It's for the team.
Exactly.
And so they are able to take him down, but things getting a bit out of control for T1 already. G2 really going to be on the back foot here. Is another binding.
You can just see the CC chain. You can't escape it. Pays the Korean sniper, claims his first of the game, and T1, 4 minutes in, are 4-0 up and have a 1.6k gold lead as Doran continues to chase Broken Blade away. Is he going to go for another undertow?
He wants Broken Blade to auto a minion to get the W on cooldown. So that is why Broken Blade is only last hitting with Q right now. He's trying to hold the W cooldown because he knows if he gets dismounted from a disadvantage without W ready, he is dead. He will not remount. He will get killed. So he is accepting that he's just going to miss CS.
Oh my God. Again.
He's dead too.
He's just dead again. He has to snap around the snap traps and then flashes. Pays, flashes for the follow, and Pays sends him to meet his maker. Faker able to escape as well in the mid lane.
All right, G2 need to take a breath, calm it down, slow it down a bit here. I feel like nerves are getting to them.
Well, Ragnarok out from Doran. He thinks he can just take this. The Olaf will get the 1-for-1, but he'll die. Denies the minions at least.
Denies the minions. The wave is going to push away from Broken Blade, so it's still a worthwhile dive. Would have been much worse if Doran obviously survives from that spot, but Olaf getting this far ahead is so problematic. G2's comp is very reliant on CC, on kiting, on keeping that guy away from the backline. If he gets super fed, that Ashe is going to have a nightmare time in the team fights, and Pace is 800 gold up. Everyone on T1 is up gold, including Faker, who is up the least, but had that solo kill in this melee versus range matchup.
After almost dying. Like, Faker just comes back into the lane and then solo kills Caps, who now has to recall 6-1 in favor of T1. And you can see Viper the other day had a conversation about T1. He said, I don't think it's meaningful to judge them on their recent matches. They're always a team that comes back stronger overnight.
And on the same day, as we are seeing in this series, and sometimes in the same lane as we are seeing from Faker. T1 is a team that is famed for their in-series and in-tournament adjustments. They are not a team to lose the same way 3 times, right? You know, you just never see it happen. And BB does have that early Tiamat, but is going to be very vulnerable to ganks, and it's going to be scary up there.
Well, Bob looking for the focus resolve. They'll try and turn it back onto Carrier, but using that shield very effectively. Hans Sama takes a headshot and he loses out on the trade pretty substantially.
Yeah, and the scariest part about Lux and Caitlyn is not the trading. It's the fact that you are playing a bullet hell, basically, where you get hit by one thing and you can just die. You can see, though, Skewmon has snuck into the bot lane brush, and Skewmon is going to be looking for a lane gank here. So we'll see if they can actually set it up. If Lebrov can get...
Broken Blade looking for mid first. He's going to jump in. Justice Punch comes out. There's the taunt from the shield of Duran, but Faker might just be done for as Broken Blade takes him. Meanwhile, Skewmon still waiting to see if Carrier oversteps, which he does, has to flash away. Light Binding doesn't connect. Q3 for the knockup, and Carrier, no way out for him. G2 find 2 across the map.
Whoa, that was close, though, for Lebrov. He almost got tagged by that 90 caliber net, and then he would have been dead to the headshot following that up. Very, very close, but great plays here from G2. Take a moment, make a game plan. Broken Blade realized, all right, my 1v1 might be over. I'm going to look for a play elsewhere, go help out Caps, get him back to a more comfortable spot, grabs the kill for himself, and then, you know, uses that ult very effectively. Kled is not a champion where you can sit back and farm. Kled is a champion that must fight his way out of every single problem. If you're winning, you fight. If you're losing, you fight. If you even, you got to fight. And Broken Blade trying to stay active and problem solve for what was not the start he was hoping for.
What a turnaround it's been from Doran as well, winning out on the 1v1 after having such a struggle in the first 2 games of this series. Game 3 even, in fact, he was losing on the Nart. He's played this Olaf 3 times before, once in the road to MSI against Genji. Was able to pick up a win there.
and has been kind of known for his late game team fighting on this pick, right? You know, for his ability, not necessarily to always dominate in the 1v1, but to be able to come into that 5v5, find the right angle as he did in some of those games. And Doran accelerated here, again, will be problematic for Victor, for Ash, for Karma, these champions that are relying on slows and CCs and stuns to be able to keep you away. You're going to have Wukong flashing on your head with a Galio ult coming over the top, with Lucent Singularity, with all of these tools, as G2 looking to try to pressure bot, but this is a risky dive.
You can see where Faker is as well, just hovering, it's looking for that hero's entrance. Broken Blade stepping forward, Faker comes in, there's the Galio ult, the Ragnarok chasing down LeBron, but there's no escape for the Karma. In fact, the auto-soak come out, the Wings of War from Faker will take it in the end. I wonder if Doran was just waiting for his mid laner to come and pick up that gold.
It seemed like he was, because he completely stopped chasing for him there. He didn't want to overextend. He's just clearing out the wave, maybe trying to prevent a redive, knowing Faker could actually finish that off. Faker does pick up the kill. Said it was going to be a risky dive. It definitely was. They sent 4 members, but they are looking for a potential angle at a redive. They can use Kled remount to try to go for this.
Faker has flash. That's the Justice Punch as well. The wave on its way in. Broken Blade goes in for the dive. They'll jump onto Faker. Good taunt. The remount comes out. Skumond needs to flash away, but he doesn't have that summoner. Faker finds one in a 1v3 dive.
You come for the king, you best not miss. Faker makes him pay in the 1v3 as Pays is getting paid on the other side of the map. He's getting all of these plates, solo gold, by the way, and he's about to get that first tower gold here too. And they have 3 grubs for the Caitlyn that is hugely accelerated. Han's gonna get spotted there. You can see Lebrov trying to wrap around behind him. Doran has no ult right now, but Hans without the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's not really much of a look for a play.
There's no threat even without Doran having that Ragnarok. He does have the flash about to come back off cooldown, and the grubs taken for T1, the Drake taken for T1, kills across the map taken for T1, Pays is 1,000 gold ahead. This is perfect so far for T1, and this early game has been a shambles really for G2.
Yeah. I mean, it went bad, and it went bad very, very early. You know, if you lose all 3 lanes and you're getting killed in all 3 lanes, that is just very, very tough. So we've seen G2. They are a mentally a very strong team. We need to see them stay stable now as it's full court press here.
The dive about to materialize, flash away from the line binding. Doran has that Ragnarok back up, and with Hansama and Lebrov not having their flashes, it feels like they're going to have to start to back away. Broken Blade does have a bit of free time on the top lane tower to get some gold back in his pockets, but you can see what T1 do when they have this Caitlyn as they go in with the Ragnarok. Skumon look for the damage, the ace in the hole coming out as well. Skumon does still have that Crescent Guard, but as I was saying, T1, when they have this Caitlyn Lux, they play entirely through Pays.
Yep, and Faker was cheating down towards bot side. BB is trying to get some gold, but Carry's being so annoying. His Light Binding forced 2 flashes. Now they have to TP Caps down here just to try to hold on to the tower.
Ona able to dash away with a decoy. Snap trap onto Caps. Light Binding doesn't connect, and Caps steps forward with a bit of a Hex Tech Ray, but in the end, T1 happy enough to take that summoner out. Broken Blade still hasn't taken this tower, and Faker's going to get himself a plate in the mid lane with those grubs doing a little bit of extra damage for him. Caps now needs to step away from Kemia, who flashlight bindings, but Cap steps forward from it. Lucent Singularity not connecting either. Kemia burning that summoner for no real avail.
Yeah, Keria has been going for a lot of predictions in this series, I will say. Not all of them working out, as G2 feels like aren't panicking when they see the flash. You know, he is expecting IQ flash, you flash into it. That's what he's looking for in a play like that. But Caps holds his nerves, is able to judge that it's not going to hit, doesn't use anything. And as a result, Keria is minus that summoner and will be a little bit more vulnerable here. Has rushed the Mikhails, which I really, really like against a comp like this. It's Enchanted Crystal Arrow or nothing, kind of. I mean, you can send the Kled in as your engage, but it's very, very tough for Kled when there is someone, anyone on the other team to be able to block it. Owner's Clone can block the ult coming in. Faker getting shielded up and just channeling Taunt can block it. That can be difficult. So, you know, you are really looking for picks with Hansama, and Keria just uses that early gold he got to buy a super fast Mikhails and kind of say, well, you're going to have to look for something else.
Smart around by T1 as they'll take their second Drake of the game. You can see in the Coinbase gold grind, Broken Blade has been able to get himself a little bit of a lead, but predominantly because Doran has just been put in bad situations for a while. The gold lead on Broken Blade over Doran has to be compared with the gold lead between Hansama and Pays, and it's almost a 1.8k lead now for the Caitlyn over that Ashe. Keria has no flash, but I don't think G2 really wants to make too much of a proactive play as Pays waits in the wings to see if someone's going to step forward for a headshot. Arrow comes down towards the bottom lane, and Faker just walks away after taking the tower.
And you can see BB very comfortable on this pick. As we said, 16-5 throughout his career. Has been something that he is really, really well known for, and has kept those picks coming. But you touched on it in draft, and there is a reason why this is a feared pick. 14-1 in his career on the Caitlyn, averaging over 1,000 DPM.
Is incredibly impressive.
That is insane.
Yeah. It's not something you often see. Usually it's about 600 to 700 for an
He's
AD
good.
carry, even if they're doing well.
Yeah.
But on this pick, Pays continues to impress, and T1 continue to press forward. There's the final spot, losing Singularity. LeBron able to walk away from the snap trap before it opens its gaping maw. Pays not quite close enough to put it down underneath him in time.
Exactly. Couldn't quite get there in time. And I think a volley maybe even came out from Hans to try to slow him down a little bit. Obviously, Pays not wanting to just flash to try to get the trap. And as a result, it is not a kill, but it is continued pressure here. They already took out top. They already took out bot. Now 2 plates remaining there in that mid lane. Herald coming up in a minute, and you have to think T1 is going to want to continue playing towards that.
I mean, they get rule of the roost, don't they? They can do whatever objective they want or whatever pace they want. And at some point, G2 are going to have to try and call that and say, okay, we're 1 item apiece right now. Is that enough? Next objective, as you say, in a minute, is that Herald.
One thing I would like to see from G2 is if they can get push. I mean, this is what kind of depends on. But utilizing the Kled ult to pick someone off in a side lane, right? Yep. Kled ult plus the Xin Zhao lane gank is really, really powerful. You don't have to have some tricky angle when you just run really fast with that Kled ult. So maybe Skewmon can hover him and they can try to get a pick there.
Lebrov going to get chased down by Doran, uses the Ragnarok, uses the Ghost. Lebrov tries to flash away, but Doran can just chase him. Skewmon with the Crescent Guard trying to get away from the Cyclone. Doran gets the kill. And Skewmon has to pop his ultimate to escape the clutches of T1 and of Ona.
Nicely done there by Doran. Has his first completed item on that Stride Breaker spike. And Lebrov, even with the flash, I think he tried to kind of play for the juke where he's trying to pretend that he's flashing into the pit, but did not trick Doran, and Doran is able to run him down and kill him, but we'll see if they catch Doran now.
On Skewmon, Doran pulled back by the bear trap on a rope, but Skewmon is here. Doran will die, burnt both of his summoners and his ultimate to get that kill on the Karma. Mid lane tower, they're going over to T1. There's another bear trap, almost catches him. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hansama, he's just rooted for days. The man is basically a plant with how long those roots are. And Skewmon with no ult, with no flash, with no way out. A great taunt in from Faker as T1 are flattening G2.
Oh, Pays almost went down to that tower shot, but does survive. And Daejeon coming to life, supporting the home heroes here as T1 wiping G2 out. BB did look for a pretty good play there. He committed the TP, the flash, the ignite. They killed off Doran, who had used that ghost, who had used that ulti. And it's that initial collapse that makes them think, hey, we're in a pretty good spot here. Doran, did flash early to try to escape, but in comes everyone from G2. Then they try to reclaim space here around that mid lane, but Owner's in the spot, and you see it. That binding catches onto Hans. He's CC'd 100-0. Great flash from Pays away from the wind, becomes lightning. Avoids that. Another binding lands. That is another kill. And now a taunt and another CC chain lands. Back-to-back kills there for T1. It is Pays an entire item ahead.
Yeah, 2.8 thousand gold. His advantage with the Phantom Dancer complete and a pickaxe alongside those Hex Optics. 4,000 the entire lead for T1 as Doran continues just to push in a side lane. For G2, it is such a struggle to get back into this game because even when you find a good pick, even when you find someone in the side lane, Doran actually pulled back. He's going to have to use the Ragnarok trying to dismount Broken Blade, but won't be able to do it. Big ultimate down from Doran. Broken Blade doesn't have the charge, but can go in. Jousting. Look at those violent tendencies as well. Dismounted. There's the bear trap. Lebrov here, but Doran heals up. Broken Blade and Lebrov will take a kill, but now the TP in from Faker and Carrier on his way. Counter TP used. Remount. Carrier is going to try and protect Faker as he extracts himself from the enemy jungle.
Great kill from BB again. Finding ways to be useful here after what was such a tough start. Yeah. And that was actually pretty clever from Doran. He waited till the Q had expired, then went for the TP out. But Broken Blade, the split second his ult came back up, he used the ult, had just enough time there. 1 second later, that ult comes up. I think Doran is gone, but he bumps him with the ult, interrupts that base, And now Doran has no ult, has no TP. G2 are on this dragon here and could be slowing T1's march towards a possible soul.
There we are, looking for that light binding. Lebrov trying to keep Owner at bay. Light binding hits onto Skewmond. Faker's trying to get the taunt towards the top side as the Crescent Guard comes out from Skewmond. Broken Blade going into the pit as well. A Cyclone on the back as Hans Sommer has a tempestuous time escaping. Lebrov going to get chased out, charged on by the Rift Herald. Broken Blade forced away as well. The Drake did go to G2. Importantly for them, they delayed the soul, but with another light binding. Just clipping the heels of Broken Blade, unable to find that connection. Carrier, Lucent Singularity for the slow. Ragnarok in, Broken Blade dismounted. Doran going deeper, but won't find enough. An ace in the hole. Skewmond's going to have to block it. The final spark, not enough. Cabs takes down Doran. Baker goes in, but the remount on Skarl. Courageous from G2 as they somehow bite back in the bot side.
That looked like it was
going to be... Oh, to Pays! Cabs with the Siphon Power puts down the Hexagray. Good Mikhail's out of Carrier, but Skewmond's on the chase. Pays shut down by Skew, and Carrier with no hope, no teammates, and no life left to live.
G2 just pulled a comeback out of nowhere in that fight. It looked like they were completely screwed after Faker just drove through the whole team with the Rift Herald. I thought he was going to get the crash into the wall, that G2 was going to get taunted up, and that they were going to get aced, and the game was essentially going to be over. But not only do they escape, not only do they take the dragon, they get the kills off the back of this as well, so they rush for this. Instead of Owner going for the dragon, he goes for the fight, feeling like they have the angle to just win here. And then in comes Faker from the side. Hans dies, wasting his flash, and you think it is just all over. But Faker actually missing the wall there, couldn't crash it out, so he gets stuck in the Herald for so much longer, and he was supposed to be the flank. T1 chased them down, but it is a bit of an overreach. In goes Doran, pops the ult, pops the ghost, but not enough to finish them off. And then that bit of damage onto BB makes Faker think, I can go for this. Q Flash misses, only tags him with a tiny bit of damage. Instant remount from BB, pulled out of the sky by the bear trap on a rope. And then Hans respawns and gets his revenge. Ash sends her regards, takes down Pays with that ultimate as G2 gets so many kills, and T1 felt that they were rolling through this team, felt that they were rolling through this game. But now it is much more within striking distance. It's really only Pays now. That's the only lead that matters.
He is still 2.6k ahead, importantly, almost has that Infinity Edge complete. And T1, until that moment, had played incredibly effectively around him. They just need to reset and do that again as the ace in the hole hits onto Lebrov. China Crystal Arrow goes between the uprights. No score for Hans Sommer there.
Yeah, not an easy game by any means from this point for G2. But before that fight, this game was looking over. Yeah. And now they have that glimmer of hope. I am just so impressed by Broken Blade. I feel like Kled from behind is so hard to play. To go from getting solo killed in this matchup to being up 850 gold, to being active on the map, to being able to find these angles, these ways to create chaos, these ways to get remounts, to get your opponent to overcommit and then survive is so critical for his team. And it is not easy to do on this champion, but Caps with a slight gold lead, Broken Blade and Skewmond with those slight gold leads. It is all going to be about Pays. Can you take him down? Can you enable him if you are T1? Because he is working quickly towards that IE, and once Caitlyn hits that Infinity Edge, and especially once Caitlyn hits that fourth item 100% crit, she's going to be a terror.
Faker with the mandate alongside his rocket belt. 2 items apiece on the junglers, and a slight lead for Broken Blade in terms of itemization as he's finished his Black Cleaver with the Titanic Hydra. Faker the one to deal with him right now as Skewmond comes in from the side as well. They'll jump onto Faker, that's dismount comes out, the Q3 Broken Blade! Where was Faker? He disappeared!
Look at the build. He's got Merc Treads, an Imperial Mandate, and a Rocket Belt. That is no protection against a Xin Zhao and a Kled, and they knew it. They just go straight in for him, burst him down under the tower. This is not the Galio of old that is full tank. This is a very squishy build that does have a lot of value because Mandate is reducing the cooldown of your taunt, of your ult, of your E. It's that triple power, but
Skewmond caught here, needs to get to that Mega Blast Cone just in time. He could feel the Cyclone about to be cast from Ona.
And Faker getting punished there. Skewmond survives, so it's another good play for G2. The gold lead is gone. It's 300 gold, and because Skewmond got that last dragon, it's not as though you're facing down Soul Point either. This is a game that G2 can win. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen at this next Dragon, or if they even want to try at this next Dragon, because IE is done, and that is such a scary point in the game, because FaZe is the lead, and FaZe is at the maximum power he can get from his lead right now.
2.6k ahead, Infinity Edge there for him. I think that's the big thing. The gold lead is negligible between the two teams, but if FaZe is in a fight and Broken Blade isn't, it's massive. And if Broken Blade's in a fight and FaZe isn't, it's also a massive advantage for G2. As the snap traps are down, the Drake has been begun by T1. TP out from G2 as they look to join Caps up with the rest of the squad. Charquasalao, instant Mikhails. Oh, wow, that was gorgeous from Keria. But T1 are still a little bit on the back foot as Faker yet to join with his team now. Connects through mid. Light binding down. FaZe puts another snap trap lined out. Hungry for someone to eat one of those cupcakes. Faker being kept at bay by Broken Blade in the mid lane. The arrow still a long way from coming back off its cooldown. The Drake down to 4,000. Doran getting chased out towards the top side as Skumon goes in. Owner with the Cyclone. Hero's entrance as well onto Hansama, who flashes across the wall, but with the Ragnarok. Doran just makes him fall, and now a second Cyclone means Skumon goes down. A 2-for-1 so far for T1. And they will get the Drake out of it.
Yeah, it's a split fight. It's a split fight, and now T1 want more.
Broken Blade flashing for FaZe. The bear trap doesn't connect in time. Carrier forced away. Caps flashes away from Faker, but with Ono on the chase, it should be enough. LeBron flashes, trying to get FaZe rooted up. Broken Blade, Mikhails won't be enough to remount him. FaZe makes him pay the piper, and with an ace in the hole, Caps almost falls the final spark. Not living up to its name as Caps continues to run away. There's another blast cone for him to take, and he should be able to survive with Lebrov on his way across. Faker chasing Lebrov. FaZe trying to flank onto him as well, as Caps does manage to extract himself, but FaZe is on the flank, and Lebrov has used that blast cone. Caps puts down an Arcane Ray, Siphon power for the move speed, TP behind by Doran. Caps is the universal taunt for T1, it seems, and with Baron available, T1 are trying to delay those resets, but in goes FaZe and down goes FaZe. He overstepped. G2 strike back.
Yeah, G2 are bailed out there by the fact that FaZe goes down. FaZe was trying to get behind Caps because they've been chasing him across the entire map. You had it dead on the money. I think that they were trying to make sure they could get this delayed kill so that they could actually go for the Baron. But here is where things go wrong. Skumon fully commits to FaZe, but look at the other side. Doran has gotten into the back line. The battle lines are destroyed for G2 so fast. So when Skumon full sends it, he knew that there was no Mikhails available because that had been forced out earlier by Hans. But when he goes in, Broken Blade's not with him. The rest of the team is not with him. And Hans is dying on the other side. And then FaZe, despite Lebrov going in here, landing that root, Broken Blade just does not have the damage to deal with the Caitlyn. They do eventually get that chase down, but they are bailed out by the fact that they kill off FaZe. It means no Baron, but it is soul point for T1 and a very strong soul for some of these, bruiser-style champions like the Olaf, who likes to play these fights on the edge of death.
He'll love the extra healing that he's getting out of it as G2 still within 1,000 gold. T1 still in control of the game, importantly. They have a 3.5 item AD carry. Hans Sommer still only has components of his third. FaZe is massively ahead, but if he gets caught like that again, the game could quite quickly swing out of T1's grasp.
It really can. I mean, he is a massive advantage. He is the problem. That is absolutely true. But if he gets caught, if he dies at the start of the fight, that is most of their power, right? Faker and Owner aren't that strong. Doran isn't that strong. So, G2, it's a hard task to do, but if they are able to get that angle, if BB and Skumon get in on top of him, if they can take him out, then you do have that shot, but FaZe,
the charge. And Charquasalao uses the clone well there. Broken Blade trying to get in with the bear trap on the rope, but won't be able to get in there. He gets dismounted immediately. Skull very cowardly this time as Owner comes back in with a category 5 as Skumon dives forward, pays Mikhails. The taunt on Skumon means he can't get any deeper, and Owner goes back in. The hero's entrance comes down, but it's cancelled as Faker can't join the fray. Skumon manages to get out. A Ragnarok forward, a taunt, it's all on Caps, but how deep are you? Broken Blade remounts, FaZe steps in, and FaZe now untouched. Another taunt, Broken Blade dismounted. Skumon back alive, but the Guardian Angel will not save him.
Penta, he's going for the Penta!
Him in the middle, a 17th Penta kill for the Prince.
You go for a T1, but FaZe is untouched, and FaZe gets the pentakill there. An incredible fight from him, stays alive at low health, is able to make them pay. As look at this clone from Owner. Owner able to block both the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Kled ult by so much space. And then as Pays moves forward here, Skumon looks for the re-engage. The Cyclone comes out. Skumon gets that Q3 knock-up in onto Pays, but T1 keep the space for him because Faker is there, because Owner is there. They buy the time, and then Doran says, you have spent too many cooldowns. The binding lands on Caps over the wall. He full sends it. Pays wins the duel against Hansama on the side, drops the chap on the GA, bursts down Broken Blade, takes out Skumon, chases him down, and on match point at MSI in the lower bracket in an elimination series, the pentakill Prince does it again.
What a show. 12,000 damage from Pays. And now, Soul up in 15 seconds. Doran has a flank as Faker forced to retreat with the Justice Punch. Stumon trying to step forward again. The snap traps are down. Broken Blade trying to find Doran around the red buff. He'll look for the flank himself. Has the charge. Can try and get in. Flash just coming back up for Pays. Doran clears out the vision.
This is going to be tough. They're going on Faker.
Only onto Faker. G2 still looking. Look at Broken Blade. He snuck behind them. Doran as well, though perhaps caught out. 4 members of G2 trying to chase him, but he uses the Ghost and gets himself out. Broken Blade still here. Justice Punch forward by Faker. Pays begins to step up. The final spark, the Crescent Guard, and Faker's down, and now BB charges round, but the wrong way round. It's a merry-go-round for G2 as they look to try and steal this away. Pays flashes out, Skumon down. Owner takes him, Caps takes half his health from the caliber that Pays has found. A Broken Blade, though, gets in with the bear trap. LeBron survives through Owner. Carry us down. T1 are down. G2 will chase them away. No end in sight yet, but again, G2 have found the 5% play they needed, but Doran has other ideas. He'll chase LeBron, he'll take the 2. G2 will kill him off in the end, but Doran evens it out.
Doran stops it from being that much worse, but how about Skumon in these fights, finding Pays time and time again, and has no fear going in on these plays, onto Pays. They know he is the man they have to take out. Faker goes so deep here, he can't use his ultimate at all because he's the one that's in first. Just gets deleted. It's a big overextension from Faker, but then eyes on Pays. Wind becomes lightning, does connect on him. Skumon full sends it. Yes, he does get taken down, but then as they step forward, look at this from Broken Blade. How confident is that? E-Flash Q catches Pays. If any of that misses, he looks like a fool. He dies, but he catches him. He takes him out. Doran here, though, in the 2v4. Broken Blade was on the Dragon. They thought they could kite him out. They thought they could do it without him. But Doran flashes in, gets a couple kills there.
So smart from Doran to turn around in that moment as well, because that is the moment he has. At that point, it's a squishy Victor, a squishy Karma, and a squishy Ashe that you want to chase down. 31 minutes in. Pays with his 16th Penta, leading the board by 4.
And G2 take the gold lead ever so slightly. They stave off the Soul. This game on a knife's edge here. T1 will be eliminated from MSI if they lose this. If T1 win, we will go to a pivotal game 5 here. Faker needs gold for the Zonias. Right now he's stuck on this Broken Seekers. That's why he's pushing sides. And Kled is heading down there, and Kled could take him out if he gets caught. Faker is very weak right now.
Pays is shadowing him, currently on the Gromp. Could add in his damage with an ace in the hole. Pays is looking. No flash on that Caitlyn for now. In fact, in terms of summoners, not many available on either side. Not a single flash for T1. 3 for G2 with Skumon, Caps, and Hans holding on to theirs. 1,000 gold lead for G2, but negligible, really. The pocket change right now is it's a Baron setup. Faker pathing out through mid. Broken Blade's going to push him bot.
Here's the thing, for G2, the question is, do you force now, knowing those flashes are missing, knowing that you have summoner advantage, are you willing to start a Baron and try to force them to come to you? Because you have flash from Skumon, flash from Caps, flash from Hans, and you know that Pays is vulnerable. He is the entire lead for T1. He is 4,000 gold ahead. Broken Blade is almost 4,000 gold ahead himself.
He's going to chase onto Doran right here. As Doran tries to trade back onto him, it's an item advantage for the Kled right now, and you can see it paying off in the health bars. Doran forced away. The charge in as well by Broken Blade, but he's a little bit short on it as he jousts forward and misses the bear trap. An Undertow will slow him down with a TP coming in by Faker. Skewmod here to defend his top laner. Faker, is he going to go in with the Justice Punch? No, backs away.
Looking very confident running forward there, but I think he's got to be very careful. Faker is really behind where this Kled is right now. And if pace is not there, you cannot fight as T1. It does cost the ultimate there from Doran, but it is a trade of ults, and it's more time bought. T1 really do not want to fight without the flash from Paze. And Skewmon has the GA now. That is a very big purchase. Hans, we've talked so much about Paze, and rightfully so, but Hans is also strong at this point. He is down an entire BT, but he has the damage items. He has some power behind him. And we'll see if he can make it work, because Skewmon has just been finding Paze every single time. If he finds that Wind Becomes Lightning, he goes for it instantly, knocks up Paze, puts the pressure on him, and the Crescent Guard can buy that time. G2 now starting the Baron.
They're trying to get Faker across here. He only has the hero's entrance. No flashes. Broken Blade keeps Ona at bay. On the top side, Doran looking for an engage. Pace still no flash as G2 rattle through the Baron right now. It's down to 2k. The smite comes out. The final spark does not find its mark. G2 get the Baron and Charlie Crystal is going to hit onto carrier, but he immediately McHale's it away. Skewmon dashing forward with Wind Becomes Lightning in the audacious charge, but he's not going to find too much more. Faker gets his Justice Punch blocked by Broken Blade. A bear trap on a rope with the rest of T1 coming across to defend. Faker will survive. In the end, G2 get the objective that they wanted out of it.
They get the Baron, and they're going to have the Baron for this next Dragon, which is the big win. T1 don't fully commit to it. They know they're still missing those summoners. Fighting without flash in a situation like that for Pace could be suicide. So T1 decide to just hold on here. Couple seconds until Pace has that flash back here. Doran trying to get as strong as he can. Everyone trying to finish as many items as they possibly can for what could be a series decider if G2 wins it. 15 seconds now, and T1 first to the objective. Teeping in early, they caught one.
Skewmon has to use the Crescent Guard early. That's massive. Big. T1 now can set up for this Drake Soul for them. G2 might step forward, might try and take the play. Broken Blade level 19, 2 ahead of Doran. Has that charge. Skewmon dashes onto Faker. The taunt comes out, the Justice Punch away as well as G2 want to take this fray, want to take this battle, where the series could be decided for T1. They need another game after this. For G2, for the first time in 7 years, they're on the cusp of taking down T1 in a best of 5. Ona in the smite, goes to Skew. Ona low, the Guardian Angel though still available to bring him back, in the Enchanted Crystal Hour coming out as Broken Blade does need the charge to get away. Ona so low, and G2 continue to advance, continue to step forward. There's the charge away. G2 now maybe reset. T1 back away through the bottom lane. Caps reset, he's not got TP. G2 just trying to keep T1 around. A taunt just wide of connecting onto Skewmon's shoes as G2 continue to step forward. They have confidence in this. Skewmon almost gets sniped out by a headshot. Broken Blade dashes away with the jousting, and once again, Faker's taunt can't find its mark.
And look at Cap's mid lane. T1 have got to get back, have got to reset. This fight has just been going forever. And I got to say, Broken Blade was the difference maker absolutely in that last one. He was threatening to flank the hold of Pace. He one-shot him!
He just absolutely eviscerates LeBron, and now G2 on the back foot. Ragnarok forward as Summer is going to get taken out. The hero finds a Faker there as well. Broken Blade having to retreat, dives back onto Ona. Meanwhile, Skewmon once again just taken out. BB killed off Ona. Caps is just off towards the top side. It's still an advantageous fight for T1 as the Lucent Singularity doesn't find its mark, but Faker is falling low. Violent tendencies! The Kled somehow finds another. The Lucent Singularity will get the slow door in there with a chase with the undertow. Does not connect, and Broken Blade is leading them on a merry chase as he remounts onto Skull. Doran stepping forward. BB with a pocket pistol! Anything Pace can do, BB can do better. He brings out both barrels and takes down 2.
Pace knocking him down there, chasing after him. Buying so much time, though, was Broken Blade as Caps is able to push, and Lebrov faces the full power there of Pace. Carrier going to be chasing here. They wanted to try to look for Caps. They won't be able to find him. Lebrov took a headshot from that brush, and Pace making Caitlyn look like an assassin. Carrier, they spotted him.
He spots Lebrov. Final spark, Mikhail's away. Enchanted Crystal Hour does not find its mark. Cap's able to get out of dodge. He's been staying around in some sticky situations, and what a game. What a series this is, Azael. So many 3-0s. I think a lot of people came into today expecting another for T1, but G2 have been unrelenting.
Now you see him, now you don't. It's a bullet to the face. Lebrov is sent back to base, but G2 trying to kite out. Han's early flash, but Doran just says no. And again, it's heroics from Broken Blade, honestly, throughout this series and especially throughout this game. Dies in the 1v1. He is thousands and thousands of gold ahead. He is threatening in fights. He is delaying and putting on pressure and buying time and keeping them alive in a situation where you wouldn't think he'd be able to make it happen.
I mean, BB finds 3 in that fight, and now he's found Ono, who has to use the Cyclone to try and get away, but there's a Hurricane warning as Hurricane BB's on his way for the chase. Ono has the hero's entrance coming in. Skew on a Broken Blade now needs to get the hell out with the Enchanted Crystal Hour and the Crescent Guard for the knockback. Pace trying to step in the midst of that circle, but he can't get close enough. Broken Blade gets up to Pace, who now has a Guardian Angel, and Broken Blade is rooted up, dismounted, as he runs away from Doran, and Cap takes the kill. G2 have found 2 more. No major objective up for a minute.
Pace is going back, but Pace has no flash. This is so risky. If he gets caught, they could end the game right here.
The volley hits him. Oh, the wind becomes lightning. Wind behind his Achilles heel. G2 have fought back to within 4K ahead. For them, a monumental series. It's been 7 years since G2 took down T1 in a best of 5. For T1, they are fighting to not lose this at 3-1. They have never missed the top 4 of an international tournament that they have been to.
I mean, this is a legacy game for Broken Blade. He is showing us everything in this game. You could not ask for more from Acled. His timings are perfect. He's following over the wall with the E. He's using the R for the interrupt on the dash. He's chasing down and reconnecting with the bear trap on the rope, pulling in Owner, taking him out. And then the team is just closing ranks here around their carries, not allowing Paze to get in and threaten. And Paze, again, is playing without flash for the Baron, for the Dragon. RT1 willing to bet their tournament lives on a fight.
Spotted, Lightbind is going to hit him. When becomes lightning comes out, there's a Crescent Guard for the knockback. Skew1 needs to get to that Mega Blast Cone. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Faker getting chased out by BB, who's just barreling through him, uses the charge to interrupt the hero's entrance, and the hero makes an exit as BB finds a solo.
Broken Blade gets the solo there. Faker saw the Q on cooldown, but he forgot about the ult. He interrupts him with the ult and takes him out. The Zonius was not used, and now T1, they are going to be scrambling here. There's no flash on Pace. Your mid laner is dead. You can't answer bot. You're going to lose Soul. And G2, off the back of an incredible game from Broken Blade, may have dealt lethal damage. They have to get it across the finish line, but they are so far ahead now. They will get Soul. They will get Baron. T1 will try to fight another day. It's a 6.3K gold lead for Broken Blade individually. It's a 3.6K gold lead for Caps. Yes, Paze is strong, but he's been capped on items for a while, and he's the only one.
The MasterCard priceless moment of the game. G2 fighting valiantly back into it. A Chem Soul and a Baron now for them. And for T1, you are grasping at not even straws. You're grasping at the end of straws. You're grasping at the concept of straws right now, because when G2 steps up, when Broken Blade steps up, it feels like you just cannot match him.
I mean, Doran is just so far behind. I mean, the only positive you can talk about is the same one for Hans, where Pace has no more room to grow. Broken Blade has no more room to grow.
You're catching up, at least, if you're Doran.
Exactly, but the problem is there's never going to be an answer for the damage that's coming out of Caps. Caps has not been the story of this game, but he's 4K up as well. He has a death cap. He's on 6 items. This Victor could solo win you a fight, and we haven't even really been talking about him because it's been this battle between Broken Blade and Paze. Paze with 13 kills, Broken Blade with 15 kills. In an MSI lower bracket series, you might be able to eliminate T1 here. They're on the push. They have Soul. They have Baron. Can they do it?
T1 set up the trap line. Paze steps forward. He is still deadly.
That was one headshot on Caps. Lost 70% of his health to Paze.
And that's the problem as well. He hasn't built a defensive item. There's no Zhonya's there. It is all damage all the time whenever he can find it. Skewmond on the Wolves. Caps having to reset, does have the TP. Baron remains on them for the next 95 seconds. T1 with good defense. TP coming out from Caps, and I do believe this is a slight problem for G2. The siege is not the easiest. Into a Galio, into a Caitlyn, into a Lux, you don't have a huge amount of range. If you charge in and take the fight, you have to be brave to do that in this moment as well. You have to trust yourself, you have to back yourself. G2 have done that many times before, but can you do it against the back-to-back-to-back world champions as T1 are trying to shut that door? A Ragnarok forward, they'll jump onto Caps, the final spot. Caps tries to get away, will use the flash, the inhibitor tower in the mid lane will fall, the Ragnarok falls off. Meanwhile on the bottom side, Hansama and the brother pushing forward for a second inhibitor tower of this Baron play. T1 went for the play, Ghost Ragnarok forward from Doran, but they couldn't find purchase onto Caps.
And that's double inhib now there for G2. T1 do push Caps back, do get his flash, but now they're trying to wait it out. They're trying to get the Ghost, the ult back for Doran to see if they can punish Caps to find that angle, but the map is so dark for T1. They cannot leave the base right now. Doran has gotten another item completed. Faker still desperately trying to get his fourth in a game where everyone else is capping out. The Galio very far behind. Skewmon even pretty significantly ahead here. T1, they have the damage with Pays to get it done in the right fight, but G2 have so many threats, and there's only one target that matters. Yeah. They've got to go for Pays. Unless Doran and Owner can get in the backline, create some heroics, if you take out Pays, you've won the series.
How long was the game? We started this series with the longest game of MSI so far. I believe we're going to beat that record, as they'll hear in game 4. For T1, you're looking for the small dregs of hope, the 5% play. How do you find and engage? Is it Owner flanking across the Razor Beaks where he currently is? Well, a Hawkshot's going to spot that out. Do you try and play onto Broken Blade? He's outplayed you. He's too strong right now on this Kled. Do you go for Caps? You did, but you couldn't quite lock him down, and that's partly the problem as well. Apart from a Light Binding or a Cyclone or a Taunt, you don't have a huge amount of ways to CC someone.
It's absolutely true, and G2 are trying to take advantage of that by pushing all 3 lanes. They're not that afraid of the potential engage here from T1, so they are pushing in all sides here. T1 trying to hold on. It's going to be this next wave that G2 needs to play on if they want to try to go for the triple inhib. This wave coming in here, T1 trying to close ranks around top side. They're going to spend the Lux ult. They're trying to just clear it out and make sure that they do not get triple inhibbed, but more supers coming in here, and if they go, it is win or go home for T1. They have got to be picture perfect with their engage.
Tower in the top lane toppled. G2 pushing in. Carrier looking for the Light Binding. Goes wide of Hansama. T1 now relegated to defending only their Nexus towers in that top lane in here. Broken Blade trying to distract as the Shurelias is used. Carrier steps forward, but again, between the uprights on the 2 initiation tools, Owner forced back. Enchanted Crystalaro hits only onto Carrier. Pays trying to get the damage down as well. Doesn't use the Mikhails, importantly. That's a tool that they will keep for the ending push. Triple inhib down, 2.5 minutes before the inhibs are back out.
No flash on Caps.
For it. Caps has no flash. An Arcane Sword comes down and Faker looks for the flank. G2 are just going to push through mid though. The Arcane Sword gets the Guardian Angel as G2 try and catch onto Dorman. Pace still here to try and defend. Broken Blade going in as well with the Ragnarok coming out. The charge away from Kled. Caps is down. Skewmon here trying to answer with one of his own as he jumps onto Faker. Lebrov headshot. The ace in the hole is going to have to be blocked by Hansama. A Light Binding fights them as Pace flashes forward. Hansama forced away, but Faker's here. T1 are not done with you. T1 are not done with this series. They're not done with this MSI as they wipe away G2.
But the question is, can you actually push your triple inhib? There's supers everywhere. Double supers coming in through every lane. So what they're going to go for here is they're going to try to go for the Elder. But Skewmon is still alive. If he could steal that, that would be huge. And even if they get it, I don't know if it gets them a win here. Broken Blade is TPing back, and he's going to look for a potential fight. He has flash.
No flash. Pace has no flash, nor does Carrier. No Mikhails either. Pace has the Seraphim on his shoulders, that Guardian Angel, and that will be the Elder Drake. G2 decide they do not want to take this battle. They'll find another one. In this war, we have seen battle after battle after battle. Is it just a Baron rush from G2?
I think it is. There's no way for T1 to actually get out there and defend. Look where Broken Blade is. They know he's on that side of the map. If they committed over to the Baron, then G2 could just send Broken Blade to end the game here. T1 trying to hold on. They've
Final
got
spot
away.
for the vision.
Oh, Caps is there.
Ona's looking as well. This is not a quick Baron. It's only Skumon doing it right now as Ona steps forward. Spotted out by the far side ovation. Broken Blade seeing if he can get in, but Pays is still there to defend alongside Faker. Recall coming out from Pays and the resets coming out from T1. It will be a Baron for Elder exchange in the end.
Which favors the Baron because you can just wait out the Elder. The Baron is taken second here, and I don't think T1 are going to get a fight right now. Owner knows there's no point in me trying to steal this because even if he gets in the pit and he steals it, he will die for it, and that could be game ending. Your base is completely in shambles, so T1 are trying to batten down the hatches, trying to hold on, wait for these inhib respawns, but they are going to be having to play with the fear of a backdoor in the back of their minds for the rest of the game. That being said, Hans, he's surely going to have the Mercurial soon. Doran's working towards his last item. Faker's damage is becoming relevant. Like, we are in the true end game. 50 minutes is approaching, and people will be so online. Pays has swapped out his items. He has a Hurricane and a Mercurial now.
Sold the GA.
Exactly, sold the GA because it's on cooldown, I believe, or maybe not even, but swapping out, has no GA, will be very risky. If they get in, they could take him out.
Hans' full build has that Mercurial complete.
So is Doran.
Both Pays and Broken Blade have the most kills ever on their respective champions at an international event.
Wow.
No surprises there. We have had 59 kills in a 48-minute game.
And it is heartbreaking that someone has to lose this game. We have had miraculous performances from Broken Blade and Pays. It feels like they were keeping the dream of a win alive for their teams. But Doran, down 6K or not, he's full build. It no longer matters. And there's the Mercurial for Hans. So down 5K or not, who cares? The only disadvantage for Hans right now is that he has a GA and it's on cooldown.
Yeah.
That's really the only difference. Faker just got his death cap. So Faker even now does damage. In a fight like this, these games are so rare. Yes, there is the soul edge, but the burst is so high that it won't necessarily matter. These games are so rare in League, but when everyone is a true 6 items, you can get one shot with one step too far forward.
Especially when you have a Caitlyn. That if she has a headshot lined up and she walks at Lebrov and Lebrov doesn't shield, he's dead. That is a huge amount of damage as Caps tries to step forward. The inhibitors respawn for T1 in bot and mid. The top lane one still 43 seconds away as the Elder has expired, which is why G2 feel that they can step further forward towards T1. Broken Blade's going to walk over that trap line, takes one. Cap slowed with the undertow. T1's flash is still not quite back up. Doran has one, but Pays still doesn't have his, nor does Faker. G2 stepping forward. No flash on Hans Summer. Skumons is about to come off cooldown.
Caps just lost half his health. It looked like an ult snuck in there from Pays. No one blocked it.
No TP as well for Caps. He's reliant on his teammates, reliant on that Inspire shield, slowed up by the Lucent Singularity. Broken Blade building up a huge minion wave here.
Yeah, they're
Quad
get
supers.
Once again.
And now T1, all hail the defense. Can you pull it out of the hat? Can you find something magical? You've done it so many times before with the Arcane Storm coming out. Pays is forced to walk away. The inhibitor on the top side about to fall to Broken Blade as T1. They need to heal, they need to get back up. The wave's not quite here yet for G2, but the Nexus out stuck.
Here they go!
The Cyclone! The Cyclone! Pays assassinates Caps as Dorman gets on the backline. Dorman falls. Broken Blade just looking for the Nexus. Broken Blade's going to charge around as Skuma's there too. But G2, after 7 years, manage to topple T1.
Kings have fallen. T1 loses to G2 in the lower bracket at MSI. It's a stolen Nexus that finishes it, and it is a career-defining game from Broken Blade. You could not ask for more from that man in the top lane. Pocket picks, incredible performances. Steals the Nexus from under T1 as Caps dies to the engage. Broken Blade refused to lose.
I'm speechless. What a game, what a series. You said it so well, Azael. It feels like unfortunate that anyone has to lose. Like Pays, he kills Caps in 2 shots in that fight, and then you have the Cyclone Heroes entrance and T1 fought their heart out. But in the end, there can only be one victor. And unfortunately for T1, it was not them today. MSI continues to be a tournament at which they struggle. This is the first time we've ever seen them knocked out before the top 4 of an international. but it has been a long time since we've seen them claim a title here too. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down whatever they can of that series. What a day. We'll see you all tomorrow.
It's a great day for Europe. They do it in the end. It is the first time that T1 drops from an international competition before top 4. We hadn't seen G2 win against T1 since 2019, guys. They made history today. What a series.
Take your victory lap.
What a series.
I did not doubt them. And let me tell you, if they want to kick me out of this library for being too loud, then do it. I don't care if they're not fan favorites. They were the better team. Oh, back-to-back world champions. They couldn't win back-to-back games. There will be no reverse sweep. There will be no sweep of any kind. But let me tell you, we're getting EU versus NA, and we're getting T1 the hell out of this tournament. G2 take it.
Amazing. I mean, Broken Blade was insane. He had 15 kills against T1. By the way, the last player to have 15 kills in an international game was in Season 2. It was Mac Noon. So Broken Blade has the MSI record now for individual kills by a top laner, and he knocked T1 out of MSI.
And this game heavily relied on him actually being able to do damage and get into the backline, because it was looking really, really dire for G2 early on with how many early kills T1 were getting, especially onto this Caitlyn. And it was basically, there was a point where BB is like 6k ahead and FaZe is like 6k ahead.
He saved this game, and he also played amazingly the entire series. Did he top fathering on the top lane for 4 games straight and clutching it with Kled here.
He fixed the blade. It's been broken. Yeah. This is the final form of the blade. He finally got his Riven ult IRL. This is an incredible leap in performance in all of the ways that you could imagine this series coming together. As slim as the margins were, no one was saying more Broken Blade counter picks were the answer. More Broken Blade solo top focus performances were the answer. And yet every single game, he found a way to make that massive impact.
And that's why I really want to give credit not just to this G2 team for their mentality, but the G2 coaching staff, because after such a demoralizing loss like they had against HLE, you could be like, okay, we need to go change up our strategy. We need to do XYZ to be able to beat T1. No, they stuck to their strategy. Again, they relied on Broken Blade to have these performances, and he showed the expletive deleted up today.
Shout out to the coaching staff for finding solutions here today against T1, but honestly, shout out to the players, because so many times you could have seen them collapse in game. I was thinking about that last game, thinking that if they don't win this one, it's completely cooked. They kept it steady. They kept their mental straight. I'm looking at all 5 of them right now, and honestly, massive props.
And you saw it on their faces in some of those plays and some of those moments, like the frustration on the face of Skumon.
Yeah.
I legitimately think, no matter what the draft looked like, if we went Game 5, I would not have predicted G2 to win.
No.
They looked done. They looked frustrated. They brought it back at that point, win the comeback. If they had lost, I think it was series over. They won it when they absolutely had to and looked damn good doing it.
And by the way, they're now 9-4 against the LCK 1 and 2 seeds this year. So, like, yeah, they did lose 3 games to HLE, but everybody lost hope from one series. They're 3-1 in series against the LCK this year.
It's EU versus LCK, and they are back, showing it here today against T1, against the reigning world champions. They will advance to the next round. I did not give them any credit after what happened against HLE, but the way they managed to come back today, that's the G2 that I love, man.
Yeah, and look, I think credit to them for resetting after a tough loss. It's often easy to understand or look at a loss like that and say it's over. But even when you want to wipe that loss away, you're looking at the previous highs, which were still lower than what we expected from T1. It was still a tight margin. It was not enough to come back to your normal level. They had to go a step beyond. Broken Blade was kind of this poster child for that. But overall, what a massive step up when it mattered most from G2.
I mean, Caps takes down Faker once again. The last time Faker was this poor at MSI was because Caps beat him then as well. And this is the worst finish ever. FaZe had the 2nd most damage per minute in a game all time in that game.
Wow.
And lost because Broken Blade had 15 kills on Death's Dance Kled.
And now Carrier's Lux has lost to 2 people. FaZe and
Ensemble.
This is crazy.
We have Broken Blade top father on stage. Let's hear it from him after this massive win for G2 and Europe.
G2가 T1 상대로 3대1 승리를 가져오면서 다음 라운드 진출에 성공했습니다. 승리한 G2의 브로큰 블레이드 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
G2가 7년 만에 T1을 BO5에서 잡아냈습니다. 지금 정말 기쁘실 것 같은데요. 소감 한 말씀 들어보겠습니다. It's been 7 years since G2 got a win in a best of 5 series up against T1. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling very euphoric. Very, very good that we won. It's been a long time since I joined G2 where I was trying to beat T1 in a best of 5. And today was the day, so I'm very happy.
지금 정말 희열을 느끼고 있다고 합니다. 저 스스로도 G2에 조인한 지 꽤나 되었고 T1 상대로 BO5에서 승리를 가져오기만을 정말 오랫동안 기다렸는데 오늘이 정말 그날이 된 것 같다고 합니다. 오늘 패배하면 탈락하는 경기였고 T1을 상대하는 만큼 까다로운 점도 많았을 것 같은데요. 어떻게 해서 오늘 경기에서 승리 가져올 수 있었는지 여쭤보겠습니다. It was an elimination match. It was up against T1. What allowed G2 to take the win today?
I think we had a good prep. I think obviously I played a lot of good counter picks, I would like to say, which was very nice in my opinion in this series. I also think we were very crisp and honest with like how the pace of the game is going. T1 was playing very fast, but we knew, other than the third game where we lost, I think we controlled the map really well.
우선 가장 먼저 저희의 준비가 아주 좋았던 것 같다고 하는데요. 특히나 내가 준비한 그런 카운터 픽들이 효과적이었던 것 같고 또 이제 템포나 게임 운영적인 부분에서도 굉장히 날카롭고 잘 가져온 것 같다고 합니다. 패배를 가져왔던 3세트를 제외하면 우리가 어떤 식으로 맵을 운영하고 어떤 식으로 주도권을 유지할 것인지에 대해서 많은 고민을 했고 그런 부분이 게임 내적으로도 잘 드러난 것 같다고 하는데요. 카운터 픽에 대해서 말씀해 주셨습니다. 오늘 베인, 초가스, 야수, 클레드 정말 다양한 특이 픽을 보여주었고 말씀하신 준비성이 잘 드러나는 무대였는데 오늘 탑 매치업에서 본인이 준비한 이런 픽들과 전략이 가장 효과적이었던 것 같은지 여쭤보겠습니다. Speaking of counter picks, strategies, pocket picks, you pulled up Vayne, Cho'Gath, Yasuo, Kled. Only you could do that, and you were cooking today. Do you think those strategies and picks that you prepared were effective on the top lane matchup?
Obviously a lot of people know my Kled nowadays. And the Vayne is something I've been working on for a long time now, and the Cho'Gath was a bit more spontaneous. I thought it was really good against the champs, and it used to be a counter pick, so I was like, and I know how to play Cho'Gath. And the Yasuo as well, I'm sad it didn't work that game, but yeah, I think my counter picks were very effective today, and I also think it was a good reason of why we won. Yeah.
우선은 많은 분들이 이미 나의 클레드에 대해서는 알고 있고 또 베인 같은 경우에는 정말 오랜 동안 조금 연습하고 언젠가는 꺼내보고 싶은 그런 노력을 많이 기한 챔피언이었다고 합니다. 또 초가스 같은 경우에는 사실은 조금 즉흥적으로 등장하게 되었는데 워낙 좋은 카운터 픽이기도 했고 사실은 이제 연습한 지는 오래되진 않았지만 즉흥적인 픽이었지만 어느 정도 플레이할 줄도 알았고 원래 잘 알려진 그런 카운터 픽이어서 꺼내 들었다고 합니다. 나르 같은 경우에는 야수호를 상대해보려고 했는데 사실은 그렇게 효과적이진 않았고 승리할 수는 없었지만 야수호도 주어진 상황에서 좋은 픽이었기 때문에 꺼내 들었다고 합니다. 이번 대회 전부터 G2가 정말 많은 기대를 받아왔습니다. 그리고 비비 선수도 개인적으로 이번 대회에서 무언가 좀 결실을 맺고 싶다. 이번에는 꼭 성취를 이루고 싶다라고 말씀하셨는데 지금 이 시점에서 그 목표에 얼마나 가까워진 것 같으신지 여쭤보겠습니다. G2 came into this tournament with a lot of expectation, and you personally also said that this MSI, you wish it could be a tournament where you can finally achieve something. At this point, how closer do you feel at the goal right now?
We're getting closer, so I'm feeling very content with that. But we didn't finish the job yet, and we obviously want to bring another trophy for Europe in MSI, and we are working every day to make this happen, and I hope you guys follow our journey.
조금씩 계속 가까워지고 있는 것 같다고 합니다. 그래서 조금 만족스러운 마음도 있지만 여기가 끝이 아니라고 하는데요. 정말 좋은 경기력 유지해서 마지막까지 최선을 다해서 유럽에 또 한 번 MSI 트로피를 가져가고 싶고 그 여정을 팬분들이 함께 해주시면 좋겠다고 합니다. 그리고 다가오는 매치업 LEC 대 LCS죠. 북미와 유럽과 북미의 자존심이 걸린 탈락이 담긴 매치입니다. G2 브로큰 블레이드로서 라이온에게 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으신지 여쭤보겠습니다. Now you're heading into a matchup up against Lion. It's going to be a LEC versus LCS matchup with Europe's and NA's pride on the line. If you could say one thing to Lion, what would it be?
I think they are. I'm gonna say they are pretty lucky to be here right now with the draw. They didn't play an international team right now, like an Eastern team. I think we are at the level at an Eastern team, so I wish them good luck.
아무래도 대진이 나온 결과에 따라서 아직 라이온은 동양 팀들을 만나지 않았는데 저희는 사실은 동양 팀에 준하는 그런 좋은 경기력을 보유하고 좋은 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 행운을 빈다고 합니다. 여기까지가 브로큰 블레이드 선수였습니다. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
It was lovely, Jason, for the Verizon post-game interview, but just not done here on the desk as we have Caps, or Claps rather, joining us. Man, congrats.
Hello, thank you.
Any first reactions after this amazing series from you?
No, I'm super happy just that we finally managed to bounce back as well after a very tough series against HLE. This time around, it still was looking a bit shaky, but we got out in the end. So,
what was the environment like? Like what was the conversation like when you went back after that HLE series? Because clearly whatever was said, whatever was practiced, worked really well. And I think people are dying to know what was the focus when you got out of a series that was really so one-sided?
I mean, I think definitely like resilience. I think honestly, game one wasn't even like the worst game. I think we fought back on many occasions, but I think after that we were just a bit out of it. And I think we didn't really keep seeing the angles that we would usually go for. I think we just lost a little bit of I don't know, just like being able to see what we should be doing on the map, and we were a bit lost, honestly. So I think just making sure that even if we do a lot of wrong plays, I would say even today, we still just keep trying, keep going, go for the next play, you know?
T1 are a very different team than HLE, so looking at this matchup, a lot of people, myself included, were thinking, okay, this might be a little bit of an easier matchup for you just based on stylistic play. Would you agree with that, and what kind of did you see in T1 that you felt like you could really take opportunity for?
I mean, for sure, I think HLE is like very strong, and especially the early game, and I think they just put us in some very tough spots very early. And I think today we were still finding ourselves in some tough spots, but not quite as extreme deficits. And I think when we got a bit more time to scale up and make some good plans, we actually found some success.
Tell us about that last game, because it looked so hard to get there, playing around the Elder, going for that Nasher. That Nexus fight in the end. Talk me through the last minutes, the last seconds, Caps, to get this one in the end.
I mean, yeah, this game was just like very much back and forth as well. Like we started off with like I think 9 top, mid, and bot. Yeah. And it was like, oh, okay, guys, might be a bit tough, but then we slowly like clawed our way back, you know, fight after fight. And when we finally started getting like Baron, we started getting the inhibs. We're like, okay, let's take it slow, we had our moments to walk up. We had our moments where we had to respect like the headshot from Kate as well. Sadly, I walked on a trap at the end, and I was like, oh no, guys, this might not be so great. But BB found an insane end in the end instead.
All right, I have a very important question for you. At the hotel yesterday, I ran into Dylan in the elevator, and he was like, we're about to scrim Lion. Oh. So how did those scrims go? Because obviously both of you guys came out today and had really strong performances, and now you're going to be facing each other.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm not sure about the exact score, but there was a lot of remakes. I think a lot of like early game fighting, and it's like if we died a few times, we remade. They died, they remade. So I'm expecting it to be very bloody.
Nice. Awesome.
Okay, I like that. Like channeling the aggression, the constant remakes, letting people know that EU scrim culture, constant remakes. Can get you a win internationally.
That's also NA
You heard it here first, folks. FF at 5. Go to next.
There's been some discourse about that in NA as well. Trust.
For you, I like when you look at Lion as a team, I think the front runner that most people talk about are players like Inspired and Berserker. Do you have any strong feelings about going up against Inspired? He's kind of become, I think, one of the front runners, one of the poster childs for like NA as a whole. Do you have any special feelings on that matchup and going kind of against him? I know it's not a direct role, but I'm curious if you give any special thought to going up against him.
I mean, for sure, yeah. I mean, I think we obviously went up against FlyQuest a lot with Inspired as well, and I think now going up against Lion with Inspired is definitely very exciting because we're doing it like year after year after year. Yeah. I remember in the past we were playing a lot against like Team Liquid, but now with Lion coming in, it feels like the Dragon meme, where there's like T1, DLG, and then there's Lion, you know? So let's see how it goes.
All right, I love that. If you lose, you're going to get roasted to the end of time. I want to be clear here, but I respect you. I respect it. I respect it, Rasmus. There is no world where I would have predicted this particular lower bracket outcome.
Well, you're saying this, but you
I did predict 3-0 for G2.
I
did predict 3-0 for you guys.
Yeah.
To be fair, I thought if you lost a single game, the series was cooked. I thought the mental might be in dire straits after that HLA series, but I'm like, if you're gonna do it, you'll be better topside, bot side will survive, and you'll do it really fast.
Yeah. We've talked about the fact that it's been since 2019 since you won against T1. Actually, back when they were SKT back then, still. Actually, they weren't T1, but yeah, potato. How good does that feel for you, especially because I don't know if you saw the trailer coming in this morning. Faker was saying, yeah, I think those Caps victories against me really belong in the past. He hasn't been able to touch those in ages. This is ancient history. So how does this one feel personally, taking him down today?
I mean, it feels very good. I think, honestly, just our performance has been improving ever so slightly. Like, I think the last few years, just a little bit better and better. And I think now we are really starting to win like multiple series against LPL SK. We definitely still have a long way to go. We want to be the best team in the world, but that's what we're aiming for.
What felt more satisfying, 3-0 against Genji or 3-1 against T1 today?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think probably 3-0 against Genji.
Okay.
Just because they had like 2 losses at that point during the entire split, but this one feels very good as well.
All right. Any words that you want to share about NA, about facing them? Do you have a message for them?
I feel like I've already said enough with
the Dragon.
I'll keep it.
Make the meme for him. You heard the words.
Yeah.
Make the meme.
And worst case, you guys can put G2, you know?
Yeah.
There you go. It's fine.
Let's take a look at what we have tomorrow, maybe, and the game we have on our hands, because it's going to be BLG versus HLE. And, well, you know what, Caps? I want to hear your thoughts on this one.
I'm curious how big the gap is in your eyes between a team like T1 and a team like HLE. Is it just a stylistic difference, or do you think HLE is actually head and shoulders better?
I mean, I definitely think it's a stylistic difference. I do think head-to-heads, like, we struggle a lot against HLE, but I also think that if we play them against, we will do better because we just really need to work on the resilience. Like even game 1, like it was a close series, like a close game, I would say. Yeah. And if we can keep that up for the rest, I'm sure we could turn it around. I do think they're favored against BLG, but honestly, BLG also have been looking very strong this entire year. So,
who would you rather face in the lower bracket after you obviously beat Lion? 3-0.
I think I would rather face BLG probably. I think, I mean, at the end of the day, we have to beat both of them. And with HLE sending us to the lower bracket, I think meeting them in the final and denying them chances would really be nice.
That's a really good narrative.
Yeah. Nice. I'm excited about the EU versus NA matchup now, but we'll see that another day, because that's all for us here for now. Caps, thank you so much for joining us, and also for all your work today with G2. Congratulations on defeating T1 here in Korea. 3 days remain here in MSI, so join us tomorrow for the upper final, HLE versus BLG. It's going to be 10 a.m. CST, 1 a.m. PDT. And then on Friday, Lion versus G2 Esports, EU versus NA is back in the lower bracket, round 3. Thank you all so much for watching. Be kind to each other and have a good night. Let's go!
The first phase of the bracket stage is over, and now, today, we eliminate 2 more teams as phase 2 begins.
먹어도 돼?
It's mid.
No. I hit. Nice.
I'm should be okay.
Play slow.
We have Bengal with Rel soon.
Looks good. Play slow.
Go, China. Go. It's it.
Play slow.
That Phoenix has ulti and W up, but keep chasing slowly.
Look.
Good.
Wow.
Kill the Sion, we can end if you kill Sion.
We can end, I think, guys.
Yeah, if you kill Sion, we can end.
Lion will clean sweep Team Secret Wales, and for the first time in 4 years, North America makes top 4 internationally.
They're healing right now.
Yes.
I got trapped. I'm trolling. Just get out of here. Okay, maybe clip my end. We can maybe end.
Yeah,
keep it.
We go in.
We go in.
We go in.
Nice.
We go in. No.
G2, after 7 years, managed to topple T1.